Guardian. Kirby with 3 HP. How is he alive?
That's crazy. Guardian's going to have no idea he connected that as well. Absolutely no idea. Very interesting. And once again, you know, Astralis with a very fast presence in mid, forcing Na'Vi to play very passively. They got a very odd setup on the A bomb side at the moment as well. And they're essentially just saying to themselves, all right, we trust in our ability to just defend the bomb site from pretty much every angle because we have no map control anywhere. There is no map control for Na'Vi. They have no idea what's going to be hitting them at any point. This is a very risky way to play the game, and it does rely on incredibly high amounts of individual skill, to be honest. They are rotating a third player, though, so perhaps they do have some kind of a read as to the decision from Astralis here. There might be a chance for them in this defense on B if Astralis hits the execute there, though.
It's very curious, the general approach to Connector on Na'Vi's CT side. Connector on jungle. Flamey with good timing though. Almost causes rotation from Edward, but he comes back. Guardian's going to start things off. He's got lots of teammates in for support. Rotation coming in as well. Astralis, do they want to give it up? Are they going to continue to push? They're getting dropped one by one, leaving Device alone. He's got $1,150 in the bank here, so is it about picking players off for now? He's going to try and retain. He's got 20 seconds to do it. I'm sure he will want to hold on to what he has.
Yeah, they have to be careful as well because it's very possible for him to kill a lot of players here. And they themselves don't have anything in the bank, so they can only really sacrifice one player. Guardian goes in, he's going to go down straight away to the Tech 9 device. He knows people are flanking him, he's going to go in with the Tech 9. Orb comes out, he knows where both players are, doesn't want to die after time, that'll be huge. And there it is, for one player, they will get an AWP and they're going to pick up the kill after time. Lovely stuff there for Na'Vi.
Double AWPs. Now, this raises a very serious question. This raises a very serious question for Na'Vi. They've practically abandoned the CPL area. They've abandoned the connector area, the jungle area, but with 2 AWPs, surely one goes towards short or the window. Guardian will begin things in the window. Simple is over towards A. We may get a fast play. That's a nasty grenade onto Device. The rest of the Astralis side are here as well. Simple shooting aggression. There he goes, good stuff from him. Flame with a nice angle, taking him by surprise. Patient spray, the burst comes in, and there are 2 players remaining. And Simple will take them both down at the same time. Nice boost to his confidence. And let's not forget, Na'Vi are not far away from Astralis. There's only 2 rounds in this at the moment.
Yeah, this is, I mean, yeah, that's the thing. It's like, it feels like Astralis is just going to win straight up. And it's like, oh, actually, yeah. At the beginning of this Mirage, Na'Vi were doing pretty well. So back to it, perhaps. 2 rounds to separate them indeed. And the money for both teams is not in the best place ever. Na'Vi have a bit more resilience in their economy, but not in the rounds category. So we'll see how this double works out. We have an aggression coming into Palace. Guardian's the man with the AWP there, and in fact the other AWP is also on A. And I also saw on the last map, they tended to like to stick both of their AWPers, Guardian and Simple, on the same bomb site, which is definitely novel. It's novel to say the least.
Yeah, and Guardian can bide his time there, and they may, Na'Vi, have more confidence as he continues. Ooh, no, he's starting to back off now into more passive position, because I did wonder if that would make them start to get aggressive towards the middle area, but no, they're going to go back. We see Glaive having a look from A ramp, and he's found his information, but it's cost him his life. Edward picked off in the middle area, and we've got a procession on short. It's going to be a fast play, the fast play that was maybe missing from Na'Vi. The smoke is down though, he's got the angle seized, but he can't get a kill.
Well, the bomb is far behind. They've got to pick that one up. It's going to be a B bomb site, but they have to hold it for a very long time. Guardian's already into the shot position. There will be a lot of flashes here. Almost all the utility will be expended. There's only 2 flashbangs left on the Astralis side to try to hold this bomb site down. We have a rabid Na'Vi looking for that retake, looking for the window of opportunity. Guardian with the nade in there. Some damage done. Flamey perhaps with a key to open the door. He's going to kick down that door. Just going to be Kirby left against 2 now. The 2 AWPers, Simple and Guardian. Kirby can't get it done. Guardian's in there. Gets himself a double kill. And Na'Vi are back into this one all of a sudden.
Just when you thought it was over, Na'Vi come charging back. Could it be that 2 AWPs was the solution? They've dropped the second AWP. They've dropped the second AWP and picked up an AK instead. So they're going back to Old Faithful, but hasn't been that faithful to them in this half.
It's actually really interesting because that's something that maybe in the dev cam or something that Astralis could have seen is their decision with the second AWP there, or maybe not, and maybe they would presume that there would be 2 AWPs and then that would change the kind of strategy that they would want to run. Set piece, like executing a set piece of smokes like this is very good against double AWPs, but there's only 1 now.
Yeah, they've got Tech 9s for days, Astralis, as their loss bonus starts to grow. Lots of diffuse kits on the Na'Vi side, and they might need them because I'm sure they'll want to wait out these smokes. But will Astralis, if they get onto the site, if they get these smokes done, will they push through these smokes? Will they abuse the close quarters advantages of these Tech 9s? They've got a lot of flashbangs, Astralis, all things considered. See the nade start to be deployed. Guardian on the high gun. Flamey going to stand his ground. Lovely burst by Flamey. Spray down as well. And we may not get a planted bomb. We might not even see any kills. There's another one. Now it's claimed. Last man standing. 14-14 down. Na'Vi are straight back into this.
Yeah, Astralis getting pummeled there, as you'd expect. And this is not done and dusted just yet. Astralis looked like they were going to be a shoo-in for this victory here for a quick 2-0 sweep, perhaps after a nice comeback. But Na'Vi not going down without a fight. Looking to bring it to dust too, and there is always going to be overtime potential as well at this point. Na'Vi are definitely a bit stronger as far as the economy goes. Not the case for Astralis. Very problematic. Device has been doing so much great work with the AWP so far, and we do have that timeout from Astralis trying to work out how do they attack this round. Because they know that there won't be ecos here for the Na'Vi side. Na'Vi can afford to buy in the remaining rounds. So they better have a good plan.
Yeah, I do wonder if Astralis have picked up on the way Na'Vi are approaching Connector and CPR once the smoke start to go down, and if Na'Vi will go back to that in this round. So many questions, so many small potential edges for both sides. Guardian hopping into his angle, but again the smoke is down. Ooh, that's nice, but he's blind. Glaive spotted him as well. He's going to snipe out, but he can't escape. Blinded again. He can't shoot. He can't see. There goes Edward. This is not a great start for Na'Vi.
Oh, Guardian, you can see there was actually a moment of hesitation where he's like, should I go for the big play? And then he goes to the big play, just caught out in the middle of nowhere. The Molotov's just where do you go? Where do you go? That is such a bad situation. Astralis now, they have a 5 versus 3. They got a decent amount of grenades. They actually have no smoke grenades left though, which is a little bit annoying for them, but the sheer numbers should be enough for them to take this round. Na'Vi needs something, some incredible positional play here to try to find an advantage in the oncoming Astralis numbers, because you better believe they're going to use the numbers to their advantage in this push.
Yeah, look at all the time Astralis. They had a minute 20 plus on the clock when these kills came in. They can do whatever they want. Seized, spotted, that's going to cause a rotation. I bet Simple would love himself an AWP right now, but he's not in a position to get one. Oh no, they're going back. They're going back, maybe straight into the shredder. Grenade in his hand. There's the bomb as well. And the Molotov. Seas can buy himself some time. He's got 1 on his 6. You have to know what area he's coming from. Which way? Seas pretty much has to push in this situation. Dupree's not sure either, but he's going to get the kill. 30 seconds left. Which way do you go, Astralis? It's going to be the gauntlet run towards A, but Na'Vi have moved into B.
Yeah, well, there's like a guessing game here between the two teams. Na'Vi, they realize there's no time. They can't mess around. They have to go for one bomb site. Flamey seems to have figured it out at this point as they gravitate towards the A site. This is going to be hard. Flamey's been doing big stuff. Simple needs to deliver as well as they start to bring in the pain from Connector.
Simple, can he face in time? The bomb's getting planted. He's shut it down, man. They're going to win the round. They've stolen it from the clutches of defeat. That is disgusting. Do you hear that noise, Dan? Do you know what that noise means? It's match point to Na'Vi. That's daylight robbery, Dan.
That is so sick. The timing was perfect there. Oh my God, the margins for error are just so small between these two teams.
Who better than Simple?
The crowd are pleased, James. The crowd are entertained.
Dan, they drove to the drive-thru in a tank and they took all the burgers. There are no burgers left. There are no burgers left, and there's barely any money left on the Astralis side. They'll get the AKs out. The grenades are limited. Oh, man. That is daylight robbery if I have ever seen it. Edward has opted for the... Well, you can see it. He's opted for the Ric Flair, the dirtiest player in the game, the auto sniper, the cause of tears in matchmaking everywhere.
This is interesting because if Astralis decide to just run into that A-bomb site Actually, that is not where the auto sniper is going to be. This is interesting, actually, because that is the most expected position where you would play it. Obviously, Astralis, they're actually looking like they want to go for that play onto the A side. So while there's a very, very close Flamey, he's got for support Guardian by Tollbooth, a little while away is Simple by the jungle position. So there is not the most incredible setup here, but if they get some good flashbangs, they can definitely do some damage here. In it comes, Guardian is waiting.
Yeah, that Molotov may be too late, or maybe not. Look at the response in the grenades. The sheer grenades say no, Dan. They've been absolutely denied. But they've still got time. They're going to focus on it. There's a first pick from Guardian. Misses the second shot, but he's got support. Flamey taken down. Simple, though, delivering again through the smoke. He cares not for your smokes. 2 plays left for the T side. Make it 1. Zipex alone now versus C's and Edward. Edward, he's still holding short of the auto sniper.
Yeah, holding that cross there. And Zipex, he knows he can just wait. He knows he can just play the time a little bit. There's enough time to wait so that either Na'Vi split one to a bomb site, or they gamble on and play 2 from one site to make sure they can trade. And you can see they're playing on Edward here, being able to hold this cross. But Zipex has a plant available to him that's they won't know until it's until they see the plant go down and are notified in the game. It's obviously they've guessed wrong, but they will have plenty of time to get over there. They have kits as well. So Zipex has made a great choice here. Na'Vi, this is not done just yet. This is not done just yet. Zipex can still do this.
Where does he plant the bomb? He's going for the default play. Edward's got loads of grenades. He can enable his teammate. There's the first flashbang coming in. Auto sniper retake. Does it get dirtier than this? What if he has to trade? What if C's goes down? So many questions. Zipex has taken his angle. He may have a shadow advantage, and he may start with aggression. He's playing it down. He's got 2-man spray down, but it's only 1. C's is going to trade. Edward goes down with the auto sniper. If it was the other way round, then he probably wins, but no. 16-14, Na'Vi take it to dust 2.
They managed to make it happen after all. Na'Vi, they look down and out, but they rose to the occasion. Astralis and Na'Vi, they're taking us to a 3rd map.
Simple continues to make himself legend in the majors. Coming in at the very last second, stopping that plant. That changes the tide of the entire match. What a struggle for Na'Vi to get to this point. What a struggle. That's the man who steals the round away. That's such a key round. Auto sniper retake just about works for Na'Vi. They bring it to dust 2. Somehow they're still in this match. The thoughts at the desk after the break.
Welcome back to the Fox Theatre. Footage there of when it still had a roof, because the fans in here have blown it off after an incredible match. Absolutely just amazed by this series here. Na'Vi Astralis, Na'Vi back from the dead. It looked over for them, and now we've got that crucial third map. Where to start, gentlemen? Duncan, you're never lost for words.
Yeah, well, actually, we had two amazing comebacks in this game, because obviously Na'Vi ran out to that crazy. It was like 9-1. They looked like, when you're winning by that on T side and you're as good as they are, that should be game already. You know, they had all the plays early on. They looked really, really confident. Then the Astralis guys pull off this ridiculous comeback. They themselves, most of it obviously from the T side after they got back in on CT side. They went something like, I think they won like 13 out of 14 rounds to get up to close to match point. And then those Na'Vi holds, I mean, that was just all individual plays, you know. Wasn't any special read or setup, all individual plays all day.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta. If you're an Astralis player, you're thanking Glaive for even keeping you in this match. That's the reason they're able to make that initial comeback in the first half. Him holding a ramp. This is the clip right here. This performance from him shutting down this A push, and later on he has that incredible clutch where you really see his intelligence and his skills shine. That brings him into the second half. Where, I mean, here's the thing: you got to be happy for Na'Vi, because we said this is going to be an Astralis map if Guardian doesn't show up, if Simple shows up. Both of them came to play in this game. Flamey was a little slow, came back into it, but Guardian with his op had consistent impact throughout this entire half. Now Device actually out-ops him a couple rounds here or there, has some very, very sick rounds that give him that win, that get him up to 14, but Device was stellar throughout the second half.
Yeah, and I got to say, you know, this is Guardian's kind of come out moment of this major. He hasn't been anywhere up until this point. What a time to come alive. I mean, this was just phenomenal, as you said. Consistent impact, looking down the sides. But you want to talk about impact, it's really Simple that got them over the finish line. I mean, just so many smart plays and being in the right place at the right time to stop that crucial bomb plan.
Yeah, I mean, that round was insane all in and of itself. I don't know how that even happened. I mean, but, you know, Simple was huge, and actually, I mean, you see some of the strengths that Na'Vi have, even moving forward into the next map. But when they want to bust out that double op setup, I mean, if your two oppers are Guardian and Simple, that's incredible to have that as like your trick that you can fall back on to bring that out. This clutch here from Xyp9x, that's heartbreaking. He played that, I thought well. Maybe he could have pulled the trigger a little bit earlier, but that was it. You can't really fault him for anything there. It seemed like he had him lined up perfectly.
That's the thing, though. I actually feel like this is more of a heartbreak loss than the classic Astralis chokes that happen, you know, where you're out of the game. Because in this one, I don't think they did anything wrong. When they got to 14 rounds, they had so many times in the mid-round they made the correct call, they rotated somewhere, they caught Na'Vi out of position, but those individual plays were the killer. I mean, obviously there was the one where Simple stopped the bomb, but that round where Xyp9x could have taken it overtime with the 1v2, in any other version of Counter-Strike, that spray just kills both people. It's game over already, but he just missed enough bullets that he gets killed by the second guy.
The impressive thing that Astralis did was actually, I think they put Na'Vi on tilt for a good stretch in that second half. You actually saw Na'Vi revert back to a defensive style, the exact same thing we saw them do against Immortals at IEM Oakland, where they just had no confidence to peek anything on the map. They had that round where two players on the Astralis side just walk up connector, are never seen until they get the ticket booth. And I mean, Guardian
got that fluke kill.
Yeah, I mean, that's entirely 100% luck that the timing works out that way. But you can't have that kind of a defense if you're Na'Vi. That's the crazy thing, is that they were so frustrated they just forgot to play defense for a couple rounds.
I mean, one of the things that I think was great about this game was Na'Vi, if anything, defensively played this game so wrong. They just stayed back. They never got any information at any point in time. And what is the style that Astralis likes to do? They will walk until they see an opponent. They just walk all the way up the map. They slowly check every corner. And what's funny is normally, if you think of the last year of Counter-Strike, this isn't the style anyone uses. You know, everyone runs and guns. They're really quick going in there. Or you do a fast attack at the end. The Astralis guys literally walk it onto the sites. But it works for this. It's amazing how consistent Glaive's getting these reads off.
You picked out a round for us that you felt
that actually is that exact round that we can actually show.
Let's do it, sure.
I mean, this is just sick, but this is an example of both teams showed a hesitance on their defensive side to really challenge too much for mid, and for good reason. They basically got punished, but look how far back Simple is. There's no one watching connector whatsoever, no one on catwalk, no one looking for them to cross in jungle, and KRBD is unseen to this point. Now Guardian's completely blind here. That's a lucky timing shot. That's really unfortunate, but this is where you think, and I thought at the time, this is just over, because Na'Vi is broken. They don't even want to challenge anywhere on the map. They don't want to be aggressive, and they end up losing this. But I mean, after this, they settled back in once Astralis gets to 14. It's like they woke back up. But this kind of a round is just things that you cannot let happen on the defensive side of things. And it's important to say as well, in the first half, when Na'Vi was T-side, when they got out to that huge lead, I think it was like 9-1, it was by mid-control and coming up connector like that.
Yeah, and Duncan, are they playing this passive because it's a fear factor? With Na'Vi on their heels there a little bit?
I mean, the Na'Vi CT side in this series so far hasn't really been that impressive. You know, they've looked like, here's the problem. When they were on the first map, they tried all these aggressive plays, they got punished for it completely. In this game here, they try to play passive, they just get torn open, you know. I mean, in that scenario, you're getting plants 3v5. You shouldn't even be on the site at that point in time. So I feel like at the moment, Na'Vi's not quite sure what to do in that respect. I have to say, though, going forwards, this is where you hope it doesn't affect the mentality of the Astralis guys. You know, this shouldn't actually get to them at all, because if you're their coach, if you're the in-game leader, you just tell them, we're outplaying them in terms of the tactics. Like, we're all over them all the time. We're going to get those individual plays. No point worrying about hero plays from them. There's a whole third map to go yet.
You saw that from Zonic as well. As soon as Zipnik lost that clutch at the end, the first thing Zonic does is, you know, put a hand on his shoulder and just be like, calm down, perfectly played, you just didn't get it. It happens.
You can't win them all. Well, we're going to find out who's going to win this series. We're going to take a short commercial break. When we come back, it's going to be the deciding map, Dust 2. It's going to be awesome. Make sure you join us.
I think before tournament, Astralis was a favorite.
We have to get ready mentally and physically. It will be a hard game, but we are strong enough to beat them.
We are not satisfied with quarterfinals. We are here to prove everyone that we are best.
That's why we came here to Atlanta to win the major.
I believe that we are a better team. I believe that we have better team spirit.
I think we have much stronger snipers than they have. I think if we get ahead, we can easily break Astralis' mentality and win the game.
Na'Vi means Natus wins there, and Natus wins there means born to win. I believe that we are born to win this major.
So, welcome back. Just a reminder, of course, this game is on Game Command. We want you to check that out. You can be your own director. What better way to watch a game of this magnitude? Go to live.eleague.com. Now, Chris Puckett has obviously been wandering around the venue, and he had time to talk to a young fan in the crowd today.
What's up, guys? It's Puckett, and look who I've found in the audience. It's Sir Scoots, a guy who's been behind the scenes, in front of the camera, basically since the start of Counter-Strike Esports, back when we called it competitive gaming. Scoots, you've watched 10 majors, you've been at 7. What has this one been like so far for you?
I mean, it's been great so far. I mean, we're just kicking off here in the theater for the first time, and obviously I caught one of the studio days, which was very much like their online season, so that's awesome to watch. But so far it's been great. Again, like, I've spent a lot of time working majors or watching them at home. I haven't been at a Counter-Strike event. I was thinking about this in the flight. I haven't been to a Counter-Strike event as just like a fan or even a light player since the CPL days when I would just go play with my crappy team, right?
Early 2000s.
Yeah, early 2000s, right? So like to not be working this event, not have early crew times, get to sleep in, get to drink late at night, and be a fan like all these guys is actually really, really cool. I'm not jealous of you right now. You could have this job.
It's been a long weekend, but a fun one so far. And let's talk a little bit about the history, though. Over all of your years, you've seen so many pros, some still playing since the very beginning.
Sure.
Do you have a favorite player of all time that you've watched?
Oh man, you put me on the spot, bro. It's a tough one, and I'm gonna kind of caveat off what you said. Like a couple guys that have been playing this game long before Counter-Strike Global Offensive, right? And for I think two very different reasons. I would say probably Taz and Get Right. I love watching them both play. They play obviously very different styles. They've all had both very different careers out of 1.6 and now in Global Offensive. Obviously, Get Right's not having the greatest time right now with his team in the sense that they're not here, etc. But like, they're just legends, right? And when Get Right was the King Lurk and all those things, like he was so exciting to watch. And Taz is the one that always motivates his team, yelling and screaming. So he's also very animated, very fun to watch, right? And of course, Taz and I go way back on who's older, who has more hair, and all those things. So those two guys are just, in my mind, like will always be legends to me, regardless of what they're called here, right?
Absolutely, and we've seen so many scoots in the chat. Shout out to all of you guys watching at home. I've seen you signing autographs, shaking hands. What else are you doing here this weekend?
Well, obviously I'm helping the players finally organize a player association. Obviously that all started last month. We won't get into all the drama of it, but that's a very positive thing we're all working on. The players want to kind of get organized, get their voice unified, much like pro sports associations. It's kind of about time everyone else is kind of growing up around them, the businesses. So they finally realized that, hey, it's time that we kind of unify. We all compete in servers. We all hate each other sometimes, but we all are the same workforce here, and so we have a lot of the same needs, goals, requirements. So it's kind of nice to see that they came to me, and now I'm kind of helping them build this thing. Other than that, I'm doing some stuff with this charity right here, Gamers Outreach. Great charity that helps kids in hospitals, like have video game stuff. You're familiar with them. You've done some stuff with them. And so kind of came out of retirement to do both those things this last couple of months. It's great.
It's been pretty incredible. Well, we got a full house downstairs, and as you can see behind us, upstairs is filling up as well. So if you're getting off work, get your ass down to the Fox Theater. This thing is epic. Thanks, Scoots.
Thank you, brother.
Great to have you out of retirement, Scooch. You're a legend as well, mate. Anyway, quickly, we've got to get back into this action. So it's just two. Is anyone wanting a change? Does anyone want to shift their opinion? This series is wide open for me right now, Dylan.
No, I'm going to stick with Astralis. I mean, one thing I really liked even in their loss against SK was great T-side again. They make really good reads. I'm going to trust in that they're going to get past Na'Vi here.
I'm gonna stick with Na'Vi. I think that the double up possibility with Guardian Simple is disgusting. I think Flamey is having a very good series and has a good event. No reason to doubt that.
All right, so another time the desk is divided. Who's going to win? I can't wait to find out. And I know that's the same for our commentators, James Bardolph and DDK.
Thank you very much, gents. It's incredibly exciting. We actually made it to the third map. I had no idea how the series was going to pan out. Started off Astralis were looking really strong. Na'Vi, they managed to bring themselves back into it after Astralis put loads of rounds together on Mirage. And we're here, James. This is the dream for me. This is the dream, the dust to decider between these two teams.
Yeah, for me, I think the table's turned now. As Moses mentioned, I think the potential for two ops. The thing is, I think Na'Vi have to be willing to do that as well. They have the power, but do they want to use it? That is the question. I think they need to use it in this particular scenario. Both teams have very good fragging power in terms of rifling and so on, AKs and so forth. But I really think that can be a game changer for them if you just allow Simple to do what he does and explode.
All right, well, it does look like we are about to get into this, so make some noise! Na'Vi versus Astralis. Map 3, the decider. It's going to be Dust 2. Na'Vi starting off on the CT side. And Astralis, the Danes, they will be on the aggressive side, the T side. Let's see who wins the piss round, who gets off to that good momentum, that good economy. I see a lot of Kevlars, James. I see a lot of Kevlars.
Yeah, Na'Vi going full Kevlar. C's looking to get an early pick in the middle area. I'm not sure how many people he spotted going to the left. See what the CTs choose to do. Ooh, there's a nice boost on short actually, but no one's going to be there to engage. And there's quick rotation from Na'Vi. Simple spotting towards long. Again, there's a range to be abused here, and Guardian's going to join him. Can they get off to a good start? So far, so good for Simple. The T's are closing the distance quickly though. There's a nice headshot as well.
Yeah, lots of pressure here. Guardian, so many players close. Can he hit a headshot? No! It's going to be Zipex there, gets himself in with that one. And now it's a 3 versus 3. Quick on the flank is Seized, but can his teammates hold on the side? Nice entry there from Seized, but he might be the last man to deal with this now as Edward has to retreat. He's very low, 9 points of health. Seized goes back in, finds the 1 versus 1, but Zipex will deny him, waiting for his teammate to come and help him. And there's the peak! Perfect play from Zipex and Dupree there, but still Edward to deal with.
Yeah, teams are anticipating Edward. Oh no, he jumped down with the bomb! The bomb's down there, how? That is a disaster, but one that can be rectified by Zipex. Problem is, he's got himself 3 kills, but he's low as well. Oh, look at the angle he is holding. He spots him as well, but now, where does he go? Edward with 9 HP, can he jump down in the middle area? This is getting super weird real fast. Zipex has crossed already towards the B-bomb site. Can he get the bomb down though? Is Edward going to hunt him? Going wide, so he won't get there in time to stop the plant.
Just 1 bullet is required for Zipex. A couple more for Edward. This is going to be very tight. Does Edward guess right? It's so difficult for him right now. Na'Vi need this good start. Zipex is just playing the game of patience, and that is what he is the expert at. There you go. It's going to be Astralis awarded the round, but what an insane and just generally quite weird piss around we saw here.
Yeah, that's absolutely bananas, especially with Dupree right here. He's next to Zipex, but somehow the bomb makes its way into CT spawn. That could have been a disaster for Astralis. One that's averted. That's really good, especially mentally as well. Imagine if they lose because the bomb's down there. But they prevail. We've got a force buy for the most part from the Na'Vi side. Guardian's going to be on the scout. He's left with 1250 in the bank. So life won't be ideal if they don't prevail. That's a great spray down from KRB.
Almost the, well, full auto there, almost all the bullets. That's pretty impressive. Some damage to be done here. You've got to be careful. The Deagles are out to play. Guardian's on the scouts, and we know what he can do with that. Flamey looking for just a perfect moment to get in there. We'll see whether or not he's going to find that. Oh, there's the push coming in from Glaive. He does take the frag onto Flamey. And that leaves 3 players for Na'Vi, and they're woefully out of position here as the bomb can now make its way to B. Dupree has cleared it out for the Astralis side, and Na'Vi making a sensible choice here, just allowing the B-bomb site to be taken, holding their hands up, giving it away, and saying, all right, we're going to try to carry these weapons into the next round. Now, one thing that on Overpass we saw from Astralis is in this situation, they actually hunted down the remaining weapons. I think it'd be much more dangerous this time to do it, but will they try? It looks like they might be thinking about it, but it's very dangerous to try to get these guns.
For those of you at home, just note that Astralis, they smoked the door, but they Molotov the window. They don't smoke the window because that can be abused by CTs, especially with flashbangs. Not something you really want to do if you're trying to hold down the B-bomb site. We'll see if Na'Vi can get anything else done. For those of you in GoTV or Game Command, which is on every remaining match, I would keep eyes on device, especially when he's on the CT side and how he plays short with the AWP. If he's got a read on you as a team, he will abuse that to no end. And then, generally speaking, I think it's just about the AWPers really. And Flamey, what do you think?
I think everyone has to perform in this one. I don't think you can necessarily pin it down to any single one player at this point. Flamey has been consistent and simple. I think the end of the last map was very important because the first one was so crushing, I think, and there were so few spots for the individuals of Na'Vi to really get themselves going. I think this map really lends itself very well. And Simple, we saw him having very good performances right at the end of the last map. I think that's going to help a lot. And Guardian's still back in the shenanigans here with the scouts. Is anyone going to play this dangerous game with him? It's inadvisable.
Devices just jumping over the box, making sure no one's pushing suicide on the CT side. No one's pushing short, rather. He's in suicide. So far, so good for Astralis. 2 players picked off. Damage limitation's good. There's no damage right now. No significant damage. I think Dupree may have seen a cross, but there's no need for him to pursue. They have all the advantages. And we talk about double AWPs on the CT side, but let's not forget, Simple is an excellent rifler as well. He's probably the best rifler AWPer. Oh, Dan, get the camera. Simple's made himself some money, and that's going into the buy round. That's a very timely knife for him. We'll see what he does with his cash. He's got 5,900. He's dropping the AWP for Guardian. So again, they're going 1 AWP, which is perfectly fine.
Wow. He just homes in with the knife out of the smoke. That is gorgeous stuff there. Lots of extra money made. All right, so Guardian's on that, or rather Simple's actually been, he bought the opponent through it, but now he's got its instead of Guardian, so that's quite interesting. Obviously, the grenade count is quite low here for Na'Vi, so really
timing.
They have to have a delivery from this AWP or something very early on into the round right now, because Astralis, if they decide to go in, there's no counter grenades to use, and they're going to go in and walking straight in to speed bomb site. Simple's there. There's number one, has to go for the 180, but it's too much to deal with at this point. Sees is stuck alone on the sites.
He is very isolated, but he's in a one-on-one duel with dupreeh alone with the bomb. Such a crucial kill to get for his side, but he's still very alone. Device and Glaive maybe just trying to wait for a rotation. Gamble's being taken, and now problems might escalate for Astralis. There goes Device. Still dupreeh on the bomb site alone. There's that Molotov towards the window. Now he's got his teammate with him. Going for an off angle on that plant. Ooh, Guardian spotting Glaive, but he's going to take it in the face. dupreeh cancels the plant. Both CTs close. No one going to push too far. Edwards. That's a very nice smoke grenade. Can they abuse it though?
Yeah, a little bit forward from the door to allow some space to move out there. It's going to be pretty tough to deal with. And in comes the first peak. Glaive easily handles that one. Down to Edward. What can he get done in this position? A few players just playing the dance there with those AKs. And finally, Glaive manages to find himself the engagement to get the kill. Great performance from Glaive. 1 health left and 4 kills to his name for the 4 rounds that Astralis have on the board as well. Great start for them. And Na'Vi back into the save.
Very nice start for Astralis. And I like the idea of giving Simple the AWP in mid. He was so unlucky. If he didn't scope out, he probably gets a kill there. But bearing in mind, when Simple's at home, when he's got his stream on, he's doing that 10 hours a day. So there's probably no one better to do that. And Simple's going to be on the B bomb site on his own. Well, there's a stack towards long, and there should be some grenades being delivered here, but there's going to be no kills. Device down to 20. Forced to back away. He's got the AWP anyway, so not the worst case scenario in the world. Still alive as well. Nothing crazy happening just yet.
It's kind of scary though. Glaive and Device being in the wrong position just for a moment, and they could just fall quite easily when they start to try to push into a bomb site. So Astralis have to take a lot of care here, and they really need to almost, in some respects, you almost act as though you have lost some players in this spot, because you want to bring everybody together. You don't want to play the picking game and risk those players that are very low necessarily. And with those numbers, that can allow you to get into a bomb site. And once you've done that, then the hardest work is done. That said, we can see that Astralis are still playing this quite passively. Device, who is one of the low players who has an AWP, is the guy alone in T-spawn with the C4 here, the bomb. And there's 50 seconds left to go now, so Astralis, they pretty much have to make the commitment to a bomb site. Looks like it was likely going to be B or Device. A little bit of indecision there, perhaps. It is awkward, an awkward spot.
38 seconds, that bomb is on the rotation, and so are the CTs. On the plus side, Astralis have the range advantage moving through the middle area, even with 3 people facing them from A. Simple though, it's going to be a nasty surprise. That smoke separates the defense, however. Oh, they're in the red, and now there are big problems. Look at the time on the clock. Down goes the bomb. They've got to retrieve it. That means they're going to be out of position. Caesar's got an AK. He's in a pillar position. He can avoid lots of flashbangs apart from that one. Doesn't know where to shoot. The spray Glaive's down. 10 seconds. Can they get a bomb planted? dupreeh pushing. This is a disaster. It might be about running away now for Na'Vi. 6, 5, 4. They can't win the round, Dan.
Unreal stuff. How did he find the guy with the bomb there? Oh, that is so devastating. Seized. And then falling back with the AK after these 2 frags. Just the crazy spray here. Finding that frag onto Glaive. Unbelievable work by Seized in this round.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
How did Na'Vi win that round? That is it just came out of nowhere. 1-4 now, and they obviously were able to pick up a weapon out of that. They were able to win a round when they were saving, so they've made a lot of money. Still, though, there's a big buy here for Astralis for them to try to break, and we'll see if they can do that. Obviously, Astralis, it is early days still. They want to probably play that pick-based game, keep the pace fairly slow before they go too crazy or play based on any reads that they have on how Na'Vi are playing this dust too. That's usually how things go. And I like this though, the fast smokes here, they can pressure into middle, get some information. They don't have to commit themselves to anything with those smokes, but they can try to create a fragging situation potentially, or try to pull some rotation from Na'Vi to get some information.
See the angle Simple's holding. That's something SK have been smoking off when they have been offering smokes towards the middle area. 1 round on the board for Na'Vi. Astralis, they still have a lot of time to play with. We saw how late They chose to push in the previous round. But we also saw what happened with that. Simple's now changed his position. He was on the grey boxes. So it seems there might be non-believers. He's looking for the cat drop perhaps, and there it is. Cat drop there. He can't save the second player though. Can't take him down. That's going to force Guardian away immediately. If Simple wins the duel, then Guardian could hold his ground and stop the short push, which means now the bomb can get planted.
Yeah, they've set up, Na'Vi have set up a decent retake situation. It is 4 versus 4, but they have held on to the long position. It's really about trying to win short back now with Cease, but he doesn't have any friends to do that with, so it is a little bit awkward. It does pressure the long players to try to be the ones to act here, and you can see that's the case. Device will take down one of those long players. It's Guardian, no less. That's a big problem. The AWPer there, very important in this retake effort, and Edward, though, he's able to get the trade and still just winning every single fight. Great stuff there from the individuals of Na'Vi in their respective 1 versus 1s to take this one down, and they survive with 3 players after that. That is pretty nice.
Yep, consecutive round is good, especially the way the first map went. So Na'Vi doing a better job of things early on in this last map of this best of 3. See a spray down at range from Edward. Spray downs at range proving more difficult these days with the pattern change that was updated. Can be quite dangerous. So we got Guardian and Device AWPing. Oh, that's not a good start. Seized, got gapped.
That is just absurd, isn't it? Grotesque stuff there from Device once again with the AWP. Ever the reliable factor for Astralis. And Na'Vi, losing someone so early really puts a lot of pressure on the CT side. And typically, the Ts will say, we'll just attack A, because if the CT side doesn't try to push anywhere, it's likely that they'll split up 2 to a bomb site. And you can see already on the minimap that the natural spread of how you cover A allows you to more easily isolate players as you're the T side coming into that bomb site. So if they attacked A, they would get a 1 versus 4 or something similar, if that's what they were to do. And Na'Vi are just playing it standard, so that would be the best play for Astralis. We'll see if they make it. Does indeed look like they're going towards Catwalk here, but Guardian's there. This is important. If he can connect this shot, the flick is missed. Nice bait on the angle. They realized that was very likely, and Astralis can gain some ground now.
Edwards abandoned the long position, taking a gamble to support the players, to support Guardian, really. Oh, he finally makes it there. He's got the rifle support as well. He's going to tag his teammate in the leg, I think. That may save some bacon on the short position. Edward taken down by Dupree, and now there's a rotation towards long for Astralis. They're really playing this clock down to the last breaths. 25 seconds and the A split is coming. It's Guardian alone versus 4.
Oh no! Gets caught with a pistol in his hand. That's not ideal there for Guardian, and that's essentially the round done and dusted right there. There's nothing much that the remaining players of Na'Vi can really do from this position. It's a long rotation. Looks like Simple's going to see if he can get a fast frag or if there's a mistake to be capitalized upon, but it's going to be tougher. The AWP is collected, and indeed, nothing offered up to Simple, so it's going to be the save that they'll try to go for. Flamey is an issue, though. Oh, sorry, Zipex is an issue, though, for Flamey. Flamey does pick up the kill, though. Nicely done, but there's still perhaps more where that came from.
Yeah, Flamey with an AK is never good if you're the opposition. Doesn't choose to engage in that battle. That's not one he needs to win. Survival is the name of the game at this point for Na'Vi. Edward caught short, trying to get every edge possible. I think he was killed trying to pick up a P250. You want to see Guardian in those situations. You want to see him go nuclear, but that was quite the false start. That was a nice shot though, especially with the second scope. But yeah, I think he might have shot his teammate in the leg there, I'm not sure. We will never know. 3 rounds between these two sides. And with those weapons saved by Na'Vi, they can buy around them. Guardian dropping for his teammate, and he will be AWP no armor. If he plays towards the car, he'll be relatively safe in comparison to, say, long or mid, where he may be very exposed to grenades and the like.
Ooh, nice smoke on the corner there on long. Dupree gets himself in there. Edward in trouble, 13 health for him. A flash comes in, I think, from a teammate, blinded him fully as well. That is very tough to deal with. In the meantime, the push into middle from Na'Vi is being successful, so they can perhaps contain Astralis on the long position, and that's where everyone is. Simple's coming in to assist Edward, but he is just done. He's dead meat. Flamey comes in as well. They want to contest this one. They do not want Astralis to have it, but they will. They'll have whatever they want, and now it rests on Seized here to hold things down. Guardian can buy time, and Seized can try to lock them in.
So he's playing the off angle. Guardian will just hold an angle of his own. Do they know that the entire team are there, though? Guardian trying not to get flanked, moving all the way through CT, checking the middle area, so maybe that'll give them the information that they wanted. I think they made the mistake there, Na'Vi, trying to save Edward. I think they should have left him to die on his own in a cold world in the pits. Because Long was... I don't think they had the utility, really, to do it, to get those flashes in for Edward. He had to flash himself, but those are just like thrown into the sky, very easy to avoid. 40 seconds remain. Seed still holding his passive angle. And surely Na'Vi realize that all of Astralis are here.
They're really making Guardian sweat. Last round he couldn't get it done. Is this the round? He doesn't have a flank to worry about this time.
Oh man,
there is
gap.
That's a significant gap, isn't it, for the likes of Guardian? Oh no, the flick comes in, but he misses it. Another opportunity missed, and he's the only one to stand here for Na'Vi. His teammate Seas has gone down on the flank. Guardian missing all the shots there so far, and he realizes that there's nothing he can do. Too many missed shots, has to just save the op now. Cut his losses. Very bad situation. Flick comes in though to try to cut off the pursuing device. He's successful this time, but he will be very disappointed, unable to capitalize on that gap that you highlighted there. That was, I thought for sure he'd be able to nail that one.
They had no flashbangs either. They had no flashbangs. Maybe the jump was enough to throw him off. Missed his swipe. That leaves Astralis on their 6th round. Na'Vi playing a catch-up game. Got to be careful if that was spotted. No, there we go. That is a saved AWP at the very least, but not really doing what you would expect in this situation. Guardian at the bottom of the scoreboard with Edward. And yeah, I think they should have abandoned Edward in that long position, unfortunately for him, but...
Yeah, they had to contain. There's two ways to go for it. Either you try to fight, but I think, yeah, as we saw initially, Edward had a very poor initial engagement and wasn't able to get anything done, and was already very, very weak. And I think the corner smoke as well from Astralis is very powerful in cutting off assistance for Edward too. So it made it very hard for Simple to actually crossfire properly.
Yeah, we have a tactical timeout from Na'Vi at the moment. Again, it's 6-2. In favor of Astralis. The current score is 1-1. See some admin chat. Not sure if that will result to anything. But here we go. Seized has been fragging well for his team so far, but there's not much they can do in this situation. Flamey's gone for the Force Buy, MP7 and Armor. Not every day you see that, but no one else has bought anything. And I'm not sure if this is live or not. It doesn't look live necessarily. So we'll ignore that buy. Flamey is completely AFK at the moment. So I think there may be a technical pause. Yeah, we have headsets coming on and off, so we won't speak about anything in particular. How do you feel about the proceedings, Dan?
About the match so far, or just generally the scope?
Well, the match so far,
the major. So far, it's really interesting. Obviously, we're not getting the best star-like performances out of the Na'Vi side just yet. It's something obviously that they need to be able to step up. They're trying to take the engagements, but they're not having quite the success rate of Astralis, who are looking pretty damn consistent here. The thing is that when you have Glaive playing out of his mind like this, and we already know that Kirby and Zipex and Dupree, pretty much everybody is performing. You can't have spotty performances from Na'Vi. They have to be able to match the caliber here of the Astralis side. And you're looking at Dust too as well. It comes so much down to the individual engagements. It's hard to get as much mileage from tactical play. So that's obviously going to be a factor. And so far we have seen a lot of missed shots here or there from the Na'Vi side. So if they can get that going, perhaps Guardian can be the talisman here. He's got the AWP that's saved as we live things back up. And he's going to get the boost going into the short position. Let's see if he can make the difference.
He may get boosted as well. We see Edward positioning, repositioning, angle being held, and that is off to a good start. Bomb spotted, but that doesn't really mean much when there's a minute 40 on the clock. Good early start. Guardian taken down immediately there, but Simple's in a position to collect that AWP unless they go for the push. He needs to find a headshot there. There it is, looking for another one. But again, he can just take an advantage for these weapons. Takes away an AK. That's another weapon to be collected. Nice angle being held by Flamey.
Signs look pretty good here for the Na'Vi side. The guns to potentially be collected, but they're not trying to jump the gun here too soon because Astralis are looking to get in the bomb site. They're going to get caught out of position looking for those weapons. In they go as well, using the smoke for cover. Good work here from Device. Oh, one CT sneaking through. It's Flamey goes in amongst the tease here as they try to push in. It's not going to be looking too good for Astralis, though there is time. That's a really big issue here for Na'Vi, on the other hand, because that makes it much more of a question mark as to what exactly Xipex's options are.
Look at Simple's angle. Look at Simple's angle. Is he going to see him in time? Oh, the Vex, he's going for it. But Simple's not going to miss those shots. You can jump as much as you want. He does this all day, all damn day. 3 rounds on the board for Na'Vi. Going into that round with only the AWP, taking a lot more away. Great early pick from Guardian.
That was glorious stuff. Glorious from Simple. Looks like the AWP is going to go back into the hands of Guardian as well. And we have a much better setup on the grenades here for Na'Vi. Now Astralis, they are, I mean, Device still has an AWP, but they've got Tech9s coming in. It's looking a lot more patchy for them on this buy. So we'll have to see what their plan is here. I mean, usually with the Tech9s, you want to be able to get them into close quarters, create chaos, create space for the AKs, but it doesn't look like we are restarting around here. So bit of a pause again until we get things kicked off and find the answers.
I'm just waiting for double AWPs on Na'Vi.
Yeah, man.
It has to happen at some point, but I think it'll be an opportunist thing. If they can take an AWP from Astralis, then perhaps. But that might take away from whatever strategy they have in mind. So that's the question. Do they want to stick to strategy, or do they want to play to their strengths? I mean, it is Dust 2 after all, but they are up against a formidable opponent.
Oh, wow. Blushing James. I am blushing currently.
Thanks, I guess.
Never seen you with that word.
Yeah, but when the screen goes away, so does the six-pack. That's a problem, that is the problem. Very random insert to this match. The unpause has fortunately come in to save us from that screenshot. So we've got the buy once again from the Astralis side. Glade's got the money to drop an AK. The rest of them have gone for the full force down to take 9s where relevant. Dupree on the AK as well. So here we go. Much more utility onto Na'Vi. 1 AWP, but there's a good chance for them to take a second one. I don't know about you guys, but I want to see double AWPs.
This is really cool, actually, because Device can try to lead the pick with the AWP, and the Tech9s can potentially follow up. Although, it looks like the quick incendiary coming down from the CTs is going to prevent any progression. And also, they're looking very passive. Na'Vi not even trying to get across on that angle before the smoke goes down. Very, very safe. Good to see from them. And they also have cap presence as well. So Na'Vi mixing things up a little bit. You see Guardians up there at the moment, and they have nothing on long.
Can we see a third-person perspective of the cap presence? They got 3 dudes there, man. They got all the dudes on shorts.
And Astralis, again, they're not running a default round, so they have no presence towards long. They have no idea that this is the case. No. If they go for B, this is like fastest rotation possible with the setup Na'Vi have. It's a very good anti-B setup.
3-man on road for Na'Vi, all in the short position. Simple will be holding down the long area. Edward trying to avoid what would be inevitable flashbangs. Astralis still looking for a pick. They've got Xipex's just making sure there's no flanks coming in. Moving in the middle area.
Okay, this is important. Trying to actually get more presence on the map and trying to say to because obviously Na'Vi, they're throwing in those incendiaries. They know that Astralis is sitting there.
We've seen good counter flashes from the CTs in this position. Device finally gets his pick, and suddenly they are swarming on the site. But Flamey delivering again. Can this man be stopped? No time to reload though. Finally, he'll get his head taken off, but it's man advantage for the CT. Simple gets a spray, leaving Device alone. He's shoulder peeking for days. He's dancing Simple. He's teasing. Device with 12 HP in a 1 versus 2. Not going to work out for him. Edward, will you pick up the second AWP? Will you pick up the second AWP?
Who's that guy?
Mr. Richard Lewis. Oh, look at the baby behind! Oh, that's so cute. He's even got his own headset. That's adorable. Shout outs to babies. They continue with 1 AWP, Dan. They're denying us.
This was sick. This was so sick. There's such an awkward position when 3 people are rushing you down. That's just a testament to how good Flamey is at this game. How unshakable he is from his performances. Just beautiful stuff. And now we have Na'Vi in a comfortable spot. They're up against Glocks. There's no Kevlar. They got an MP9, MP7 in there. Should be easy. They're even going for a bit of a push, perhaps into the upper dark area to make sure they have the fastest rotation to deal with this. Everything looks good. It's fine. It's great if you're an RB fan. And he's going for it. He wants those frags, James. He's coming in hungry from lower dark.
This could be a part of why they didn't go for the second AWP, because it might be difficult. So, you get into a sticky situation. But I do think they're just generally sticking to their game plan. Indeed, Seas is on the hunt. Guardian tagging, but no kill. Just Jake getting his bell rung, but he's still got most of his life. Glaive, the gauntlet run. Operation Human Shield has been a success. The bomb has been planted. Na'Vi retake, all players alive. Everyone's going to be happy with that.
Very smooth. 5-6, so things are starting to tie up here between Na'Vi and Astralis. I do generally get the sense that Astralis kind of have this more confident vibe about them. They look better, generally speaking. But Na'Vi, when they're peaking, when we see performances like that from Flamey, they always are able to just bring it back. Seemingly, it's really impossible to tell at this point who's going to come out ahead in this half. We've got a big buy from both teams. Obviously, the money is a little bit ahead for Na'Vi, but not too much. Astralis will have to eco if they lose this round, so they're not in the best place there either. So very even. And here comes the long take. A very aggressive long take here from Astralis, forcing Na'Vi all the way back.
They just about get around the corner. Edward standing his ground. Jarby going to take it in the face. The spray as well, the warning shots. How many more of the Astralis side are in the long area? The T still have to be careful. Sometimes you get some late retakes from the CT side. Na'Vi have abandoned B. They've gone for a two-man push through tunnel. But they're starting to reposition now, maybe checking T-spawn. The net is tightening on Astralis, and they have no idea.
This is really interesting, actually, because there's so many ways you can play off of a very fast long take. Obviously, the CTs, you know that they have to take catwalk because they can't be on long, so they have mid presence. So you can often get locked in, and it's still a strong position to fight from if you have the grenade. So they're just going to go for it. I think this is definitely a smart play. Na'Vi making sure that they're covered in case there's a switch to B, but it's going to be simple comes in. Grenade from Guardian, raining in as well, and the kills are flying here for Na'Vi. It's Astralis with just 2 men standing, and the bomb's not yet planted.
That late Molotov from Edward. Seas has got one as well, but he's in a long position. Astralis running out of places to hide. Dupree gets taken by surprise. There it is. Device, does he commit to the bomb plant here, or does he try to clutch the round? He's got that lower box that gives him a slight advantage. 12 HP, instantly traded by Guardian. Another round in the books for Na'Vi. The score is now tied.
So interesting, again, the position that Astralis put themselves in there, they realize after just sitting there for a certain amount of time, trying to bait a response, as you said, maybe a late retake of the A-long position. They didn't get that, so, oh my god. On to Putin, of course.
That's probably Putin, yeah. Why not Ryder Bear? No, it's not, yeah. It's Guardian's head, but it's definitely Putin.
Yep.
Charging.
Running the Bear, of course.
Why the hell not?
Bear Cavalry, what do you do?
Astralis heading towards maximum loss bonus now. That's a good start. Got to be careful with your tracers. Most weapons, every third bullet will reveal roughly where you are shooting from. And therefore you can be punished. Simple trying to jump onto the white boxes. He has given his position away, however. So we'll have to be a bit careful. You won't hear that smoke collide with anyone, but they choose to back off. Dupree peeking towards B, maybe expecting 2 people in around CT. Trying to capitalize on any potential advantage, but no such luck. 3 players remain on this buy from Astralis. It's half buy. Again, there'll be an full buy next round. There goes the bomb. Cleanup operation looks pretty good. There is bleach everywhere. Only Zipex remains. 3 bullets for Seized. He'll continue peppering. Zipex just looking for someone to overextend. Try and make a bit more money, or take it away rather for Na'Vi. There's a good start.
Yeah, not ideal there. C's just running in. I mean, they have the bomb and everything, so it's all going to be okay, though. They clear everything up in the end. 2 players lost. And will Na'Vi need to bring in the Bear Cavalry? That's the question. They have a lot of money now, obviously, last couple of rounds of this first half, and they've had a great resurgence. It's Astralis now taking a timeout. You can see there's perhaps a bit of a more weary look on their faces as they realize that Na'Vi are really getting into things here, and they're up against a strong opposition. And also, I mean, they almost outplayed themselves as well in that round in which they took long very quickly, and then realized, okay, we waited for a response, there was none, but we know that Na'Vi will push mid. We've left it open for too long, we can't retake it now, we have to commit to A and play from a disadvantage and just make it work. These are not good situations to put yourself in, so Astralis definitely need that timeout, they need that moment of pause to re-strategize their approach here, because they have a big buy.
They do have a big buy, and if they continue to fail, they'll have nothing but horrible ecos and big buys. 2 rounds remain in this first half. Na'Vi just the 1 round ahead. No real indication as to who might be taking this. 3-man take of the long area, but the flash is not going to work out. Flamey goes out, Flamey goes down. The spray towards Edward, but not quite spotted. He's going to hold his ground once again. Won't see the players from blue. Is he content though? He's got 1 HP down. 1 point of health. And now perhaps he will turn into bait, as you see Simple by the car position. Guardian's holding, but from near barrels though, from near graffiti, so both he... Oh, does he spot? I don't think he realizes that there's a player on the ledge. He's got to be very careful. Device appearing to be a master of surprising angles against more storied AWPers.
Oh, there it is. Guardian says hello. Device down in the pits. And that is where he will rest for the rest of the round, at least. And what do you do now if you're Astralis? Again, the only difference here is they actually try to retake or have presence in middle, but look at this flank coming in from Seized.
Look at this.
So much time has gone that Na'Vi have been able to manipulate the map control in a way that they can cause so many untold problems.
Dan, the bomb is isolated. They've abandoned the bomb.
Yep.
The bomb is very likely going to die, and so do their chances of winning this round if that bomb goes down. Seized is coming in from the back, Dan, towards the bomb. The push is on short, but the real action's here. There goes the bomb. There goes the round. Guardian gets picked off. Kjabi and Glaive have got 20 seconds to kill 3 people. It's not going to work out. A master stroke by Seized puts Na'Vi on 8 points.
That is that's the closest almost barbecue I've ever seen, James. Look at this. Oh my God.
No one likes an almost barbecue.
The almost barbecue. Look, the Guardian just waiting there. He just knows.
He knows his angles. Guardian's a great AWPer to watch, especially on the T side. All the little nuances he does, like peeking Goose from the bricks. So if someone's AWPing as well, they might shoot him in the legs instead of the chest. Very good attention to detail, as comes with experience. Again, at the long push, Astralis have been successful with these pushes. They take it again. This time, Na'Vi don't fight. But what more can they do with this? Not the whole team here this time. Some decoys, but there's a push on short, and the CTs can't get into position.
Dangerous stuff. Kirby knocking out players here. We have a small response, but the positioning is just too much of an issue here for Na'Vi to defend properly. Glaive catching them on the flank. It's the ABC of Counter-Strike as performed by Astralis. They come back with a 7th round here on the board for a very even first half.
Yeah, there's not much between these two sides. Everybody fragging to pretty much the same degree if you compare team to team. A great play from Astralis. Again, Astralis showing the ability to adjust, to kind of glean information, whether it be a win or a loss, and then abuse that to their advantages. Seized and Dupree putting in work for their side. Seized has been really good this series so far as well. Top fragging for his side with 14 kills. Flamey never far behind. And again, Dupree doing good work as well. No need to continue moving into second half. Na'Vi starting on the T side. Match has not been live just yet. Players buying bits and bobs. Once it begins, we'll detail some discussion. I think the teams have up to 5 minutes at half time. Don't expect that to be taken. Do you favor a team at this point, Dan?
You know, I just don't know how to call it, to be honest. I really don't know how to call it. It is so close at the moment. What about you? I know you never make predictions, so it's almost pointless asking you, to be honest.
Yeah.
just all right. Yep, all right, fair enough.
Okay, so we've got some more. Wow. Is that real? That's pretty cool. Birthday party. Happy birthday, NNNNI, and the rest. Happy birthday to you. Na'Vi leading by 1 round at the moment. But what happens in the pistol? We've got Guardian and Seized with utility, smoke, flash, grenade per person. And it seems Astralis will also favor 5 Kevlars, 5 USPs on their CT pistol.
Well, on a map like this, you want to take those long-range engagements, and it's dust too, so there's a lot of the long ranges. So I respect this choice, and Astralis, they're not foreigners to Kevlaring up every single player. All the support for Na'Vi in the crowd. Na'Vi making their way into the upper dark position at the moment, just actually running more of a default pattern as to how the maneuverability, the movement of the team goes. Astralis not going with the classic cap presence that you often see from CTs, as is the metagame to get information and fast rotations. Instead, playing slightly more passively, only with Zipex and Kirby as mid-presence.
Kirby, 4 targets coming his way. And again, he's also the bait in a situation. Zipex looking to capitalize on any would-be aggressors through the doors. But he'll also hear information, and that's going to cause the device to rotate towards the car. maybe expecting Na'Vi to play towards the A site, but you can see where the bomb is on the radar. Na'Vi not giving the whole game away just yet. Still got most of their grenades in tow. They could drop that pop flash through middle doors, and Zepex could get taken out. You see them both trying to trade for each other. There's the beginning, but where is the end?
Na'Vi looks like they are ready now. They've keyed the push to come in. Dupree is ready and waiting. Oh, it could be good. There goes an aid. Oh, Dupree still alive, but not for long. Guardian comes in with the Glock headshot, and now Zipex has to defend. He can't. Oh, what is this? Who is that? Simple! Denied by Kirby. Another one as well. 2 players left here for the Na'Vi side as they try desperately to plant the bomb. They'll just about get it done, but there's 2 more left here from Astralis quickly making their way in.
Device and Glaive. Device positioning, and now it's only Device. Flamey giving him the 1 versus 1. He does not have the range. There's the headshot from Device. He's got reasonable life left as well. Guardian's got no Kevlar. He can't take as many bullets as Device, and he's got a USP. The fake comes in from the decoy. He faces, but he can't get the kill. No fatal kills. Finally, he will take the rounds. Pistol taken from Na'Vi. They have opportunity to extend their lead.
Oh, that got so awkward. I think Guardian was really worried about the plant spot as well as in the unsafe spot right in the corner. Defending from the window, so awkward here. Kirby, look at this. This is a bro. That's a bro right there, James.
Turn around and Simple is just there behind you. Hello guys, how you doing? Na'Vi with a good opportunity to make it to 11-7, but we have the force buy from Astralis. Everybody spending cash. Device leaving himself with 1100 in the bank. Not perfect, but it is what it is. They want to win rounds. Nice shoulder peek from Seized. Could have been 1 tap there, but now he extends his range.
Impressive. Nice stuff there from Seized. Very clean kill onto Glaive. And the Astralis, they will continue to try to poke and prod and find their way around these angles to see if they can get off a shots to connect with the head. And Device, he looks like he's continuing in how he's performed previously. Every map he's been delivering these Deagle headshots. 5-7 in play from Zipex as well. This is actually very scary, James.
Yeah, but Na'Vi have time. They have time to adjust. Smoke deployed by the CT side, but there is time, Dan. Ooh, meat shots. That is a strong weapon collected in isolation. Dupree's close enough. He could do some damage here. Oh, there goes the bomb. Flamey just about trading, but instantly traded back. That AK comes into play, and now it's none other than Simple. He has to try and avoid double peek. No double peek required. Device straight in his jaw, son. Close casket funeral for Simple.
3K from a Device in the round. Why is this guy so good? The pistols, the AKs, or the rifles in general, and of course the AWP. Just every round he's just having his impactful frags. 9-8. What is the response from Na'Vi here? It's surely a force buy. Their economy has been completely racked. They've got nothing left in the tank. You might as well force buy because you're going to save twice anyway. It's only actually, okay, I thought Simple was going to be saving a bit there, but looks like everybody's spending everything here. So force buys in. Looks like they're going to shove all in perhaps towards the B bomb sites, or what is the choice here? They are gravitating towards that side of the map so far. Astralis know that a rush surely is coming. They know Tech-9s are coming. Or a Tech-9 at least.
Zipex preparing himself. His gun will rattle loud, but by that time it may be too late. Ooh, we see the second smoke again for the white box, but not for this one. And there's no one pressuring, no one checking. You go to the door and you're done. From Zipex's position, the CTs only need to worry about the window unless he goes down. Perfect round from Astralis. All 5 players losing a combined 6 points of life.
And I can understand why they chose that round as well. I think that's generally going to have probably less success than the one on A, which is classically what you do with the force buy. You get 1 or 2 players with, so you can have a smoke or something, or 2 smokes, get a wall of smokes. You play for the plant, and that plant, of course, the short plant forces CTs to move, and you can get frags as well. That's usually the round most people go with, but it's so predictable. And that's perhaps why they didn't run it. And this time, it is just full Glocks. And this is another round where, again...
Deagle on Simple.
Oh, I missed that.
You lied, Dan. You lied.
I am a liar.
You're a liar.
I apologize. Let's see what he can do here, because if he can lead in with a frag, maybe they can get some extra damage done. A kill or 2 out of a round like this would be phenomenal, to be honest. They've invested only $700, so...
If they went to the top of short, You can boost on the ledge and look over the door, but you see Astralis playing the range game, so that would not yield any results. Nothing but range in all the positions for Astralis. Good support for the long area, should it be required as well. So Na'Vi are going to find it hard to get anything done, and with Zipex now moving towards the Goose position, it'll be tough for them to get the bomb planted on A.
The barbecue attempt. Oh, here it comes, the push, and it could be a very, very quick affair here as they set up the run boost, perhaps. Run boost is quite typical in this spot, but it looks like Astralis, they know what's up here. They've got people in position to deal with this, and indeed, setting up the run boost device, is he going to be ready to fix this? Oh, they messed it up.
That's a bad miss.
Okay, just jumping in. It's like, oh, well, whatever. That's just a run and gun.
It's a bunch of grapes moving towards the A site, and all the grapes are being plucked off one by one. But there's potential. No, there isn't. Death by paper cuts for the Na'Vi side.
How do they get 2 kills, James? How do they get 2 kills?
I cannot compute how they got 2 kills. Maybe just all the guns in the same place combined to make one bullet that was better than the average one from a Glock. 1 round advantage for Astralis.
So we get a timeout here from Na'Vi. Slowing things down as Astralis have certainly thrown a novelty-sized wrench into the works. Where does this one? Where does this one go? What do Na'Vi go to here on the T side? We haven't actually seen a Wall of Smokes type set piece executed by them on the A bomb sites with Molotovs. That's a classic set piece that, one of the stronger ones that a lot of teams tend to run. Obviously popularized by the threat NIP, with the Molotov editions, that is. So that's something that they can consider. Obviously the pick-based game is dangerous with the likes of Device, and they have no AWP to contest him.
Yeah, and one question might be where he's playing at the moment. Again, very notorious short player with the AWP. Starting off with support for his teammates, he's the one throwing the flash as long as taken. Nice thing to have a look with Device in the meantime. Standard map control stuff from Na'Vi. Both these teams being very careful. Slow starts to these rounds in Dust 2. May descend into explosive madness as we get to those 16th rounds. But for now, nobody wants a disadvantage. Everyone being very careful.
Yeah, the A play would be quite nice for the Na'Vi side, just because Astralis are only playing 1 on the bomb sites. At the moment, there's 1 in CT spawn instead of being on Goose, which would be if the guy was on Goose, that's kind of 3-man strong A hold that you can look towards. But it's as though Astralis, they are just still playing fairly static in their positions, trying to use, or rather wait as long as possible before using their grenades to delay Na'Vi. But Na'Vi do look set in going for an A split here. This is going to be coming in fairly soon. They haven't got much time left.
Interesting. Glaive deploys his grenades towards short and goes back to long for a smoke. Now Device is in position, misses the first shot. Again, he's got Zipex for support on the ramp. Still has to avoid the flashbangs, and his teammate's been isolated in long. He's going to help him instead at close range. But no, there's one trade onto Edward, but now they've lost the sight, but at least he's got long. He can try and hold on to that for the retake.
This is going to be really tough here. Dupree's going to be coming in from CT, not the best positions, but Kirby gets one, so does Dupree. Now Device can work from long as he starts to push up. It's going to be down to Simple against 2. Up in amongst the smoke, finds Device, and now he just needs to get Kirby, and then he can win this clutch for Na'Vi. In comes Kirby, this raise, good from Simple, and that's going to be that 10-10, the equalizer, as Simple gets the triple in the round.
Lovely
make sure
stuff.
Na'Vi do it.
Lovely stuff by him. The Pug King of Dust 2 showing his experience. Great play with the smoke grenade as well. Probably a gimmick that he's learned from his actions, but that angle takes down Device for free. I don't think he saw that one coming. Manages to avoid the flashbang and not position himself too poorly. The duel just about 1-1. 10-10. Tactical timeout from Na'Vi as opposed to Astralis, who have some money for buy. We see the AWP onto the Device. Starix have loads of information for his side. They're all listening quietly. Very good team-oriented focus. It's all about the team.
Very tense here for both teams. I think in the first 2 maps we had a Na'Vi that was, very jovial, looking very good, very focused. And the same for Astralis as well in the first 2 maps. But here, the tension for both teams is just so high. The pressure is so incredibly high.
Ooh, see a complete change from Astralis. Now Zipex is over towards long. Kiabi's been boosted in CT, and Device, rather than playing long or short, is in CT holding an angle on short. So a complete change in approach from the Danes. Resetting the situation. Na'Vi will have to go on the investigation. It may cost them lives.
And no one has any money. Like, no one on either team has any money. This is such a big round. In the late stage of this third map, this is such an important one. Device! He starts it off well, picks off Seized on Catwalk, and now there's problems here for Na'Vi. They've got over a minute to play with, but they don't have many grenades, and you can see Edward, he's spurred into some action here, he's spurred into a response. Zipex only has a UMP, this is not good on range.
Yeah, Glave's coming in for support. Can he get there in time? There's no one to flank from long, but Glaive doesn't know that, so he's got to be really careful. Kiabi there as well. It is a shooting gallery for the CT side. Na'Vi are dropping like flies. And now it's Simple versus 5. Not a single kill for Na'Vi. Exactly what Astralis needed.
That frag from Device, that first kill from Device, set Na'Vi into a frenzy, an attack onto the A-bomb site, which was perhaps ill-timed. Perhaps they felt too pressured, so they could not get their optimal setup going to make it really strong. And that's what could really make the difference here. We can see the eco coming out from Na'Vi. Are they broken? They are on the money, but we'll have to see as for the rest as this continues here. Astralis looking really good on the grenades now. The last round was very sketchy, but now they have all the nades to delay to keep themselves safe against the pistols.
Creeping towards the finish line on Na'Vi. He's trying to. Nice crossfire. Another shooting gallery. There goes the bomb as well. There goes Guardian, leaving Simple alone with his armor and P250. He will hear the rotation into CT. He's got an opportunity, although a slight one. Device over towards Car on his own. Simple will expect him. He'll try to pre-fire or pre-aim at the very least. Oh, he's looked away while Device repositioning. And now support comes in. No kills in that round. They move on to the next one. But the money is less than spectacular for Na'Vi.
Yeah, I'm not sure why Simple actually got Kevlar with helmet and a P250 there. He's actually put his money like very low. I mean, he'll be fine to buy in the following round, but obviously, if he wanted to AWP or anything like that, if that was going to be a change, there's no way he can really afford to do that in the following round. We get a timeout actually from Astralis here, perhaps allowing Na'Vi to sit in their despair for a moment longer. And that's exactly what they're experiencing. I mean, if you just have pistols on Dust 2, it's just so demoralizing. You can't, it's so hard to do anything. It's a map that's characterized by its extensive ranges. And that is exactly what the pistols suck at. So, not fun times there.
Astralis on the cusp of 13 rounds. I think things start to change when you get to that point. You know, the mindset changes. You can see the finish line. Things get a bit more serious. And Astralis are in a good spot to achieve that, because Na'Vi have no choice. They've got to go for pistols, but still, a Deagle, maybe a hope purchase from Simple being picked up. Guardian picking one up as well. 2,400 loss bonus after this run, not all the money in the world. It's a messy situation for the Na'Vi side.
And Devices shooting fish in a barrel. Catching Guardian in midair there. Very good start for him once again. The king of middle so far is Device with that AWP. Just sitting there in his throne, made of AWPs. The throne of AWPs. Now Device is just going to keep rattling away. Na'Vi, they're going to have to try to barrel down a position here, steal away a weapon. The numbers are all you have in a round like this, and to have numbers picked off early like this makes things even more difficult.
Numbers game for Na'Vi. It's going to work out. We've got 2 headshots. We've got potential. They've got a man advantage, but can they rescue the weapons? Kiabi's got full nades, but there are no nades on the T side, so they may not be able to reach these bodies they've dropped. 40 seconds left. Astralis will use those grenades to delay. Kiabi can throw a Molotov into that, a smoke into that molly if he wants to slow things down yet more. The information pop flash towards long. Sees we spotted. He's picked up the M4 in the pit. And here we have another attempt at a run boost. And with Cubby moving forward, Device is isolated. The Deagle though can't connect. Device is stuck. He's trapped. He's not alive anymore. 2 versus 2. The time is ticking. Simple's got to get the bomb down, but they're both on his position, going for those shots. Not going to work out. Astralis make it to 13. They're close, Dan. They are very close.
Yeah, very close indeed. And Simple recognized it's just impossible to get the bomb down in that spot. Going for the Deagle plays. Very unlucky, I think, not to connect the Deagle after getting the spot after the run boost. Very unlucky indeed. Very patient with his shots. And Na'Vi timeout here is they really need to assess the situation to figure out what on earth they're going to do in this spot to try to make it back into this one. They did it on the last map, so it's hard to not have the confidence that they're able to or capable of it. But Astralis is certainly looking very comfortable now in the last few rounds, but they have been up against a lot of ecos, so that's kind of how it goes.
Oh, look at that. That looks definitely... Shoutouts to definitely watching on that setup. That's awesome. Really, really nice stuff there. Love that mouse pad as well. Love the mouse pad. 3-round lead for Astralis. Na'Vi's money is tight. Flamies had the cash, though, to drop the AWP for Guardian. We haven't seen 2 AWPs from Na'Vi. Perhaps maybe 1 round, but it's not been an approach for them. So here we go, it's crunch time now. If they lose this round, Na'Vi, you have to wonder if the heads will stay in the game. Astralis very close to moving forward in the tournament. Loser goes home. See what Device has up his sleeve. Moving towards the middle area once again, but it could be B.
Held my breath there for that one. Guardian with his gap shots, man. He's not going to be lucky this time. And Simple actually looking towards Upper Dark there to see if he can get something done. But the pre-nades there of the CT side of Astralis is going to deny him everything. He's playing a dangerous game here. Look at all this focus around the double doors. This feels like it could be very explosive.
Zipex drops a massive grenade from short into lower tunnel on a timing. And look what it's done to Flamey and Edward. And in the meantime, you've got Kiabi following up on that damage. Making life easy for him. Device with the off angle. You never know where he's going to be. Astralis moving 1 kill at a time forward in this tournament.
That's so cheeky. Kirby just baiting there, getting the frag and then jumping across the bait. So cheeky from Astralis. Simple Guardian and C's left. That's all that remains in this round for Na'Vi. As Astralis look good for that 14th round. But there is still time here for Na'Vi side. Simple's going to go out on a limb here, try to make a play. If he is able to defeat the players on the B-bomb site, there's a real possibility. There is a nice entry from Simple, but there's much more work to be done. Dupree's lurking now. Simple, did he hear anything? Up on the crates he goes, looking for Dupree. He knows he must be close. Dupree wins the battle, though. On what are they to do? Guardian was moving in. He was confident Simple could create the opening, but it's C's who's looking to do that now. There's 25 seconds to go.
Oh, but look at Guardian. He's got AWP. He has to land this shot. He does. That takes away the middle area, but now he's alone once again. Oh, Glaive just coming from low tunnel, but not fast enough for the kill. Guardian, what are you going to do? You've got 12 seconds. You have to plant this bomb fast. He's going for the frags, though, and he's not going to make it. The buy of Na'Vi has been crushed. Astralis are 2 rounds away.
What an impossible situation for Guardian there. Astralis playing so well. That mid setup there, looking like they were, worlds ahead of Na'Vi in that situation, baiting them, just connecting all those shots. Device ever consistent in that position as well. And now it's, oh no, it's down to triple UMP, isn't it, James? Triple UMP, Khalil, CZ. They have a decent selection of grenades here, lacking the smokes though. We'll see some smokes down into the middle double doors, and a very fast pace indeed. Flamey's is he just gonna self-pop flash himself in? Well, the pop flash worked onto Kirby, but here comes the push. Dupree's there to provide cover, and this is definitely not going well to start with for Na'Vi.
Is this how it ends for Na'Vi? Perhaps not. Flashbang coming through the door, but they still got the sight. Simple the off angle to CZ. Can he get it killed? No, he can't. That leaves his teammates in a horrible spot. Edward carrying the bomb of all of 3 HP. Going towards T-spawn, but what if there was a push from the CTs? What if there was a push? Fortunately for him, there isn't. The CTs repositioning those seeds, could take 2. Device goes down immediately. Spots Apex now, but he doesn't have the best of this situation. The AK will prevail. 2 Ts remain for Na'Vi to stop Astralis from getting to match point. The flash comes in. And Edward's still stuck in mid with 3 HP. There's an angle being held by Glaive. He could take the bomb down at any point. Edward's made it, but now it's 3 and 4. There's a combined 7 HP. Zipex, they are at his mercy. There goes the bomb. Guardian holding on for now, but really, what can he do? He's got the AWP down.
He has, but the bomb is just well and truly lost. He has to go close to reclaim it. His options are fairly limited. And he goes, he's going to make the best of a very bad situation. Not much he can do. Astralis now on match point, and the tension, the pressure is crushing for Na'Vi.
Crazy thing is, from that angle, you probably can't see through your own Molotov at all, which makes things even worse. Match point Astralis. Na'Vi need 5 from 5 for overtime, otherwise they have hit the end of the road. Managed to get a reasonable buy with their max loss bonus, 3 AKs rather. Guardian's gone from the AWP to the Scouts. And there it is, a great start from Device. He goes back to the well one too many times though.
We see what happens when Flamey gets angry. But can he unleash the beast in this round? Na'Vi committed perhaps on towards that A-bomb site, looking for a fast approach, or at least just some harassment. It is early in the round, and they have Edward in middle looking to catch potential rotation. We've seen Astralis, just as Na'Vi did, are very quick to try to take map control if it's given to them. The flank's coming. A lot of this is about how well Edward can play off this position. He's got so many spots to worry about.
I think he might have heard Dupree running through B from his position, because the walls aren't too far away. He's been looking towards spawn, but Kiabi's got an off angle down.
And in comes Dupree. This is not going to be good for Edward. He's not looking the right way. And hit from 2 sides at once. The sandwich. Oh no, it's looking very grim for Simple and Flamey. Now 2 against 4 as the bomb tries to make its way onto the site. They've got time here, but Astralis are taking their time, making sure they can set up and making sure that they don't mess this one up. Simple and Flamey, can they do it? Simple gets the first one. Flamey though, he's under pressure and Simple's head comes clean off. Flamey to deliver, but 3 points of health, and Astralis have done it!
Astralis, the first team to book their spots into the semi-finals. Na'Vi looks so strong in this tournament up to this point. We thought they might be a surprise favourite, but Astralis too formidable. They made it difficult, taking it to 3 maps. It looks good, but in the end, Astralis too strong an opponent for Na'Vi. 2-1 victory over a very difficult team, a very strong and dangerous team. The fairy tale comes to an end for Simple & Co.
The way that the draw went, the way that we see both of these two teams meet at this stage at the quarterfinals was always going to be a heartbreaker for some. But I have to say, the level that Astralis played to here, I don't think I've ever seen them reach that level. It is very impressive, and I can't wait to hear what the analysts think, and we'll throw it right to them after a quick break.
Han kommer. Nice! Sådan. Markus, hvor du hjertet? Så er vi i gang, mates. Nice! Nice! Godt spillet, mates. Rigtig godt spillet, det var.
Man, jeg piker, når jeg vil, okay?
Ja! Sådan, super! Hvad så, mates? Hvad så?
Well, there you have it. We got our first semi-finalist. It's going to be Astralis. They have overcome Na'Vi on Dust 2. And you can see the disappointed faces of Na'Vi there. They said this was their time. It was their major. Wasn't to be. Lots to talk about. Duncan, do you want to start with the good or the bad?
Yeah, start with the good.
Yeah, well, in that case, Device has put in an absolute astral performance here. Just unbelievable. And got to say, we're going to talk about that in a moment, actually. First off, we're going to throw it over to Smix for the interview.
Thank you very much, Richard. Device, that was a completely action-packed series. We have to start with Mirage because there was so much going on back and forth. In the very end, why do you think it was Na'Vi that barely edged out with the win?
I think it's a mix of we got a little bit scared and they didn't. They took a lot of offensive peaks and actually took risks, and it paid off, especially in the 14-14 round where they were offensive in the underground and caught off guard late game. So I think they played like not scared. They played to win and not to like being afraid of losing, and that's nice.
Well, Map 3 Dust 2 was also so action-packed. At a timeout at 2-6, Na'Vi was coming back into the game, but at what point did you feel like you guys had this?
Actually we lost 2 anti-ecos, almost full anti-ecos, and they actually played really well in those rounds, and we made a big misstep. So that actually was what I felt brought them back into the match. I feel like we had it when they used the last timeout at 10-10. We hadn't really adapted yet as CT, so if it didn't work for us to play defensive, we still had a lot of like things we could do, and at that point we said on TeamSpeak that it's pretty much GG because still have a lot of things to show, and we're just going to play defensive until it doesn't work.
And now, Device, you personally have not made it past a semifinal at a major ever before. With this lineup and how solid you guys have been looking, how confident are you that you can move on to the finals?
Obviously, I feel really good. I'm also a bit sad that this was a quarterfinal, you know, because it felt like a mini final in some way. I feel confident. It's just about how well we study, how we play tomorrow. It's all like which team that shows up, if it's the team that played versus Godsend or the team versus G2.
All right, well, congratulations again, Device. And your first team moving on to the semifinal will be Astralis.
Right, so there you have it. As I was saying, let's talk about the good. It was Device. You can see very confident, very relaxed, but had an absolute monstrous performance. And I've got to say, there's one key round in this which really stood out for me. It was when they had Deagles. He was able to pick up, I think, 3 kills and just turn that second half on its head. So, Duncan, this has got to be some of the best Counter-Strike he's played in a long time.
Yeah, and the key thing is very controlled. Like, when you see him with the AWP, it's not like he gets, no scopes everywhere and they rush him down, he kills him. It's not that type of an AWPer, but he seems to get that first pick almost every time on both sides of the game. And you can see when he said in that interview how he watches the heat maps, he studies the opponent's demos, he has a really good sense for where to set his angle up. And in this particular series, he really outpicked Guardian in the AWP versus AWP battle. And that was one of the areas where the advantage really, I thought, went in the side of Astralis.
Yeah, so that's the good. I'll talk a little bit about the bad. I'll bring you in for this, Jason. I thought tactically, I thought Na'Vi really sort of played into Astralis' hands. I mean, first of all, Astralis had brilliant reads on them. Their CT rotations in that second half, phenomenal, absolutely textbook. But they kept doing this sort of slow push up short Na'Vi. It wasn't working. They kept going for it. Why were they electing to do that?
It was just, they just don't have the tactical adjustment to kind of go away from that. This is one of the weaknesses we've talked about Na'Vi in this tournament. They don't have this true in-game leader. That's something they got exposed at the end of last year. They're trying to turn season into that, but it takes time. And I think obviously this game points out that he's not quite there yet. They had to rely a lot on individual performances on Mirage. They had to do it here, and they didn't come up. You had some good performances, but you didn't have it to the extent of the round-winning efforts they put in a Mirage. And yeah, just some it seemed like they collapsed a little bit under pressure, just because outside of the tactical adjustments, there were a couple very questionable individual, plays. C's jumping down off catwalk in one round for no reason in a 2-on-2. Simple had to win that in a 1-on-2. These are things that can't happen. And I mean, towards down the stretch of the second half, Na'Vi not only wasn't winning rounds, but they weren't killing enough people to actually dent the economy of their opponents. I mean, Astralis at the end had built up so much money that, unlike Mirage, you just felt like the comeback was impossible because it was essentially 3-4 buy rounds for Astralis before they would have been broken.
Yeah, Duncan, Na'Vi seemed to have so many ecos as well in that second half on Dust 2. Like, never got the economy rolling. What was breaking down for your mind?
I mean, one of the big problems is the leadership gap was massive in this series. Yeah. Na'Vi, listen, they have fantastically skilled players, and you saw every time they got out of trouble, it was an individual player just making a crazy play or a really amazing headshot out of nowhere. Flamey had a whole bunch of them in the series. The difference is, though, Astralis consistently put themselves in really good positions thanks to good leadership, whereas that's always been the knock on this Na'Vi team since the Valve coaching rule change, since C's had to take over. And yeah, the stars came to play, but I'll always take a team over star players any day.
And I've got to say it, this is the best Astralis have played at the major. This is a phenomenal performance by them. Are they stepping it up? I mean, is this a team that, I know, obviously, Duncan, you think they're going to win the whole thing. Jason, are we seeing that evolution? They are now a major winning team. Yeah,
especially when you look at their performance from the group stage where they had some of those shaky matches that they dropped, against Godsent, against SK. And even the Mirage match that they dropped here, but like you're starting to see them, those challenges are always going to help that team grow, and that's the scary part, is they're looking better to better from each match. And now it's not just like some Herculean effort from Device. Now you have Glaive adding an impact, you have Dupree and KRB playing very well. KRB's been incredible, I thought, in this series, not topping the stats board, but in terms of his impact. So when you're playing that well in a team environment that Glaive brings in, this turns into a very, very scary team, how they're able to manipulate the map strategically.
And indeed, that is what was your X Factor as presented by HyperX. You picked out this round for us.
Yeah, I mean, this is actually, I thought the X Factor down the stretch was actually Na'Vi. I mean, this is terrible by Na'Vi. This is an atrocious round. So important. Look at how they're attacking this bomb site. Xyp9x is playing it perfectly as he does, but look at all the utility they're losing. Yeah. All these nades that they're not using in any situation whatsoever. Glaive hasn't even had a bullet shot at him, and this is just one by one Na'Vi coming up catwalk. Like how they didn't know what to do at the end, and that was the real thing that allowed Astralis to run away with this. I mean, outside all the efforts, outside of all the tactical play they did that was so good, Na'Vi having nothing in the playbook was certainly like the deciding factor in the last 5-6 rounds of that.
And final word to you, Duncan. With this victory here and the way Astralis played it, is this the highest level of Counter-Strike we've seen at the major so far?
I think so. If you look over the whole series, remember the map they lost, they absolutely could have won. They really played themselves back into it. I think the most impressive thing for me has been they've had these deficits a couple of times when they've been on the T side, and they just execute their way out of it. They don't panic. They don't try some ridiculous force buy that risks the whole game. They just execute their way back in. They keep the slow style. That's probably been the amazing evolution for me in Astralis. Device and the team in general don't seem to panic. They can lose the round, but they still just do what they're trying to do, and as a result, they put themselves in position to succeed.
Thanks very much for your thoughts. We are going to take a short commercial break, but that is not the end of Amazing Counter-Strike. When we come back, we're going to have Fnatic versus Gambit. Make sure you join us.
Do you play Counter-Strike? Do you want to play with the pros? Do you want to play against this guy?
Going in for his team. Oh!
Or this guy? Perhaps even this guy. Okay, maybe not him. Sign up now to Faceit.com and take your game to the next level. Play against the pros only at Faceit.com.
My name is Forrest. I'm GetRight. Freiburg. You want to beat an old-timer like me? Come try us at Faceit.com.
The home of all the good stuff.
After our group stage, I do believe that we proved a lot of people wrong.
In the last major, we faced Gambit, as we do now. We went quite easily, but they have stepped up the game.
What I like about Gambit is their new playstyle. I think they are playing solid as a team.
We are better than Gambit because of our individual skill.
We have a lot more firepower. I do believe that this game is going to be really tough and hard, but in the end, I think that we will conquer as winners.
We're here to win the whole thing.
Yeah, so welcome back. And again, this is a very interesting matchup for all the reasons there the Fnatic players were talking about. Gambit have been a surprise package, though, as well. That's something, obviously, Fnatic saying we surprise people. They obviously have a roster that's won majors. Gambit doesn't have that, but they've looked really, really good here.
Yeah, I mean, they've kind of surprised. I mean, they looked good at the end of last year, but you obviously don't know what's going to happen. You hadn't seen them against Tier 1 competition at the time as well. But it's become clear. A lot of it is going to be a Dren, who's in some crazy kind of form throughout the group stage. Like, I don't even know if you can expect him to be able to continue that into the quarterfinals. But he's playing at a whole new level. You have some very young talent on this team, and the key has been Zeus bringing it all together. Much like Glaive for Astralis, Zeus has this team playing as a squad really, really well.
Yeah, and they really are transformed under Zeus, Duncan. Talk about what he brings, because you followed him for a long, long time.
Yeah, this is a guy where people will forget a lot of the success in the last era of Na'Vi wasn't so much down to him. They brought Starix on as the in-game leader. He was the coach, plus then you had the star players always get it done, Guardian, Flamey, obviously Simple now. The thing is, Zeus actually had Na'Vi before they had Flamey, before they had Simple, and he had that team already making the semis of majors, winning Tier 1 tournaments over the best teams in the world, NIPs, Virtus Pros. He was a guy where he always has been able to get a lot out of a little in terms of having underdog teams who can threaten those top dogs. So in some senses, he's gone back to his roots here. He hasn't got a superstar player like a Flamey or a Guardian at the moment, but he's getting what he does. And one thing he always does is his teams always play his style, and it's that run the clock down, slow map control style, but it is effective, and it doesn't matter what level of team he has, he makes it work.
So you've heard a lot from the esports historian about Zeus. Obviously, one of the great things about the major is these documentaries that get put together by Valve to get to know the players better. Here is one about Gambit in Game Leader.
Я родился в городе Харькове, страна Украина. Вы у меня дома. Я живу в Харькове. Здесь живут мои друзья, мои родители, моя девушка.
He is a real man. He is a very strong person. He is the kindest one in the world. But when it connected with his game, he's crazy. In his heart, in his soul, in his brain, he's breathing just with this.
Данил всегда был, конечно, с раннего детства, он был очень эмоциональный ребенок. 12-13 лет он начал увлекаться компьютерными играми.
И где-то примерно лет с 12 начал ходить в компьютерный зал, играть, увлекаться КСом. Ну и пошло-поехало потихоньку. Это было начало большого пути.
В 2005 году я первый раз полетел на чемпионат мира World Cyber Games в Сингапур.
И уже в 15 лет он мне объявил, что его пригласили в команду. Ему выделили $500 чемпионат. И вот в этот момент я уже четко заинтересовался, чем занимается мой сын.
Папа же, он думал, что это я мужчина, мне нужно заниматься серьезными делами, и мне нужно становиться на ноги в этой жизни, зарабатывать деньги, летать потихоньку по миру. то тогда уже потихоньку родители начали смотреть на это с какой-то перспективой и с тем, что с этого может что-то получиться.
В 2006 уже у него была команда ДТС. В 2007 у него была команда Virtus.pro.
Мне предложили играть за команду Na'Vi, потом уже постепенно мы начали играть и выигрывать.
И я увидел, с какими темпами развивается КС в мире. Понял, что за этим будет стоять будущее.
Мне было около 22 лет, и в этот момент я присоединился к команде Na'Vi. Никто не знал, что из этого получится что-то большое, что эта команда станет чемпионом мира. У меня была мечта выиграть чемпионат мира по Counter-Strike. И Na'Vi у нас получилось это сделать. Это останется на всю жизнь в моем сердце, в моей памяти.
It's impossible in any kind of sport to have first places all the time. He wrote me at night the message they kicked me out. It hurt him very much. They did it behind his back. When we found out it was a vacation, we were absolutely destroyed. Na'Vi was his baby.
Я строил эту организацию с самого начала. Но есть такая русская пословица: все, что не делается, все к лучшему.
Вперед. Натус Винтер — это была такая ступенька для большого карьерного роста его.
Часть моей жизни, которой мы вместе, 7 лет. Мы были около 7 лет вместе. Na'Vi дало мне очень много всего, честно. Это был огромный опыт. С Na'Vi я стал другим человеком. Я начал смотреть по-другому на мир. То сейчас из себя представляет Na'Vi. Хоть я сейчас и не в этой организации, но тем не менее.
Не было бы счастья, да несчастье помогло. Это было начало нового пути. Когда любишь свою работу, когда получаешь удовольствие от своей работы, не имеет значения, где играть. В Na'Vi, в Gambit или еще где-то.
Я капитаном был двух команды Na'Vi и команды сейчас Gambit.
Я присоединился к команде Gambit в октябре, и тогда я уже узнал то, что будет у нас. Я был очень удивлен и очень рад тому, что у меня будет такой капитан, очень опытный, очень сильный, и я очень рад, что я с ним в команде.
Finally, he got the team which he deserved. They are great guys.
У меня появилось сейчас как второе дыхание. У меня появилась большая мотивация действительно тренировать этих ребят.
Зевс нам помог выиграть DreamHack. Я думаю, во-первых, своим духом. У него есть какой-то дух победителя.
When Zeus came in our team, I feel like we know how to win now. He knows how to win. He bring it to our team. This mentality of champions.
Зевс очень позитивный человек. Он очень любит во время серьезных игр расслабить обстановку, немножечко подшутить.
Я сделал вывод, что хороший капитан, наверное, это в первую очередь человек, который должен обладать двумя важными факторами. Первое – это то, что он должен разбираться хорошо в игре. И второе – это он должен быть, естественно, лидером, человеком, за которым должна идти команда, в которого должна верить.
He said, if you want to win the titles, you have to leave this game. When you sleep, you have to think about the game. And whole day must be about CSGO.
They are working 24 hours every day to reach their goals and to win.
I know that Zeus can bring us to the victory.
Обладает он просто очень хорошим мышлением, умом.
He thinking all the time about his work. He cares so much about all people who depends from him.
Я стараюсь слушать свое сердце. Я стараюсь бежать зачем-то, а принимать правильное решение, подумав, взвесив.
He is on his point right now. He can do damage.
So there you have it. That's the in-game leader, Zeus. Obviously, just a great, great talent, a great natural leader. Really has transformed this team, Jason. And what can you say about Gambit? I mean, you talked a lot about their Dark Horse potential under his kind of tutelage. What do you think he's really changed?
Well, I mean, obviously that structure that Duncan talked about a little bit, that he always has brought to like every team a little bit more slower pace. But I think the big thing that it's going to come with is you have a younger player like Hobbit, who's this big, shows a lot of potential, but he's very, very new to the competitive scene. Having that kind of experience, especially in an in-game leader, is going to be so nice for that kind of a player to develop in some kind of a structure. You need to have that structure for a young player.
Well, he's going to have his work cut out for him today. Fnatic don't need any introduction if you're a Counter-Strike fan. They are one of the most successful teams, the most dominant team of 2015. They've won multiple majors. Let's learn more about them now.
They're the most successful organization in the history of the majors. 10 straight trips to the playoffs, 3 major titles.
It's going to be a third title for Fnatic. They win a third major championship.
Now Olaf and Crims look to build on their legacy.
Olaf, oh, what a flick! Deagle, everyone down. That is massive from Crims.
And lift the trophy one more time. The legend lives. Fnatic.
So then, tell me about this Fnatic team, Duncan.
Yeah, this is a team where it's only now they're actually living up to the potential that this group of names had. When they had that split where half of them went to Godsend, half of them stayed behind. Now they actually are a team where Olaf Meiss is a star player again. Dennis is the best player on the team. Twist is bringing in some of the quality that we saw when he was in Godsend. And probably the most impressive of all for me has been Crims, because he's back to being that really consistent player and the guy where you put your money on him when he's in a 1v2, he's going to find a way to win it for you. And so the newer guy, Disco Doppler, hasn't had to do a whole lot so far. He hasn't had great numbers at the moment, but when you have 4 players who are hitting big shots, who are playing with such confidence, at the moment he's just along for the ride and maybe he shows up in the playoffs.
Yeah, Jason, they didn't have a particularly convincing run to get here, but like Olaf Meister said, they surprised people. People didn't expect them even to maybe make it this far. Rumors of roster swaps, betting in new players. Tell me about that.
Yeah, I mean, part of it is, you know, even before this major, Dennis, or they're giving the interview, Twist, I believe it was, that said they didn't really, you know, he misspoke a little bit, so they didn't practice. So I think a lot of people underestimated that. I mean, the big thing that they talked about was that December was the team practice, but this is a team that's always going to focus on individual skill. They're not going to have the tactics like we just saw Astralis. They're not going to have the plans and the structure that we're going to see out of Gambit. They're going to base everything they do on who's making the best play across the map.
So Gambit, their opponents, one of the most exciting teams in the CIS region. They've got that awesome combination of old school veterans, young players betting in. Let's get to know more about Gambit Gaming.
Despite their legendary performance at the last major,
Dren will turn quickly to deal with Device and Zipex.
Gambit entered this major with no expectations and lots of doubt.
He's just coming over the season. Has he got enough bullets? He has. 2 kills for him.
After proving the experts wrong and shooting their way back to legendary status,
It's going to be a flawless one. A Dren with a triple kill.
Gambit looks to shock the world again.
Gambit, they make it to the Fox Theatre.
Prepare to believe in Gambit Esports.
Right then, Jason, tell me about these guys.
Yeah, this is very interesting because at the last major when they made legend status, no one really cared. I mean, for a long time it was kind of laughable that these guys were legends coming into this. No one really thought they quite deserved it, and then they got Zeus. And leading up into the end of the last year, even Adren was calling and saying he was saying, guys, listen, there's this Hobbit guy that we're picking up. He's going to be good, and people still didn't really pay attention to that as well. But then DreamHack Winner showed us that Hobbit was a little bit of a star, that he could do it against the tier 2 teams, and then with this structure that Zeus has with them, Hobbit's playing very, very well within that system. And Adren, I mean, that's the big thing. Adren has stepped up to a whole new level that we haven't seen in a long time. He is their superstar player, and very, very surprisingly, he's been one of the best players in this major. Next to that, also, Doja, another veteran. I think he's surprised a lot of people by how well he's playing also. So this is a team that has some very, very good pieces across the board, pretty deep. And the big thing is they're just you know, they're just going to be consistent. They're just going to grind you down. That's what that style is made to do. It's going to be slow pace. It's going to be sitting back. It's going to be able to punish. I mean, this is there's a little bit of a disparity between these two play styles because the slower style is designed to punish the kind of aggressive individual plays that Fnatic is going to want to make.
And Duncan, you can see here, they've always been vaguely competitive in all of their games. They've been close, you know.
Sure, yeah.
They do give up rounds when they win. They're always in there, you know, they don't get blown out. What's changed in that style? Because you've talked about that CIS style before where they like to take aim duels and, you know, it can either go one way or the other, very extreme.
I mean, there's a big difference, okay? So what you saw in the Na'Vi game earlier is they were very slow-paced. They tried to just walk into the sites, but they were doing that, trying to, whoever the star player is, he's just looking for a shot, trying to take an aim duel. When Zeus does it, it's an actual tactic. Like, they're taking over areas of the map, kind of like what you saw Glaive from Astralis doing, and then he's going to make reads from that. So once they've got areas clear, once they have a rough idea by process of elimination, where are the enemies going to be, then at the last second, you pick where to hit, and you go in all together. So it just takes that natural style a lot of the CIS players like to play, and it makes it a lot more effective.
So, Chris Puggett's been out in the crowd and hanging out with some of the old veterans we've got in here. He did speak to Sir Scoots earlier, as you saw, and he did ask him his thoughts about this matchup.
Hey guys, it's Puckett, and I found a legend upstairs. We got Sir Scoots in the building. Scoots, you have watched all 10 majors. You've been to 7 in person. What's it been like so far here in Atlanta?
It's awesome. I mean, obviously, having a TV company like TBS, not only the stuff they're doing in their studios, but now to see them kind of take it in a big way out of their studio and, you know, move it into a big theater. We're used to kind of big stadiums lately, so this is kind of a different vibe. I mean, obviously very ornate, kind of crazy old school theater. Kind of reminds me of the first internationals for Dota when they were in the Symphony Hall in Seattle. So kind of neat, and really excited to be here. Obviously, I think a lot of on-air talent, when they don't get a gig, are kind of like, oh, I want to do it. And I was actually excited when I wasn't invited because I get to finally come to one in my own country and not work it. Like, obviously worked with you in Columbus. It's great to work the first one in North America, but it's really cool just to come be a fan, man, you know, and just enjoy it like everybody else. No stress, no early crew times like you have to wake up for it. So it's awesome.
Now, I've seen you signing autographs, shaking hands as you walk around this place. What's been the best moment for you so far in this major?
Boy, I don't know. I mean, I don't have one yet. I wouldn't say I have one yet. I'm trying to think, because I watched a little bit the other day in the studio. Yeah, nothing awesome in the sense of like above and beyond. I mean, for me, being a production nerd, I watched some matches with Alchemist in his control room in the studio. You know, these are TBS like real deal studio sets, right? So sitting there watching how they like run shows and call shows and do all the content as a production nerd, that is like nirvana to me. So so far that is the highlight.
Well, we got a big match coming up. It's Gambit and Fnatic. I need your quick predictions. Who's walking away? Who's moving into the semifinals?
Man, I'm not a big predictor, but I love Karn, I love Fnatic, but I got to go with the Gambit guys, man. I think they are motivated. They're on fire. A lot of people think they can go all the way. So I think they might take that one.
All right, well, Scoots is calling Gambit the Zeus Army. We'll see if they can get it done. Thanks, Scoots.
So you heard it from Scoots. He thinks Gambit's going to take it. A lot of people back in what should be the underdog in this one. To give us more insight into what's going on, we've got our sideline reporter, Smix.
Thank you very much, Richard. I was able to have a quick chat with Vugo earlier, and he said that as they were preparing for Gambit, they felt that Gambit wasn't a particularly tactical team, but rather a methodical one. So yesterday, Jumpy went through a lot of their VODs, and they feel very confident for what they will be going up against.
Right, so there you go. You heard from Sue, and this is all getting closer to being ready. Fnatic are about to take on Gambit Gaming. You can see they're getting ready there. So we're going to take a short commercial break. When we come back, we're going to bring you the action. Make sure you join us.
Good morning, and welcome to the Black Mesa Transit System.
Half-Life comes out, it changes the PC gaming world. It's the most amazing game ever made for its time. And 2 college kids took Half-Life and made this game called Counter-Strike. It's a free modification that you just download.
At the time, I was really interested in counter-terrorist forces. That level of sophistication in terms of the weaponry, in terms of the tactics, I thought that would make a great theme for a game.
Early on, we had to beg people to help us out. Even just to get playtesters, we had to beg people, hey, do you want to come play our mod? And a lot of people would be like, no thanks, not interested. So we just kind of put it out there thinking, a couple hundred people might think it was cool.
I guess it wasn't until maybe 6 months after we released the very first version that we saw that this game had a potential to become something really bigger than we expected it to. The fact that it was this cool new shooter that was multiplayer, I think that's what really interested me in the game.
It was not about shooting people to me, it was about strategy and outsmarting your opponents.
Counter-Strike was different than anything else. You had to buy your weapons, only a couple bullets killed you. You went and did something risky early or something stupid, you were stuck watching for the full 5 minutes.
This wasn't a game for the faint of heart. This wasn't a game for people who wanted to respawn as soon as they died. Your actions in Counter-Strike matter. Early on when we were developing, the community feedback would basically color our next beta release. There was so much energy at that time and so many fans who really felt like they were part of the development.
People were just submitting so much content. We were getting maps, I don't know, maybe 100 a week.
As we released a couple of betas, we had been talking to Valve that whole time because they had noticed the player numbers for Counter-Strike were pretty high.
Counter-Strike came out and immediately was at 8,000 simultaneous peak players. A week later, it was at 12,000. A month later, it was at 16. And we saw that there was something happening here. And so we immediately said, we've got to find a way to work with these guys.
It was really cool to be talking to Valve at that time because we kind of idolized these guys. We loved Half-Life. We were fans of Valve.
Valve came on board around Beta 5. When they came on, that was the point where it really just took off.
Counter-Strike started out as the side event at the CPL tournament while Quake was the big game. In 2001, Counter-Strike took over the venue.
The key for Counter-Strike for me is very early on it became like kind of a global game. It was one of the first esports that wasn't just like a few countries are really into it or just one region's into it. It's like nearly the whole world to some degree was interested in Counter-Strike. So it was only actually changes within the community that changed how the game was played and how you conceive of what is Counter-Strike, which is this 5v5 defusal game that eventually later had a lower round timer, only uses these certain maps. Like when we first had the first tournaments, no one knew what the good maps were. So we used to play almost all the maps.
Like even into 1.6, Valve always understood the community were a big part of Counter-Strike, and that was really the one thing that they never really changed.
So when Counter-Strike first became a Valve property, one of the immediate tasks was to figure out what was going on with updates.
Having Steam to automatically do your updates for you is almost life-changing at this point.
Whereas actually back then, when the patch comes out, that's depressing because now I know I'm not going to be playing for 2 days because not only do I have to download it, which will take me many hours, but the download speed's going to go a lot slower because there was no Steam. So as a result, everyone in the world is now trying to download that one patch from that one server.
That was really the genesis of the idea for Steam, was to figure out how could we automatically update all these folks.
Source blows my mind that people have almost kind of omitted it from Counter-Strike history. It did have some issues at launch, I don't think there's any doubt about that, which did turn a lot of the people off because obviously if you've got an existing game that's been out for years and it's great and everything works perfectly fine because it's been tweaked, and then you've got something new and it doesn't quite work, obviously you're going to stick to the one that you know and stick to the one that you feel is complete. I thought the game was great. I had lots of fun. I met like really cool people who I'm still friends with to this day through playing Source.
CSGO felt like the last hope for Counter-Strike in many ways. And what was a very pleasant surprise was actually within 6 to 12 months of the initial release, the game was improving very quickly in fact, much quicker than normally you would expect.
The difference with CSGO was that they introduced matchmaking.
Prior to matchmaking, you would join a server and you didn't know the skill level of the players that were on the server. Compared to today's, where they automatically find the best match for you, and it's very automated, and I think in that sense it made it very user-friendly.
The skins update was a big change for the community, giving you something you can buy, something that you can customize your guns.
It's done where it doesn't necessarily impact gameplay, but it gives people this exciting element to keep coming back and keep playing to get more skins.
In CSGO, you have the ability for the community members to support the game with all of their content.
I think the workshop has over 150,000 items in it, and people will aspire to have those items or better designs or things like that, or have their own designs in the game, where people can design maps, and the ones that are the most popular get put in the game itself.
I just decided it's something I wanted to do. To be able to create something that the community was able to play and they do enjoy, that's awesome. Sometimes I go to events and people tell me Cache is their favorite map. And I would have never imagined that would have happened.
One of the biggest things about Counter-Strike, just how it's always been evolving, but yet the fundamentals of it haven't really changed at all. And it's the community involvement that I think has been so big to the growth of it over time.
That sort of immediate feedback loop, which was so important early on and guided every single beta release, is still happening today with our Steam releases, where we're updating even more frequently than we did back then.
The core that Counter-Strike has, that almost no other esports game I'm aware of has actually, is that on the most simple level, people intuitively understand the concept of a person versus a person with a weapon, but the more you bring to the table, the more you take away with Counter-Strike.
The kind of game where you're always on a quest to be better, best in your region, or the best in your continent, the best in the world. This game has a history which spans people's lives. There are many steps to the ladder, and the ladder has no end. I think the reason Counter-Strike is one of the greatest games of all time is there is always something new to learn. Like a new smoke, a new flashbang, a new boost where you can see a part of the map people didn't think you could before.
There's so many different and valid ways to approach the game. Sometimes you see teams from China versus teams from Sweden versus teams from the US, and they all have these different approaches to the game.
And now we're in a position where we're getting $1 million tournaments, interactivity, in-game items.
With each version of the game, through each generation of gamers, Counter-Strike has just continued to grow.
I don't think it's going to go anywhere other than bigger and better.
Major crowds are amazing because they come from everywhere in the world.
The crowd is always explosive, they're very passionate.
Couldn't believe my eyes when I looked out at all the people.
It's hard to describe how you're feeling when you walk on stage. You're here and sharing this with a lot of people. They have a lot of energy to give to us during the match, and that's an atmosphere which is really awesome.
Welcome back. Apologies for the slight delay. We're trying to get all the players onto the server. We should be achieving that very shortly. But the good news is it gives us time to take a closer look at how these two teams got to this stage. We're going to start with Gambit first, Jason. Obviously, lots of close games back and forth. Just contextualize their run for me.
Yeah, well, I mean, that opening matchup with North, who is one of the favorites to go very, very deep in this tournament, looked very good. I thought that was going to be a very close match, but Gambit surprising on that one with such a big win, the margins certainly. The big thing is that loss to Virtus Pro, 16-10, that's going to stick out. VP, very good run on the group stage, much like Na'Vi, they went 3-0. But even that match, Gambit was able to actually challenge them on a number of different occasions. It was that battle with FaZe Clan, very, very interesting on Overpass, but this team has been just basically riding Adren for the most part. He's been an incredible throughout the group stages and a superstar performance, so they need that. They need that still.
Well, I'll bring you in here, Duncan, because I believe you tweeted after this, you said if it wasn't for Adren, they probably don't win this game against FaZe.
No, I don't think they would have, actually. I think if you look at it, FaZe kind of outplayed them tactically, put themselves in really great positions, even had some clutch plays, but Adren had so many times, I think he might have got like 30 kills in this game. He wins clutches like this, deep into the game, and when you have that one guy who can win clutches, that can be the counter chance of the other team having the better tactic or the better execution, because one man can suddenly make up for the work of 2 or 3 men.
Now, what is going to be interesting is the veto. I have no idea where this is going to go, Duncan.
Well, here's the
Tell me.
interesting thing, is that Fnatic loves some cobblestone, Gambit need cobblestone. In fact, if you look, the only maps Gambit won on were cobblestone and overpass. So I'm certain Fnatic is going to allow cobblestone. They're going to ban out Nuke, which they always do. Gambit classically should ban Cash, and especially because Fnatic have always liked that map, I'm expecting that to be their ban at this point in time.
Let's see if you are right.
They've gone with Mirage instead, interestingly enough. Not really something you think of that's primarily a map Fnatic's playing at the moment. So Fnatic could well pick Cash here. That's certainly on the table, I think, so they've gone ahead and done that. And I think Gambit, this should be a cobblestone pick. I think that's the obvious one. Unless they want to go the route of picking Overpass, which maybe isn't in the Fnatic wheelhouse, they've gone with that. In fact, I think there's a good chance we can end up on cobblestone at this point in time. Because Train is a map that you don't really feel like Gambit wants to play again. They're going to ban out cobblestone themselves, it turns out, Fnatic. They just don't want to give Gambit the one map. I mean, they are 7-0 on it with this lineup. Understandable to some degree. So we're actually going to end up on Dust 2, yeah. So the interesting thing here is we've seen Fnatic play this a bunch ever since they lost the players over to Godsend. It's been a bit up and down. This is a map that on paper Gambit is good on. They've won 5 out of 6. The problem is this is the one for me that's kind of like fool's gold, you know. They don't have any wins over top teams on it.
Jason,
well, and also, I mean, the deciding map is the one. Even Cash, if you look at those 2 maps on their own, these are maps that are very good for individual plays. These are maps where Fnatic, they can have that star power shine. Certainly, Cash, you need to have some tactics. You need to be able to have some kind of concepts that you can run. But it's much easier to do that with the kind of individual plays. It's much easier to make those individual plays lead into a good tactic.
All right, so the teams have gone live. We are ready to go. Predictions, gentlemen. Who's taking this series?
I think Fnatic's going to win this one. I think maybe they'll lose Overpass. I thought that might be Cobblestone instead. But I think Fnatic will win 2-1.
I'm gonna go cross again. I'm going to take Gambit to win 2-1. The maps worry me a little bit, but I'm going to trust in the team system.
All right, thanks very much. Now, we are going to get into the Fnatic and Gambit game, and we're going to introduce you to people I think you might know. It's our commentators, Anders and Semler.
Well, thank you very much, Richard. We're certainly ready. Semler, are you ready here? The second quarterfinal is going to be coming up. I think people are underestimating this game on social media. I think this is going to be a hype game.
Dude, absolutely. These are the 2 counters. You have a very slow, measured style from Zeus and Gambit, and then you have the headshots from Fnatic. That's all Fnatic are going to be doing. They're going to look to crash into the defense, and so it's looking for that offense versus the defense here. It's a perfect match for this best of 3.
And there's so much to learn. You know, how far can Zeus go with this, and also how can Hobbit fare when he's on the big stage? That's a really big question, isn't it? And we are going to be headed into it now. So welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It's Gambit versus Fnatic. Second quarterfinals here at the E-League Major. And we're going to start off on Cash with Fnatic starting on the T side, Gambit on the CT side. And so far, 2 smokes being picked up by Fnatic. And since they're already gravitating towards the A side of the map, we can tell that this is going to be a fairly standard round for them. The smoke's already in fact, and looks like they're not going to waste too much time. They land as a way to block off both the truck and highway, but Adren trying to look on top of it, not quite successful with that low-key. Still trying to see if they can get into the game. It's Zeus to pick up the first headshot. Mojo follow-up, but Twist comes in with a nice shot on Hoppy. That's really important. Now they can at least get the bomb plant Fnatic. They just need to win the afterplant. No, they get cancelled. Twist has to fall back. He almost got it.
What an awkward spot to try and plant the bomb. No cover. If somebody peeks, you're done for. They will finally plant default, but they've cost themselves too much time. Mo with the flying shot, but it's Zeus to get the kill at the end. And it will be Gambit securing very easily the first round here. The pistol on the CT side goes Gambit's way. And that's kind of what I expect to see here in this match. It's going to be Fnatic throwing 4 people at a bomb site, just trying to rush down the defense as quickly as possible, burst onto the site, and get that bomb plant. This time around, however, they've just been shut out.
They had the idea, Fnatic definitely had the plan going into it, cutting off the bomb side and everything, but I think as soon as Twist gets denied in the bomb plant, that 3v4 becomes just very hard to win at that point, and he was low on health. So now second round is coming up. Fnatic, look at this, they actually go for the AK and then Deagles here on Fnatic's side. I'm shocked by this, by a sign maybe that Fnatic are going to try early on in this game, really not to show them too much respect. On the Gambit side, they're just going to try and see if they can rattle them early on.
Why not? You need to take risks if you're going to be Fnatic and winning this game. Gambit have a much more structured game. They have an in-game leader in Zeus who's totally revitalized this team, and now they've given it away that they've invested in this round. Olofmeister took some shots with the AK, and instantly, Agent steps in, takes his head off. And so that AK, luckily they have Disco not too far away. They still have 3 players in mid, Fnatic, so they'll be able to recover it, but that's going to ring some bells.
Very good stuff, especially because Mo got tagged solo early on. They're going to be careful they don't block each other in the vent here. They're going to make their way down, and surely Hobbit and Zeus inside of the B-bomb side, they will have heard those footsteps down the vent. 50 seconds on the clock. Hobbit is playing close range here with the MP9. Got to be very careful that he doesn't just get run over. They do have armor on the other side, so it's less effective. He's going to go down to Dennis. A good frag coming in here for Fnatic. Can they overrun the bomb site? Zeus just has to buy time back here. Mo's gone down, but he was low on health already, and Zeus gets overrun. It's Disco Doppler taking the kill on him, and now Adren and Doja left. 2 versus 4, and now Crims with the headshot. Oh no.
Yeah, I'm wondering what exactly was going on there from Zeus. Unfortunately, he wasn't there to support Hobbit. Hobbit got overwhelmed instantly. There was no answer from Zeus. And at that point, that's where Fnatic, they're going to move together as a unit. They're going to keep that tight group going onto the site. You saw that there where Dennis hesitated. He allowed for his teammates to catch up to him, and then they move onto the site as 4. There's nowhere for Zeus to go at that point. And so long as that smoke is up in CT, he's not going to get any help either. So Zeus did step out trying to help Hobbit, but really, at this point, Fnatic, it's their situation to lose.
Man, that's a great shot from Twist as well. That would have killed Mo no matter what kind of health he had. So the aggressive and early buy for Fnatic definitely working out. And we'll see what Gambit can answer back with. I feel like at this point in time, it isn't worth it for the Gambit team to go for sort of a force up the other way. You know, people sometimes do that when they just feel like, you know, they want to fight fire with fire. I'm not sure this is a good plan. I would just save and forget about it.
Now, this is, I mean, so basically what I want to illustrate here, if we do have the time, because we're in a technical timeout right now, guys. Apparently there's an audio issue. I think it was Olafmeister, so they're going to have, the admins are taking a look at that. So in the meantime, I'm going to go ahead and illustrate something that I think might come back to bite Gambit if they don't adjust early on. Because once they had that opening pick versus Olafmeister, right, they managed to pick him off over here. Olaf goes down. And so immediately, Gambit, they fall back into a very passive position. You have an arc almost. One man here, over in CT, over on the A site, and then the 2 playing very passively on B, not peeking anything. And so at this point, Fnatic, they're able to get almost on top of the bomb site before Gambit can even react at all. So this is what they need to be careful about, Gambit. Yes, okay, you get that first pick, that's fine, but you still need to be making plays for info. You can't turn it into a situation where Fnatic are practically on the bomb site before you're even spotting them. That's exactly what benefited Fnatic in the last round there.
And especially now that you bring it up, I mean, the defense that they had in that B bomb site was obviously relying on the idea that Zeus would sort of hold the line inside, and then the guys on top would come in for the shots and try and help out. And Fnatic just read that really well. I do think we have the issues sorted out, so we'll be right back into the 3rd round here to see what Gambit can do. They will be forcing up in return here. This is what I said. I'm not a big fan of. I think it's too early in the quarterfinals start doing this, but they're going to see if they can bring it back. Scout, 2 Deagles, P250 and a CSET 75, and already Twist with a nice opening, and it's going to be a big follow-up as well. Double kill for him.
Yeah, this is really what's going to benefit Fnatic. Fnatic are going to be looking for those opening duels. Very aggressive mid take. That is the key to Cash, is getting mid control. Fnatic, of course, very experienced team on this map. They know what to do. They're going to get into mid. They're going to look for those fights early on. And if Gambit can't hit their shots when the time comes, we're going to keep seeing this scenario where Fnatic get that man advantage and then start to look to get onto a site. Bomb has not even been committed yet. So Fnatic are still open to go wherever they want on this map.
Yeah, and they should stay as grouped up as possible. You know, no one taking any solo missions at this point in time. And it's Crimson Dennis in main going to be walking towards the A bomb site. Hobbit is on the spot with the Deagle, so he's going to have a couple of shots to maybe do something. And you see Doja here by the truck. Hobbit missing the first one. Next in line, Twist, and he's going to be able to take the 3rd kill. There's the quad kill, and that just leaves Adren 1 versus 5. So, yeah, not much of a chance. Really calm and collective, and nice play coming in for the Swedish side. You got to appreciate that.
It's going to be the death ball. I mean, it's the kind of style that we used to see in 2014, during winter 2014, with Olaf boost, right? But that was that style where it was when the death ball really came to the peak, where you had LDCZ who were running together as a group. Didn't matter if they had rifles or pistols, they would just go crashing onto a site as a unit and just overwhelm the defense. And Fnatic had a very similar style. And the major to follow, I think Olaf had more kills with the Tech 9 than he did with the rifle. The Tech 9 is all about run and gun. You're looking to just get in his face as quickly as possible. All right, well, I'm talking to Adrian's getting 2-1 Deags.
Well, that shows exactly what Duncan was talking about going into this game. He's just had such a crazy performance, and they need it now. They clearly do. It's so much more difficult when you're on the CT side because you can't put a player like Adren in to play as much. You know, you are a little bit at the mercy of where the T side is going to choose to attack. So I expect to see more out of Adren when we get to the T side. But right now, they definitely need something. It's a 2-1 scoreline favoring Fnatic. Very early days, so I wouldn't be too panicked. But because Gambit went for that force and it didn't work, now they're going to go even further behind, and their economy is going to be so weak, even for a lot of this first half now.
It's going to be crucial the 5th round, basically, where Gambit, they're going to get the rifles, but they're going to be limited on nades, on utility. They'll have to win that at all costs so they can start developing that bank on the CT side, so they can afford the Molotovs that, you know, Fnatic are throwing away without a care. He's got plenty more money where that came from. He can afford Molotovs in the next round, no problem. So,
bit of a
sandbags have been checked.
Yeah, they did do that. A bit of a silly smoke for Dennis, actually leaving a gap there. Disco Doppling could have been taken out by that, but he's doing a fine job in the middle. He's getting some assistance from Olofmeister, who's almost getting shot in the back. Adren, again with the Deagle, but locked in the corner. And actually, the rest of Fnatic are just going to take the bomb to B, because why not really? The round is done, and that will be 3-1. Now it gets interesting here for Gambit. Tough start for them, especially winning the pistol.
Yeah, you win the pistol, you expect to get 3 rounds in a row, right? Because it's going to be the exact same situation that they found themselves in. Fnatic should be ecoing, they shouldn't be able to afford the rifles, and when they do, it should be a weak buy. Now Gambit, good. Mo has had enough, he's managed to, well actually, hold on. Doja is the one who dropped the AWP for Mo. And so Doja gets traded an M4, but he can only afford a single smoke to back that up. All of the money has been spent on Gambit, as you guys can see. So this is an all or nothing sort of round, but this is what I was talking about. They can't afford everything. No kits, not a single kit picked up. And I'm a bit surprised to see the helmets, actually. To see all these helmets. That's $350 that you can save and that you can put into an HE or to a flash or an extra smoke or even a kit, right? And so Gambit really trying to cover the bases, I guess. The single MAC-10 has got them that worried, Anders?
I don't know. I mean, different teams do have different philosophies on this. There are some teams that will just never buy the head armor. Even if they have, you know, the money, it just seems like they just forget about it. It's just become second nature to only buy the Kevlar. But I don't know. On this map, I wouldn't mind skimping on it. Not that many wall bangs that you can sort of fall victim to, or, you know, the MAC-10, but I would just discount that entirely. I'm not a big fan of this setup here at all from Zeus and Hopper. They're way inside the bomb site. Holding on is going to be so difficult, especially when they don't have Molotovs to buy any time here. Definitely not a fan. The Twist going to be charging in with the MAC-10 first. Doesn't get very much done. He gets shut down by Zeus, but now they have some information to work off of. The rotation is nearby as well. Gambit, they may have bought enough time anyway.
That is so sick from Fnatic. You might think how cold-hearted they are to send their teammate in there. I mean, Twist, one of the new guys too, but he's only got the MAC-10. Now they have info, and they didn't show anything else, Fnatic. Olofmeister's now primed. He can actually hit a shot on Hobbit if he goes for another greedy peek like that with that AWP. But Fnatic are looking to take advantage of this situation now.
Oh, I'm very worried now for Fnatic, though. Look at the clock here. 28 seconds. The bomb is way across the map. They should almost have to commit to it. Crims, critical kill. Taking down Doja. That's a massive frag. And Zeus still hiding in the corner. He goes down to Disco Doppler, but it's looking great right now for Gambit. There might not be enough time for this. 15 seconds, and Olofmeister in a 1-on-3. He picks up the one, but he walks right into it. Brent, another triple kill here for the Kazakhstani player, and that will be a second round for Gambit here. But overall, if you look at Adren's scoreline now, I mean, they've lost a couple of rounds. He's at 8-0-2.
Yeah.
He's got more frags than the rest of his team combined.
No, he's going ham right now. But that was, it's only afterwards that it really occurs to you that Gambit, they've got some confidence in their cash play. The whole strategy for them was a retake in the end with the CT, so they actually gambled. They're like, right, if Fnatic go A, whatever, we're confident in our ability to retake the site and defuse the bomb, and so we're going to stack players over on B. They had 4 players over at B when Fnatic went for that push. That's just Gambit just covering all the bases. Real sick play, the tactical mind of Zeus kicking in. And so 3-2, Fnatic in the lead on the T side, but Gambit showing some fight in them.
Didn't quite catch what got Disco Doppler so low, but Olofmeister's taking a kill over at Zeus, and is that a boost they tried on the other side? He was looking up there, so I think it may have been. Hobbit's inside the bomb side, and Dren walking in to try and clear it up. Now, this is all fine and well, but the fact is they've given up mid-control, and since Twist is right on the edge, as we can see, pretty soon the Swedish team is going to realize that there's no one in here, and they've got so much real estate to work with. This is always going to be difficult on cash when you don't have mid-control, whether or not you're the T side or the CT side. You need that mid-control.
I'm curious, because Fnatic, they're going for a very kind of rinse and repeat sort of style right now with this mid-take. And this time around, they've been giving an edge. They've been given an advantage. You can see Hobbit, this time around, he's actually pushing into B-halls. He's actually looking for an aggro play to bring back a kill here for Fnatic. Only problem is Olofmeister's ready for him. Doesn't matter. Hobbit wins the duel anyways. There's the headshot. And Dren, can he actually back up his teammate? Dennis and Disco very low, and they're actually choosing to rotate to A. Now Gambit, they have the defense set up. Doja's holding close. This is perfect for him.
With the UMP, he gets one, goes for him. He actually hits a headshot there on Crims, who was in the back line, but he still survives. The UMP not powerful enough for that. So now Hobbit and Adren with a retake here. 2-on-3. Boost in the back. Twist gets the kill on Adrian, and that almost shuts down the round. Second kill. Actually, third one for Twist in that round. He is doing a remarkable job right now for the Fnatic team. This was a round I feel like Gambit should have probably won. Just did not work out. That's 4-2 favoring the Swedes. And even worse, the economy here for the CT side completely shut down.
And we have another pause coming in. So this is just the risk that you run when you decide to play against Fnatic. You would think, right, oh, G2, they have the edge. Two guys very low on HP. They're all running into a bottleneck. Doja's already holding the angle. He's got a teammate to back him up as well on the site. This should definitely be a favorable situation for G2. But the raw aim that is on Fnatic and how well they move with their spacing, when they move as that group, they're never too far apart. And so you saw Doja, he gets one kill, sure. But then they're instantly trading at Fnatic. They're right on top of him again. And so this is the real strength of Fnatic, is they're just no fear approach. They're always battling. They're always running in as a unit. So it looks like we had a technical timeout here due to Disco. A bit of a hitch, but we should be going again.
There it is. There it is. I like Crims. Excellent. Excellent. That's very well played.
Who would be Scoob on? I mean, I don't know. Crims isn't a Scoob for me, man. I'd say like Olafmeister is the Scooby.
I swear, a lot of these photoshops that we've seen today already do reveal sort of the age of the audience. So it's a lot of it like 90s stuff that's just way back, but that's all right. Yeah, hopefully we'll get Disco back online. And Fnatic, I mean, I think they're looking fairly comfortable right now. This is such an odd map because it's supposed to be sort of very, well, halfway CT-sided.
Yes.
But we have seen so many times in the past where you can still pick up 9-10 rounds on the T side and still end up losing the game. That really has happened in the past. So curious if we can see some of that from Gambit. If they can't have a good first half, I won't rule out that they can still have an impact on the second one.
Well, we have a little bit of information to go off of when it comes to Fnatic, right? They've already played Cash so far in this tournament. They played it versus G2 in the first round of the group stage, and they lost 16-10. One thing, though, is that they started on T-side, and they had a very good T-side. They went 9-6 versus G2 on T-side, which does speak to, AKs, one-shot headshots, aim, all the strengths that I'm talking about when it comes to Fnatic. They're going to benefit a lot from that on T-side. It was CT side where they got a single round versus G2. And so I'm a little worried for Fnatic. Even if they get that strong T-side, Zeus, Gambit, T-side, that's everything goes hand in hand there. Zeus is the master tactician. He should be able to crack this open and manage to actually take down the Swedes in the second half.
Well, the game has resumed. And right now, just no one, I think, looking panicked yet on either team. And they shouldn't be. We are seeing another buy coming out of Gambit. So probably felt like, since we might have to go for a double eco anyway, let's just buy now and see if we can't steal it back. And then, you know, we can tie up the scoreline. Everything will be great. It is another risk being played here by the CT side, but maybe it'll work out. Attempt at a wallbang there for Twist. That is interesting, but it doesn't quite connect. And now look at Doja. He's crept all the way into the boost here. Are they going to spot it out? Crims looking. He feels like, nah, there's no one there. I'm just going to walk the other way. This could be a big mistake. Adren, if he spots him out, then those two people on the side are going to be right then. And oh, Crims makes it back around the corner. That's a really big play. Still goes down to Doja. And now Dennis spraying while he's going to be dropped. That's a fairly good trade considering the weaponry, even the 2-for-3 trade. Still pretty good job on Gambit.
Crims, I mean, Dennis just saved them right there. If you're thinking about trades, Gambit had the edge. They should trade a man up every time. And no, Dennis, he continues to deliver for Fnatic. He gets 2 kills, saves the day in that situation. And now it's just Hobbit and Zeus, the last 2 alive here for Gambit. 57 seconds left on this clock, and Olaf actually going so far as to manage the weapons, throwing them over the fence. This is textbook stuff. Because definitely, I mean, when those weapons drop and you know your opponents are ecoing, those parts of the map become the hot spot. You know that some CT player is going to try and make his way over there later in the round and try and see if he can find anything. If there's going to be an AK or a Galil on the ground, definitely something that CT player with the pistol is going to want to pick up and maybe even use against you. So Olaf taking the time, having so much time on the clock, they're like, right, throw those over the fence, make sure they can't pick them up. And now, well, the gamble coming in here from Gambit, actually, I like it.
Yeah, I definitely do too. 2 in the A-bomb side, just hoping. It looks like the bomb is making its way back to B, so this time they're wrong on that idea, but still doesn't mean it's not a good idea. Just it certainly, I still think, is better than having one in either bomb site, which is almost never going to be working out. So, yeah, you see they're going to go look, see if they can find the rifle somewhere. Zeus looking all over the place. It is no longer on the map. Oh, no.
Sorry, Zeus. Maybe they can boost over the fence. Or no, he's going to go up on the containers. He's going to look across the fence. He's like, so close, yet so far. Just, you're not going to get any Christmas presents this time, Zeus. Sorry, man.
Oh, man. Hide and seek with Olofmeister. Just not working out in favor of Zeus at the moment. There it is. It's all the way out there.
Get wrecked. All right, what are you going to do now? Basically, Hobbit's got the UMP. He can save that into the next round, so he really should not be dying. Both of these guys, in fact. You want to set up for exit kills, but if you can save the gear going into the next round, that can be a benefit for you. You really aren't going to have a whole lot of Skrilla in the bank to work with. It's just the real issue here that is going to... What is this? No, this is a replay.
Yeah, don't worry.
The real issue here is just that Fnatic keep putting Gambit into double eco situations where Gambit, they lose 2 rounds, they save 2 rounds, they go for the big buy. Yeah, okay, we spent all of our money. Oh, no, we lost. And then they're getting hard reset back down to $1,400. And so again, we have Gambit. It's pistols for them. They can't afford anything more. Hobbit and Zeus saved their gear from the last round. But the rest of them, they're on P2000 with Doja. He's got a single flash, though, so that's nice.
Really, really tough start to the quarterfinals here for the Gambit team that have surprised everyone during the group stage. They try and go for a triple push into main, and it does not work out at all. They get shut down entirely, losing the weaponry that they had. Zeus and Doja are left, and now it's just Doja in the middle.
They missed the flash.
Yeah, it looked like it was largely ineffective, but I mean, some of the Fnatic members were also just crouched looking into the ground, you know, behind that box, so they're almost never going to get flashed out of that position. Very difficult to do. That's a nice shot there. Disco Doppler not leaving anything to chance. 6-2, ladies and gentlemen, here, leading Fnatic right now. I mean, a lot of people that I talked to today, and I've seen on social media as well, people say, well, probably Gambit going to win this one. People feel like, and you wonder always, because it is so different playing in the group stage of a tournament than it is going on to the stage here and playing in the playoffs and the quarterfinals. Mentally, it's so different, and you've got to expect Fnatic, they're a bit more used to it than Gambit are.
This is the biggest stage in CS, right? But Gambit do have that element where they changed the roster and then they went on to win a tournament almost immediately after, a month after they made the roster changes, bringing Zeus and Hobbit into it and making it official, Zeus taking over the leadership. A month later, boom, they're winning DreamHack Winter. A team that, a tournament that Dignitas, that Godsent attended. There were some teams there that could have put up a fight, and yet Gambit went on to win the whole thing, and they did it very quickly. So they do have a confidence boost, I think, going into playoffs. Obviously, this is the majors, though. This is a different beast.
Yeah, I definitely expect that it is Zeus. He should know that someone's close here. Disco Doppler going to be walking right in. He's got the angle, and Zeus going to be going down, but a nice refract coming in. Good job right now, 2-for-1 trade favoring Gambit. They need this round. Adren's going to be going down. Twist right on top of him, and he gets a shot on Mo as well with the AWP. Twist is doing so much work for Fnatic right now, especially when it's getting real close. I love this push from Doja, though, and it could really work out. Hobbit just has to stay alive, and even better if he gets a kill there on Olofmeister. No reason to do anything, just wait for Doja to get here.
I really do like to see Gambit trying to put up a bit of a fight in mid. That's what it's all about, is the fact that they're able to just put up a fight there and try and get that crossfire going, because Fnatic are just literally going mid every single time. Twist with the pick on Doja. That part of the lurk is gone, and now it's a 1v2 clutch scenario now for Hobbit. Twist going for the peak. That's a bit uncalled for, just because now it puts Crims in an awkward spot. But of course, you can count on Crims to clutch it for you. No matter what, he will get it done.
And we've got to highlight this because it's unreal. Look at this first shot here. This is definitely exciting, but right afterwards, he just knows it. Mo's going to be there. He's so ready. Twist right now has 13, 0 and 3 as a rating. That's unbelievable this early on in the game. We've only played 9 rounds yet.
But it's the exact sort of same. It's the exact same situation here, Anders. They just cannot seem to chain rounds together. Gambit, they've picked up 2 rounds total. It's 7-2, Fnatic in the lead. 4 rounds in a row now for Fnatic, and so with a round of eco like this from Gambit, they'll be able to full buy in the next round. And that's probably going to be the first time that they're actually going to have full nades, kits, everything that they need to really set up the defense that they've practiced in boot camp. So Gambit are definitely looking forward to the next round here, because right now it's looking grim. Fnatic are just running away. When I was said that, they can allow Fnatic to get out ahead on T side, right? When it's like 9-6, 10-5, okay then. But if Fnatic keep up at this rate, you could be looking at 12-3, 13-2, and then it's totally over for Gambit, even if you have a strong T side to fall back on.
We've seen it before. I mean, even in the game between Astralis and Na'Vi, we had some fairly ridiculous force-ups where it seems like the team's just willing to take some risks that they don't need to. And I think Gambit are partly responsible themselves for being put a bit behind here early on just because they've had so few rifle rounds. Fnatic making a correct call going into the B-bomb side, not going to run into any resistance here. And they could try for exit kills, but it's definitely not going to be a retake.
There really isn't too much to hope for here. One fun thing to note, though, is that Gambit, Fnatic, they seem to want to really move together as like a 5-man unit when they have a good read on the economy for Gambit and know that it's going to be pistols that they're running up against, right? And these are just, we're coming back to textbook kind of play here from Fnatic as well. Fnatic are relying on their old strengths, which was just fundamentals. They were so solid at it. And moving together as a unit, that's how you deal with a pistol situation when somebody could be waiting around the corner, close up with the P250, boom, one-shot headshot, you're done. But if you have your entire team behind you, that guy's not picking up your gun and turning it against your teammates. He's going down instantly. There's the trade, and then you move from there.
Oops, just a lot of people around that corner for Zeus. Olofmeister takes down Disco Doblin after the fight is over. That's a bit brutal. I don't think that was necessary, but it works out anyway. Just keeping Disco Doblin on his toes. Maybe he's angry that he's actually out-fragging Olof at the moment. Maybe that's where it's coming from. Look at this. Look at this, Olof.
Just get out of my way, scrub.
That's amazing. Absolutely amazing.
I mean, Disco might as well be the water boy for Fnatic in some cases, or the bomb carrier, right? It's a tough situation for him because he's fresh blood basically coming into the team. You've got veterans like Olaf, like Crims, basically 3 of the legendary Fnatic lineup that just dominated in CSGO about a year ago.
Look at him peeking down the line, just looking at Olaf.
Please, guys, what can I do?
Come on, man. Come on.
I just want you to love me. All right.
In all seriousness, this is sort of a grave matter right now for Gambit Gaming. They've taken some big risks and forced up in a couple of rounds that, you know, maybe they should have just gone for the double eco straight away and seen if they couldn't get anything out of it. I also think they're playing very passively right now. Every round is Fnatic just setting up almost whatever they want, and then they just go for the bomb side and take whatever fight. And in the middle, Zeus gonna get picked off right as the smoke pops there. Crims with a great shot.
That's all about timing for Crims. It's not like Crims is a main opper. He'll pass that back over to Twist now, but this was all about spawn. And that split second where Crims can get to look into Garage, or look from Garage into mid, that split second faster, boom, Zeus gets caught. And once again, Fnatic have the man advantage. Olofmeister lurking his way through the smoke, takes down Doja. Mo's there to trade, and Mo holds on the site itself, but he burns to death, nowhere to hide. And it's a man advantage going on to the B site now for Fnatic.
And those Molotovs is exactly the reason why you should not be holding on a bomb site like that. You need people around the place that can help you out. Hobbit going to be going down a Twist. Ren with some nice spray, but oh, Dennis comes through from behind to take him out. That's going to be 9-2. Fnatic on an absolute roll right now. They're looking like a very solid and strong team. And Disco Doblin, it's exciting, I think, to see him particularly playing well on the stage because he's been a bit shaky on this team. Definitely had some criticism, I feel like, from the community. If it turns out that he can do well in pressure situations like this, that's going to be exciting, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it just speaks to the depth on the roster. When you're expecting Crims, Olaf, and Dennis, and they're bottom 3 on the scoreboard, that's excellent for Fnatic. You can still fall back on those guys at any time. What concerns me is that Hobbit and Doja are just completely absent for Gambit. Hobbit got the MVP at DreamHack. He came out of nowhere, blew everybody away, had a crazy star performance. But this major, we really haven't seen that level from him. We're starting to see the nerves tell where he's just lacking a little bit of experience to be able to hit that high level. His team are counting on him, though. He needs to step up. This is the quarterfinals. You lose this best of 3, that's it, you're done.
And at least they're trying to push aggressively a bit here into main, but if you notice, they only do this when they don't have anything, you know, when it's just pistols, and they've obviously got the AWP on Mo, but it's almost like sort of let's just try and see if we can do it this round. I think they should do it in a round where they have more than that, because otherwise, as you can tell a couple of rounds now, they just fall back and play very defensively inside the B-bomb site, and it generally does not work out. Hobbit, he's at 75, he's doing great damage, but eventually he'll run out of bullets, and Disco Doblin is there to take him down. Mo trying to hide with the AWP. Reasonable choice at this point in time.
A good discipline from Hobbit. He gets 1 kill. And that's pretty much it. So Mo's going to just save the AWP. This was intentional. He was nowhere near the action because there really is no hope for him now, 1v4. So going into the next round now, we're going to see if Gambit decide to put up more of a fight mid versus Fnatic, I think, because Fnatic in this round, once again, presence in mid, getting 3 players there very quickly. The last time the Gambit actually went for the aggro mid kind of hold, that crossfire setup, it nearly worked. And I think that's going to be key here, because if they can deny mid to Fnatic, it's going to be very important to stop Fnatic from constantly getting these splits onto B and these splits onto A.
I'm curious how this is going to turn out. I mean, they could, even if they wanted to, commit 3 people to mid.
I mean, this is elementary stuff, right? But this is what I'm talking about. This part of the map right here. If you're new to CS, if you're just tuning in, when we say mid, we refer to this box right here because it opens up 2 different paths to get onto the bomb sites, right? If you're on the T side, all of a sudden you have access to this split through the halls onto the B site, and this is the usual way that the terrorists would take to get onto the A site. This is main. But if they have access to short, all of a sudden the defense, you can see they get pincered. And so control of mid is key for the CT side.
Disco Doblin already in position. I kind of wish they would have left just the AWP inside B, but actually they have 2 of them, so I still think they could have done with just having 1 person. And there it is. They do swap Doja back now. They can have a lot of focus in the middle, and they actually are more or less going for the 3 mid, 1A, 1B in the corner there. Dreddy wins the first fight. More to come. He has to do it again. He gets a headshot, and then is dropping the bomb. Great play. Grenade out. Might be close line here. Takes the fight to Crimson. That's going to be 1 more. Almost shoots his teammate. And Disco Doblin on 9 health. This is done. Gambit Gaming finally something working out. And of course it has to be Adren. Oh, trying it once, trying again. That's a dangerous game to play with 9 health. He wants to make his way out, but I don't think it's going to happen. Gambit surely can find him. It's going to be a flawless round coming out of the CT side. Very, very late that they get this 3rd round.
I'm actually kind of surprised to see Dennis exactly so far away from Twist in that situation. You can see him trying to run forward to trade the kill. And it's, again, that half second's difference there that allows for Adrian to reset. And if you give him that kind of chance where it's DM, 1v1s, Adrian's got the aim to go toe-to-toe with anybody on Fnatic. So finally, something works out for Gambit, but it's still double digits for Fnatic right now. 10-3. Fnatic on the T side of Cash, way in the lead. Double AWP setup for Gambit, but more importantly, all of the gear. And Disco, he's looking to counter that mid push with the wall bangs, and so Zeus is going to be able to snake his way forward.
Okay, another variation coming in here. Zeus and Events, if they heard those break, then they're probably just going to Molotov it out and he'll have to vacate that position. But so far they haven't done that. Now it's all a question of timing. He's ready and he's trying to listen to those footsteps in the middle. If only someone could flash him in, that would be the big start. But now that the Molotov is up, he has to leave. Zeus, what are you doing? Down to 42 health, and that leaves Mo alone. You see how Fnatic do this. They use the Molotovs to burn their way forward into the middle, pushing Gambit back so they can't reinforce each other in the middle. And it's just really basic play, but it works so well. And it's left the CT side once again in a tough position.
I'm a bit surprised to see Olafmeister out of position to capitalize on that. He was too far back and Toxic to be able to pick up the kill when Zeus comes tumbling out of the vents. And usually that's something that Fnatic will be very good about, communication as far as timing and playing off of nades like that, very basic teamwork. Hobbit's there to pick up the kill on Olaf, however. No escape for him in the B hall, so we're back into a 4-on-4. But there's still 40 seconds left here for Fnatic, and they have access to mid again. They're going to be looking for that split.
If Adren can stay alive, he's got a good crossfire with Doja, but there's actually almost no smokes left on Fnatic, so they're going to have to, none at all, they're going to have a trouble crossing where Doja's looking here by the truck. He should be able to get a good shot, but oh, he gets shot right in the face. Dennis takes him out, and now Adren in so much trouble in the back. He picks up one, goes for more, tries for the long spray, but he can't get it done. Dennis with a double, they almost line up for Hobbit. He gets one shot, waiting for it now. 14 seconds, they need to get the bomb plant, but Zeus gets one, and now it's all on Twist. 1 versus 2, 10 seconds. He has to go for the plant, he can't stop it. He's going to be successful now. He's trapped in the corner, and Zeus comes in with a clutch, and that will be a great round. Gambit winning it again. 10-4 here. If they can just get 5, this can still be done.
Because then you're looking at a pistol win, getting those 3 rounds, and winning the first buy round, and all of a sudden you're in a tied situation as well. So it's still possible. Luckily for Gambit, they actually have money to go for buys now as well. Fnatic don't care. We're going into the 15th round. They've got all the money in the world after such a strong half. 10-4. And double AWP for Fnatic. This could change things up. Triple AWP. Why not?
All right, then.
You know, they said, hey, if there's that guy balling, if he can make it work, why can't we? That sounds like a good strat to me.
Slightly mad, but one of them already being put to work in the middle, just trying to wall bang it out against Mo. No one connecting just yet. And Zeus again up in the vent. Twist trying to see if he can headshot someone at the headshot box of the sugar cube there in middle. An angle that's become somewhat popular. Olofmeister gonna take a quick kill there on Zeus, and that's such a massive frag over by vents there. Now, think about how much control they have and how Gambit gonna hold the middle here. He's gonna try for it again. Dennis, just some random shots coming out. If he tries for the regular one on mode, this would be just perfect.
It would be perfect if he actually knew the lineup. You're right, because that's dead on from the wall bang.
It's not happening. Instead, it looks like they're gravitating slightly towards the B-bomb side. And over there, it's Doja and Hobbit waiting. And the one good thing about this scenario, if they go for it, is Hobbit still has the Molotov. It looks like they're actually creeping back slightly. He's scoping. I'm not sure. Olaf, you must have heard that. Right around the corner. He's setting up for a grenade. I think pops it in. Hobbit, not flashed. Instead, he sneaks around. It's almost like the scoping actually tricked Olaf, because that's why he wanted to do the flashbang. Now, Adren got to try and line them up. He gets one. He gets a second one as well. Taking down Disco Doppler and drops the bomb. And 30 seconds here. Adren finally drops, but I'm not sure if it's in time here. He may have done it for his team one more time. And it's going to be 10-5, closing out the half here. Got to give it to Fnatic, obviously. 10 rounds on T-side is massive, but Gambit managed to hold on, and they did so one more time thanks to Adren. I mean, 16 kills. He's outdoing both Twist and Disco Doppler here.
Yeah, that felt like they just got a little bit too complicated there, didn't it? Right? A little bit. You didn't really take advantage of the opening that Olofmeister provided over towards B. Instead, you tried to catch somebody out on A.
If we get a post-game interview, Olofmeister, I'd love to know if he heard the scoping and if he thought he could do the pop flash, because it looked like it. And Hobbit just walks away. That is hilarious. But look at this here. Twist is a top fragger for Fnatic. He's done an amazing job, but he's got 109 ADR Adren. He not single-handedly, but without Adren performing like they did in the group stage, Gambit would not have been here. Can he do it in the playoffs as well? That's the interesting part.
Well, let's all remember what happened the last time Fnatic played Gambit in the quarterfinals of a major. That was Cologne last year, and Gambit got completely and utterly obliterated, to the point where Flusha was saying that he didn't feel like they had an opponent. So now they need to come up here. They actually need to start showing us what they're capable of here at Gambit, or we're going to see more of the same. Fnatic could just stomp them into the ground once again.
Oh, Twist is the only one here. This is not a good position to be in. They're going to go and check it hard, and Adren takes down Twist. A great start now. Olaf looking for the kill up on the high ground, but how is he going to do anything? If he walks out, he's going to go down very quickly. The full rotation is in, and Crims is the one carrying that kit. But right now, Gambit have such a massive chance to win this. They've got Mo with the Tech 9 armor, and Fnatic have got no grenades to enter this bomb side with. This is going to be down to the headshots. Now is the time to show that they are that superstar team, and already they've lost Disco Doppler. Next in line is Dennis. This is just looking way too good for Gambit Gaming. Hobbit takes a double kill, and Crims, time to back out of there.
Both pistols won for Gambit now. There's nothing Crims can do here. He's 1v5. He does have a kit, but no hope. Hobbit will hunt him down and get the headshot in the end. 10-6. Gambit, one more round on the board. But more importantly, Anders, are they going to be able to survive the follow-up round? Because there's definitely going to be some pressure put on here from Fnatic. Can Gambit actually keep it together and start to look to tie things up? Force buy from Fnatic. No surprise there.
Yeah, this has become very common. So Fnatic obviously know that if this works out, then they've almost got this first map in the bag. I think Gambit are going to be all right. The buy is a very respectable one here. 2 AKs, 2 UMPs on the 1 Tech 9. So they've got Mo, who can sort of run around and try and find an opening. And he does just that. Finds Olofmeister, and Olofmeister finds his face. Adren going to be going down next. Olaf still in play with this Tech 9. Oh, so SC set 75. Just doing an amazing job in the middle. Of
course I have
3 on 3.
Yeah.
Of course it is, right?
Olaf with the tech. But more importantly,
be true.
Olaf with the perfect position. This is ideal with the CZ75. This is exactly what you want. But nobody is left here in mid for Gambit. Instead, it's going to be a very straightforward approach onto the B site. Nice anti-flash there by Dennis to give himself some space. And there's the 1D. Going for a little bit more of a spray and pray in this sort of situation, but he's hoping for Zeus to get close, and he hits the point-blank shot as well. Hobbit 1v3. He needs to make the perfect play here because he has no room for error. And he's stuck. They know where he is. And Dennis again! Triple for Dennis with the deagle. All of them headshots.
Just absolutely incredible. Olaf doing such a good job to start off with. Well, who could have seen this coming? I think especially the second kill is so crazy because if he misses the second shot, then Zeus going to run him down. It doesn't work out that way.
It's obviously what Zeus is looking for, right? But Hobbit, yeah, Hobbit never really took advantage of it. He just kind of he stayed stuck when Zeus got picked instead of trying to back up Zeus. That's a problem. 11-6, and just like in the first half, Gambit win the pistol. They lose in the second round of the half. Fnatic continue to stretch their lead forward here. It's going to be Twist holding up close with the UMP. Spray and pray, takes down Hobbit. Nicely done. That's not where the action is going to be. Instead, it's going to be over here on A site. And Dennis, he's got that long angle, which is perfect versus, well, I mean, Tech9 UMP, not really going to reach him out here, but the Deagles are a risk.
Yes, they are, and there's a smoke that's just been put up. They saw that shot coming out from Dennis, so they know there's someone by truck, so they're just going to smoke him off and get in and get the bomb down. That's a very, very good idea for Gambit. Just make sure they don't get taken out, and they do. Zeus not planting safely, and that's going to spell trouble now. Dennis moving closer, getting a headshot on Doja, and they're trying one more time. They want to get close to that bomb. Edren gets one, but that's all it is. They needed that bomb plant for this round to be a reasonable one for them. Now, 2 kills, good, but because you're so close to losing the map, you needed that $800 bonus.
Dennis's positioning is so sick because he's just getting close enough where if you're on top of Forklift, that's the only angle he has to worry about to look over that smoke. But if you're on top of Forklift, you're not going to see him. He's just close enough where you're going to be blocked off. And so he turns what is a 1v4 into a 1v2, which is perfect when you've got the Colt. Sick play from Dennis, the mind games, and knowing exactly where he needs to be on the map. 12-6 now. And while the hard eco coming in here from Gambit, it's all or nothing now, Anders.
Drem was ready for it. Couldn't quite connect with that kill. Doja also has a deagle, so they're giving themselves just a couple of tickets here. Oh, what? Takes down all of Meister Goodnight. That is just one hell of a lucky shot, but wish we could see the reaction from Olaf, probably just shaking his head saying, yeah. Do it again next round if you can. Nice shot from Dennis.
More of what we expect. Dennis has had a stellar performance so far this tournament. He's been the standout player for Fnatic, no doubt about it. Pistol rounds and even with the rifles. And already, he will get the spray. Down to 65 HP, Dennis, but still plenty of fight in him. And especially because he's only up against 2 Glocks and a Deagle. No grenades, no Kevlar. Gambit trying to collapse onto this B site, but Disco Doplin's not too far away here. He can support Twist.
Oh, but he doesn't get the crossfire in. That's not good. There it is finally. He let one through and then comes the kill. And Twist tapping away at Adren. 13-6 here. Fnatic. It is so close. Look at that. It actually looked like Olaf mirrored his movement on the other side of the smoke. It's interesting. This is the chance, and this might be the only chance they have, Gambit. They've got such an interesting style on the T side, Gambit, and I wonder if they're going to be able to put it to work on Cash, because generally speaking, they want to move up right in front of the bomb site and then wait there long enough for the CT side to get a bit anxious and a bit nervous and think, wait a minute, they were here, they must have been here for 40 seconds, now surely there's no one out here anymore, and then you go and look, and they're all there. So, and you think, well, surely no one's going to keep falling for that, but teams do. This has been Su's game plan since the last 4 years, more or less, and it's been working for a very long time.
It has. Apart from where, kind of fell apart in Na'Vi towards the end, but then that was where I think Na'Vi, more than anything, lost faith in his calls. Yeah. And so, 13-6, and Gambit just take their first tactical timeout right now. So they have invested. They've taken an extra 30 seconds to discuss because this is the key round here of this half for Gambit. If Fnatic get on to 14 rounds, it's going to be impossible for Gambit to come back into this. So the I like it from Fnatic. Let's go. Let's get aggressive. But Adreni's ready for it.
Twist. Got to be very careful making any noise up here. Zeus is on the other side too. He's just waiting at the moment. Could also be flashed in if anyone is willing to. Burning some time off the clock right here. Gambit looks like they might try for a boost of their own. Twist is right on the other side. Hobbit does go down, but there's a straight headshot from Twist. What a great start to this round. They shouldn't be losing it. It's 5 versus 3. They're going to get it one more in on Zeus, and Mo in the middle. It's already taken a bit of damage, but don't see Fnatic throwing this round away.
Twist is such a monster. Look at how he keeps his cool. All of that with one mag. Doesn't even care. You're looking for the fight, you gotta find it, Twist! With the final headshot, 3 kills for him, and such patient play. Doesn't show himself, just lets him walk right in. Look at that grin! He's so pleased with himself. Everything worked perfectly for him that round. 14-6. That's a feel-good round for CS. That's why you get addicted and why you keep playing more CS, because it's just like, ooh, 3 kills, everything works. Doesn't get much better than that.
He should be proud of himself right now. He's got 20-9 here. This is a quarterfinal, so just very well done. The ridiculous thing is Adren also has 20 kills in spite of the fact that they are 8 rounds down. So just can't even believe that that's really happening, but it is. And it's a big problem here for the T side. Trying to see if they can just run in Disco Doblin out in the open, and he will go down. 2-for-2 trade, but coming in here with the AWP, Olaf somehow missing that shot. Looked like they were all lined up for him. Another bomb plant attempt maybe coming through this time. They do the smoke, and Olaf, how does he possibly miss that shot? He misses another one. Can he get a third strike in? You got to be careful when you're this close to the other players. Hobbit burns alive. That is not a good way to get into the round. And now Doja standing on the fire. Gonna go down as well. Second kill with the Molotov, and now Mo in the back. 1 versus 2. It's either clutch this or we're gonna be moving into the second map sooner than maybe they would want. Mo walking right in, but Twist is gonna be able to take him out with a double. We give the Swedish player 22 kills and also map point for Fnatic here. What a power performance coming out of the Swedish team.
This is Fnatic's map. This is their pick, and you can see why. They've just got it all locked down, and they've proven me wrong. I thought that there would be some problems with their CT side, that they would be looking a little weaker, but Gambit just aren't able to hit their shots, and Twist is certainly leading the way, leading by example right now for his team. He's hitting all sorts of shots. As you guys can see, Olaf, he had 3 chances there, 3 opportunities to just completely shut it down, and he missed all 3. Kept the pressure on Gambit, yes, but not hitting his shots. Instead, it's Twist to the rescue.
You've got to appreciate the solidarity of Doja there, just saying, you know what, if you're not in this world, Hobbit, I'll go as well. Into the fire, we all go.
That's how it was supposed to go, right?
I don't think the end of the Lord of the Rings was like that. I feel like they made it out. Not this time. Twist. Actually with a fairly forward position. They've got 3 men over at the B bomb site. If this had been an early B push from Gambit, even if they had got the kill on Twist, it would have been a very deep mind game because Disco Doppler and Dennis would have still been on the site. So you can do that sometimes where you sort of almost lure a team into going for the bomb site, thinking, well, we've killed 1 out of 2, so let's just go for it now. And, Gambit trying to play this round carefully. Obviously, last chance for them here on Cash.
And Fnatic, once again, they do have Olaf Meister not too far away, so he should be able to support Crims. This isn't a full retake sort of scenario for Fnatic, but it is a position exactly where Crims can kind of fall back so he doesn't get quickly overwhelmed. So you can see some clever positioning from him. He's way out in the open. This could actually come back to bite him. Olaf Meister just looking for the fight, showing no respect. Turns from the flash in time. Not even going to try to go for the wall bang. Instead, he wants to try and find the shot. Adren is close, but Mo's going to take the tag first.
Good shot and a great follow-up there. Zeus and then Mo again. Finally something that works. Twist is going to be going down. And I think this speaks to what we were just talking about. They take up main, they throw in the grenades, then they wait. And they just wait. And eventually Olaf says, I've got to go and look, you know, curiosity and all that. Ends up dropping. Dennis with a nice shot. But right now, just trying to see if he can do as much damage as possible. It will be Gambit winning the round 7-15.
This is incredibly frustrating if you're Fnatic. And it's not exactly something that you see very often where teams delay so long before pushing out onto bomb sites. Like half of that smoke has been used up already by the time they're even going for the push. In general, you want the smokes down and you're going to try and rush with those smokes so that you have as much smoke time as possible, basically. But still, 1 more round on the board here for Gambit. 15-7. Fnatic still on map point in this best of 3. We've got Overpass coming up next. That's going to be Gambit's map. We've definitely got 2 maps. Dust 2 is the 3rd map if necessary.
It looked like they wanted to maybe try and see if they could look over there, but not going to happen this time. And again, seeing a counter boost coming out. This time it isn't Twist, but Olaf who is going to have the honor. Again, timing is everything. You can try and just be flashed in. Disco Doppler could just throw a grenade in. He's going to get the kill in the middle against Zeus instead. And there's Olaf with the shot on Mo. Fnatic deciding to take control back into the game. We never saw anything like this out of Gambit when they were on the CT side. They didn't try for any kind of nonsense. They just played a standard game pretty much the whole first half.
Their whole hold in mid revolved around putting Zeus up in vents and maybe having Adrian holding close, right? On the right side of, exactly, right there where Hobbit is spraying. So, I mean, that was Gambit's way of holding it. Right now, Fnatic are just showing no respect. But this is so tough for if you're on the T side, because when the CTs are so far ahead, they're just going to take risks, especially the Swedes. They don't respect you.
5 versus 3 coming in here. Down to 40 seconds as well. The bomb is being brought over to main where 3 people are waiting. Admittedly, the rotation would take quite a while from the B-bomb side, but you have to assume they can win this one, Fnatic. Not many grenades left on Gambit either. They throw out the smokes, but with 30 seconds, there's a limit to how long they can really wait. They can't exactly do like last time and just wait for Fnatic to peek. There's a pop flash in. Doja, he goes down to Dennis. Hobbit next in line, and he's gonna, well, actually, Dren gonna get the refrag. Nearly gets the one-on-off. But now it's all on him. 1 versus 4, and he gets shut down by Crims. That's 16-7 in favor of Fnatic as they win the first map in their quarterfinals here against Gambit Gaming. Of course, there's more coming up. And you're right, this is Fnatic's map pick. But I've got to say, Fnatic came into this first map more fired up than I had expected.
They have not showing any respect to Gambit. They destroyed them in the last majors, in the playoffs, in the quarterfinals, basically got into a free semifinals for Fnatic, and right now it's looking like more of the same. Fnatic have no reason to fear Gambit. This is a totally different beast of a stage. This isn't DreamHack Winner. This is the major. And so Fnatic right now, they have no reason to respect them. We're going to have to see if the second map power is going to change things up. We're going to go on to Overpass after this break. It's Gambit's map, but first we're going to hear what the analysts have to say after this break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Guy, and then
Welcome back to the Fox Theatre. We have a major underway, and Fnatic are looking majorly good against Gambit. They got the choice of map they wanted in the form of Cash, and it really told. They just blew the CIS team away. Let's start by breaking this down. You've got something to say immediately, Jason.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is why the map picks made me nervous, because, I mean, Fnatic's going to be very, very good on Cash, and Zeus, notoriously, even when he was a Navi, they did never play this map. They're just not experienced. He's not experienced on it as an in-game leader, so all of a sudden, one of the great strengths that Gambit had throughout the group stages is neutralized just by their own refusal to ban this map in the veto process. Now they have to worry about the fact that if they want to win this series, they're going to have to beat Fnatic on Dust 2 as well, which is another map that lends itself to very strong individual play. plays, which goes right into the strengths of Fnatic. So I think all of a sudden this series gets much harder for Gambit now.
I said this, Duncan, just in the green room before we came back here. Been a strange major in terms of vetoes. I've seen a lot of poor vetoes so far. Do you think letting Cash through is a critical mistake?
This one was inexplicable because you know how strong the routine of the Fnatic players are. This was one they loved in the last lineup as well. Then you got to add into the equation, they've only played this, Gambit played this once on LAN with this lineup, and that was a loss to Renegades, who are hardly setting the world alight, you know. So I don't know what they were thinking in this sense, whether they were gambling that for some reason they thought Fnatic maybe would pick Cobblestone or something. I'm not sure where their mind state was, but clearly a huge mistake. I mean, they even started out the game, they won the pistol, got eco'd straight back. Like, nothing went right on any level in this game. I mean, if anything, like, you know, all the pieces were there. You win the pistol rounds, your star player, Adren's going off, he's doing a thing, and you just get crushed regardless.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I mean, Adren still delivering that level of performance, and Gambit have still been absolutely wrecked.
Well, I mean, they were missing Doja, who they had throughout the group stages as well. But
and Zeus hasn't exactly been a slouch when it comes to fragging as well.
Yeah, but I think it's a little bit unfair. I mean, they were missing, but I think that's more a testament to how comfortable Fnatic feels on this map. I mean, you could just see Twist had an incredible game, and sometimes as a player, you just can't really do too much. So yeah, they were missing, but I think that it's attributed. I mean, obviously the map isn't going to help them out very much, but the opposing team Fnatic is known for putting players who have been performing well back in their place. So this is just a great performance from Fnatic.
Yeah, well, let's talk about that Twist game. We've talked a lot about whether or not he is a player that can sort of play in a professional team, not with friends. A guy who can actually become a star player and not just play for a bit of fun, semi-pro. And here he's put in an amazing performance in the major. And yet, of course, we know that there's some talk that he's not going to be in Fnatic at the end of this major. We know that that's a rumor that's going around. And again, in the green room, where all the best talk happens, you did ask a question, well, what happens if they make it to the semi-finals?
Yeah, I mean, that's obviously the problem, is you look at the God Set and the Fnatic lineups, for basically the whole time these two separate teams have existed, there's been no success. And in fact, such a lack of success that I even understand why before the major they could prepare, like, you know what, should we just make a new team after this, make the old team back together again? Because they could never predict they'd be in a position where, I mean, the one map from the semi-finals, yeah, if that happens, hey, I think the topic of discussion changes there, and whether that means they don't do the move or whether it means Twist gets himself into that mix, certainly interesting. Obviously, we speculated a similar thing before of the French shuffle was going to happen. What if Screamer had an MVP performance at this tournament? You know, didn't end up happening, but Twist at the moment certainly staking his claim for being one of the best Swedish players.
Yeah, so I got to ask as well, have we missed a trick here with Fnatic? Because they certainly, you know, I picked Gambit to win this one. A lot of people were backing the underdogs over the experienced kind of veteran major winners. Are we idiots? Are we all fools?
No, not at all, especially after seeing Gambit. I mean, we have to remember, Fnatic, this is the best they've looked all major. They weren't exactly, you know, inspiring too much confidence in the group stage themselves. It's just, it's tough to kind of go against sometimes Olafmeister and Dennis and Crims. So much pedigree in those three players, but I think Gambit still, obviously, the cliche is one map at a time, but Overpass is a map that should be in their favor. And I think winning that one, then you go on to Dust 2, and then you just kind of see what happens. I just think this first map really didn't give themselves a chance to get this series started off in the right way.
All right, well, we will take a short commercial break. When we come back, we're going to get onto that Overpass map. Can Gambit get back into this series? Find out after the break.
Coming into this major, we've been underdogs. Last time we played against Fnatic and they trashed us in the quarterfinals. But now it's time for revenge. This is a different Gambit than it was in Cologne. Zeus bringing us the mentality of the champions, and he knows definitely how to win this game. Right now I understand why people don't believe in Gambit, but after this major they will have reason to believe in us. We will beat Fnatic.
So there you have it. We are in the middle of a series. Fnatic versus Gambit. Fnatic looking comfortable on cash. Will it be money in the bank? We're about to find out. But first off, Game Command. You can watch that game, on Game Command. Choose what angles you want to see. Do all sorts. It's truly incredible. Go to live.eleague.com to check that out. Now, in that bump as we were coming back in, they talked about the last time that they met. So we're going to get into that now and break that down about what's changed. Obviously, Duncan, you're the esports historian. They last played each other in Cologne. What's been going on with these two teams since then?
Yeah, well, they obviously had two very different lineups. I mean, the guys from Fnatic, they had not the golden lineup, wasn't the one that won the majors, but it was basically 4 of those players, and then they had Dennis. They just got him into the lineup, and they were really emphasizing individual skill. This game, they tore Gambit apart, but this was also Gambit before they had Hobbit, before they had Zeus. They had a very different lineup at the time, and you see that Adren wasn't the same sort of star player he is at this point in time. It was kind of a fluke that Gambit had even gotten to that point in time, and the mismatch was really, really big. This time around, I don't think it's that much of a mismatch on paper.
I mean, that was the match that delivered the epic interview afterwards, where the Fnatic said, this didn't feel like a quarterfinal, didn't feel like this match should have been taken on the stage. So if you're a Gambit player, obviously, I believe that was said by Flusha, but if you're a Gambit player, you obviously have to be like, okay, we're going against a Fnatic again. Well, you still got to be bothered by that interview to a certain degree.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And look, let's just talk about what's gone on. Zeus famously hates cash. This is why I'm just so surprised that they're in this position. It's a very different prospect to have to be coming back from 1-0 down in the series.
Here's the problem, Richard, is that, like I kind of alluded to at the beginning, I actually think a lot of why Gambit's done so well in this tournament is that they've gotten Cobble, they've gotten Overpass. These are the only maps they've won on in E-League majors so far. These are their 2 best maps by far, by a large, large margin. Their 3rd best map is Dust 2, and like I said, that doesn't have any top wins for them. The bad maps for them, they don't have a very wide map pool. So actually, yeah, they can't play cash whatsoever. I don't know why they've gambled on that personally, but they're not good on Mirage either, the map they did ban out. That's one that actually, for example, they've lost to a team called Pride, who's like a Polish team who most people have never heard of, It's actually the team that beat Godsent and made Godsent not want to go to WESG. So I feel like they didn't feel like they had a lot of lateral movement there. They had to kind of let something through that they were really weak on.
Yeah, and I mean that's kind of just that's the big issue for them at the moment, and this is systemic of teams who have new in-game leaders as well. They haven't, in reality, had like this whole wealth of time with Zeus to build a deep map pool, and especially because up until now they weren't considered a top team, they haven't been at the tournaments where all the Tier 1 competition is. So yeah, you can beat the Renegades, you can beat the Tier 2 teams on some of these maps, but if you're not getting tested against the Tier 1, you don't quite know how to adjust to that level of competition.
So Fnatic, one of the most dominant and successful teams in any version of Counter-Strike. They're looking to make some major moments here. This one, though, was a little bit different. Here's another major moment brought to you by Dell.
One of the major memories I have is when we played in DreamHack Winter 2014 and we did a boost against LDLC.
And you can spot them coming out of Squeak door as well. He's here, he sees them down there, straight headshot, they have no idea.
They've come up with something new before the major that nobody else knew about yet.
Smith's looking confused and dazed, and there's going to be a follow-up headshot over Buster. You gotta be kidding me.
People were not sure if it was allowed, it was like at the edge, it was a gray area, but it was still really impressive.
We did a comeback from 12-3 to 16-14, I believe.
The end is near. They pull up an ace out the sleeve and they do it for just every single round they're on out.
That was a lot of fun. It was a lot of drama afterwards. It was fun.
So yeah, obviously another crazy moment there, and Boostgate, as it became affectionately known in the community, very strange situation, because even though Fnatic had kind of found this advantageous thing in the game, in the end, it led to them not winning that major because they decided to drop out. They effectively withdrew themselves from the tournament. So obviously, as someone who's done a documentary on this, Jason, do tell us more.
Yeah, I mean, it was a boost that they went in and they didn't think that they were doing anything wrong. And in fact, by the official rulebook at that event, the pixel walking portion of it wasn't wrong. It was a completely other, technicality that got them caught, didn't even know about. But I mean, going into this, obviously, as a Fnatic player, you're thinking this is just, something awesome, the trick on the map that we've discovered, which in the past of Counter-Strike has never been a problem. It was just so brutal, so strong. It actually led to a really epic interview where Olaf Meister tells everyone after that game is done, he just turns to JW and he says, maybe this is going to make everyone like us now, because they were one of the most hated teams at the time. And JW just goes, well, have you seen Twitter yet?
Yeah.
And that's where really everything, the social media at the time just blew up. And they caught a lot of, probably to the majority of the degree, undeserved flack for that.
So here's a question for you, Duncan. Obviously someone who's also a historian, chronicled all of these major moments and stuff. Had they decided not to withdraw themselves from the tournament, would they have gone on and won that one?
Yeah, they would have been my favorite. That was the #1 and #2 team in the world at the time. Fnatic not going to break out of this. We're not just going to retire. If anything, I think it kind of forged them into being the ultimate final bosses, because at that point in time, they were like, we don't even care if the crowd cheers against us. We're still going to play.
Yeah, it definitely did turn them into someone comfortable with their villainy. Anyway, let's get back to this series. Obviously, we've got another map coming. Duncan, predictions. The players are starting to ready up. So how do we see this one going?
Yeah, I do favor the Gambit guys for this one. This is a very, very good map for them. With that said, I do think that the guys from Fnatic, just from firepower alone, can make this exciting, and they can go for that 2-0.
Yep, Jason.
I'm taking Gambit in this as well, but they have to clean up the small mistakes. They cannot be losing some of these force buys in the second round if they win the pistol. They just cannot be making these mistakes, because the players on Fnatic will punish them.
All right, well, we're going to find out who is going to be in the semi-finals. The Fnatic going to do it in 2. To talk you through it, it is Anders and Semler.
Thank you very much, Richard. And yes, we're certainly ready here. Second map going to be coming up. What do you think, Gambit? Do they have what it takes? This is their map pick that's coming up. Do you think they can bring us to a third map?
Certainly, if they can get their heads in the game, Anders, because we didn't see that in Cash. It looked like they were completely absent. 4 of those players on Gambit did not show up in that server as far as I'm concerned. Adrian was the only one who was doing any kind of work. So now that it's their home map, what are they capable of? We need to find out.
Yeah, and our analysts were even confused that this map even made it through. Like, why was Cash there? We'll see if it can be different. I hope someone is going to be there to help out Adren, because he was playing a ridiculous game, even on Cash. He needs someone there on the top to help him. It's going to be Fnatic starting on the CT side and Gambit on the T side. So welcome once again, ladies and gentlemen. Here's second map, second quarterfinals of the ELEAGUE Major.
There we go. That's a way to start things. Luckily for Dennis, the Glock doesn't one-shot headshot anymore, so he's able to scoot out. But Crim's aggro push and connected with 2 players there from Fnatic. They pick up the kill on Zeus, and that's the start that Fnatic were looking for. They took a risk at top mid with Dennis, didn't pay off, but it paid off elsewhere on the map. And now there's more pressure here on Gambit to deliver something here. 4 players with Kevlar, no smokes, no flashes, nothing to make their lives easier getting onto this A site.
No, and there's a really big presence right now for the Swedish side. 3 people here. Olaf Meister taking the first fight, missing a lot of shots with uncharacteristic, and he might almost get run over here. Mo's already picked the first kill. They're looking for more, but there's a reload, and they're grouping into each other. Oh no, they bump into each other, and that's a really big problem. Disco Doppler going to be going down. Mo takes 1. Olaf Meister is still alive somehow. Finally down, and now it's a 2-on-2. And no bomb plant, but plenty of time on the clock. They're waiting. P250 in the hands. Hopper takes 1 kill. That's Crims out of the round. And now it's Twist, the hero of the last map. And he gets dropped by Mo, who picks up a quad kill at the end of it. Gambit, what a way to fight back. It looked like they had been completely shut down on long. As soon as you start trying to back up and your teammates are there backing into you, it's just not a good sign.
An unbelievable failure on Olaf Meister's part. But how many opportunities did he get to find headshots there? He was just constantly peeking, constantly fighting. I mean, fair enough, Gambit never killed him, but you definitely expect with the USP there to be 1 headshot at least to really give Fnatic that room for movement, for that comfort zone. Instead, it's a long, drawn-out 4v4, and that's going to favor Gambit eventually. They're eventually going to be able to close in on Olaf like we saw just there.
Just very awkward and very strange, and you've got to assume that Fnatic going to be a bit annoyed at that. They feel like they had the great start, and they did.
But now it's a matter, well, we saw what happened with Gambit on the first half. They've won 3 pistols in a row. We can give them that.
In this round, Gambit, but no one's gone down yet, so it should still be winnable. But once you get sort of more than half the team on close to half health, and there's still a Deagle, there's still a Scout in play, they can drop very quickly.
Absolutely. They're definitely not out of the doghouse yet here, Gambit. Mo and Adrian have to be very careful. They've got 30 HP. A shot from the Deagle, a shot from the Scout, even a burst from the CZ75 will drop them. But it does look like we're seeing just a little bit more depth here from Gambit. They did look like they wanted to just commit to the B site, and they are still hanging around here with the bomb, but Hobbit's going to start rotating up to A to back up his teammates because Doja's worked his way out. Onto the A site, Dennis point blank takes Doja down, and now everybody's tagged up here on Gambit. They're definitely in a bit of a tight spot.
Oh my god, no one's above 30 health at the moment. Dennis, he does go down, and with the bomb plant, that's really critical, but here's the one thing to look at. Crims, he still has that diffuse kit. They're all just one bullet more or less away from death. He misses one though. Twist, that needed to be an opening. Now they're gonna have to spend, I think, maybe too much time. If you have to find 4 people, I mean, Gambit shouldn't be taken in fights. They should just try and fall back and keep falling back. What a shot from Twist. Still an expensive round from Gambit so far, and there might be more to follow. Hobbit, he does stay alive, and Crim's already given up on the plan here. So Gambit gonna pick up the second round, but that was near the edge, wasn't it?
It was definitely too close for comfort. You save both rifles though, so that's the important bit for Gambit. If you're throwing away MAC-10s and UMPs, you're not gonna care about that too much, but I am glad to see Crims back off and try and save the kit. And that was the one difference, and you're right to point it out. If Twist gets that kill earlier with the CZ and it's a 2v3, maybe you do attempt it because Crims has got that kit. You save 5 seconds on the defuse when a CT player has got that. And so he holds onto it for this round, hoping perhaps maybe, I don't know, a bit of a Sparkles moment, gets a defuse, somebody buys smoke. Crims, you gonna buy smoke? So you still have the kit in play, but Gambit, they survived for the first time so far in this match. They have picked up a second round after the pistol, and they're up 2-0.
Yeah, just a very good job. Let's see if Crims can find any luck with the Scout. Don't mind that he's not moving up. You see, if he had those grenades when he's lacking the armor, would have completely destroyed him. But some creative play coming out here. 4 people over at long. Crims down by the restrooms. It's a shame that no one from Gambit is moving up on this side. It would have been fun to see how this could have worked out.
Yeah, we're seeing almost the exact same setup here from Gambit, actually, from the last round. So bomb is dropped over towards the B halls. They're clearing out B site now. Somebody's going to go ahead and pick that up real quick. And we should have a fairly even, sort of easy round here for Gambit, which is exactly what they want, obviously. And the reason
is going to be dropped as well. Only losing Doja. Definitely a great round here. Gambit now up 3-0. I can tell the audience in here at the Fox Theater is definitely behind Gambit. I think they're starting to believe, and that's what we heard from the introduction to Gambit. They felt like if they came here and they played well, people would start believing in them, and maybe they are. 3-0, fourth round coming up. Finally, Fnatic can buy. Not the most impressive buy, but maybe it'll work out.
There we go. Home crowd sounds like they're behind Gambit in this one. It's just like a throwback to the days of Fnatic. Everybody against Fnatic. At least they're not booing them, but the Gambit cheer starting. Let's get a third map here. I think Dust 2 would be awesome between both of these teams.
Oh, that would be a very high-powered map. Absolutely certain. Some of the Fnatic players, if they get let loose on that map, could be interesting. But I would love to see if Adren can. Every game he's played, he's been there. There's just been no drop in performance, it seems. He just keeps going. If he could do it for a whole quarterfinals as well, I don't know. I've never seen this side of him, not like this, not to this level. Dennis close and actually gets flashed into the corner. That could be very dangerous. He's going to go for the fight with Dojo, and he barely comes out on top. But it is enough, and he's going to escape. That's a nice start.
Yeah, very nicely done. Follow-up flash, not necessary, really, but still just wants to guarantee himself getting out of there. Zeus going to commit a Molotov to the corner to make sure that he isn't holding close. But there is still a man holding to watch towards long and towards mid, and that's Crims, exactly. He's in a bit of a tight spot. You can see him just trying to hug that wall as close as possible. Little off on the timing there with the communication for that flash. And Adrian's now got the angle and takes the kill. Second of the round, or the map for Adrian. So we're back into a 4-on-4, and this definitely favors Gambit. 3 smokes left as well to make the push onto the site work.
The Getting closer, 30 seconds is really not a lot of time, but the big thing is Fnatic have no grenades they can slow them down any longer with. They've just put out their last smoke, now the grenades are coming in from Gambit Gaming, 22 seconds. The bomb is making its way up, the rotation is miles away from Fnatic, they're very slow, and all of it's going to be going down. Now it's on Dennis, he's so low from earlier, he can really only get the one kill, and now it's going to be a bomb plan, and I think a big advantage here for Gambit Gaming.
The key man is going to be Twist. It's all on Twist now, moving up in mid. If he wins that duel, if he could have just got that kill clean, they would have had time to work with Fnatic. Now Gambit, of course they're aware they're caught in a sandwich. And they know that Twist is over here alone. It looks like Zeus is looking to take the fight, but more importantly, he's looking to stay alive. He wants to draw this out as long as possible. No kit for Fnatic to make that diffuse faster.
Oh, Twist reloading, trapped in the corner. Disco Doblin comes in. He does pick up one kill, but they don't have any smoke or anything. They can't really force them into it. Dennis gets a great shot, but Zeus, he's still in the 1-on-2, and Disco Doblin, I don't even do this anymore. Great finish to the round. No problem for Zeus, but even if he hadn't got the kill, I'm not sure there was enough time there. And that will be 4-0 favoring Gambit Gaming. They win a big round there. And you have to notice again, the first kill that happens for Gambit, when Crims goes out to peek, it's just Adren waiting outside the bomb site.
Yeah.
It's just the same thing over and over again. They get curious, they feel like they haven't really shown up, and there's only 40 seconds on the clock. I'm just going to take a quick peek, just a quick peek, Samla. And that's it.
Oh, it works, it works. And we have 4 rounds in a row for Gambit Gaming at the start of this half now. So it's definitely looking up. Hobbit with the wallbang shot onto short. Headshot on Disco through the planks. That's going to be good enough. Doja, 2 kills for him at long. Crimson Dennis both gone. And a flawless round so far here for Gambit Gaming. It's Olaf and Twist, the last 2 alive for Fnatic, but it's not looking too healthy for him. Twist has already been tagged down to 17. Olaf Meister not long for this world. Doja looking for his 3rd. He could get a 4th kill here. Twist even finding the drive-by on Zeus.
Doing so much damage. How is he not getting that kill? Doja with the quad, but honestly, I mean, the great pistol work from Twist. He gets both the headshots, just can't actually finish it off. That's a bit weird. 5-0 though, Gambit Gaming. It is their map pick, and they're looking very comfortable at the moment here. And you see the grenade and the direct headshot onto Disco Doblin.
That's monstrous. That grenade, Twist, no Kevlar, that's all nade damage. That's brutal. And we have a timeout called here. Technical or tactical? That's the question. And it's a tactical timeout used by Fnatic. So the first one called already, very early on. And we kind of tend to forget, actually, that it's a 6-man roster with Fnatic. They still have Jumpy, who joined several months ago as the coach. He's been around for quite some time now, and he is trying to bring, some kind of tactical element to the team, but it's not really very often that we actually see the timeouts coming through. You wouldn't really think it too much for Fnatic, right? You're just thinking they're going for headshots.
Yeah, I mean, they've certainly got the manpower to go for that kind of play. It's just that when you're playing at someone like Zeus, it's so hard to put your players into work. They're always going to be in this weird position where they have to play into a lot of uncertainty, which is what they are currently doing. They do have the AWP on Dennis, and I'm kind of happy about that. Crims, oh, what a great shot from Dennis, taking down Adren. He's had a bit of a slow start to this map, actually. For once, they've managed to shut him down. Now can they bring it back, Gambit, after losing one of the star players early on?
They're going back to basics. I mean, I do like Crims holding aggro restrooms with the M4. I wouldn't mind Dennis being in a bit of position to back him up. That's my only concern, because right now Crims is kind of hung out there to dry at this point. If they were to make some kind of concerted push, Gambit, he could go down very easily, but they don't need to play overly aggressive now, Fnatic. They've taken out Adrian already, and it's a man advantage for Fnatic going into this hold. 3 players looking towards that B site, although Olaf Meister is starting to get a little hesitant. He's starting to rotate up to A, and so Disco is alone here. He's got Twist to back him up, but it's not the best positioning.
Nice flashbang and a great headshot there coming in. Still a 3-on-5. They do almost line up for Disco Doblin. That would have been amazing, but they get the refrag as well. Doja now bringing it back into a 3-on-3 and trying to take a fight with Olaf Meister. They got to be careful. Crimson behind. He takes down Doja. There's still no bomb plan at 30 seconds. Gambit, they need to get in here and get this done. Otherwise, they're simply going to get zoned out. 25 seconds, and they're waiting on the ramp for Fnatic to make the mistake. They want the Swedish team to come and look for them. Just make that one mistake where you get picked and it's a 2-on-2. And that's all they need. Hobbit going to get shot in the back, and that should be the end of the round. Zeus goes down. A nice triple kill for Crims. Gives Fnatic the first round on overpass here.
And they keep 3 players alive as well for Fnatic. That is so key. This is the one scary thing when you're leaving yourself so little time to make this push happen. when there was 35 seconds left and you're starting to get bogged down, it's a race against the clock. And Fnatic are a kind of team that aren't going to make that kind of mistake where it's going to be an over peak or anything that really risks the round at that point. And so if you're Gambit, you really do need to just run forward, take advantage of the smoke that was down, that was blocking off that CT angle. You need to just run forward and get that bomb ticking. Because if you let Fnatic get comfortable, there's no battling out of that. So 5-1 situation now. Gambit still in the lead, obviously, and with the money to buy. So Mo's got his AWP, and we're going to see how they approach this, because you want to kind of let Mo have the time to work with this op.
Yeah, he's currently top fragging with Doja, so if he can win the fight against Dennis, that's obviously amazing. Crims right on the other side of the wall there, and Adren is actually going to get flashed, or trying to flash himself in for a moment, it looked like. Didn't quite work out the way he wanted. Now they're going to fall all the way back into T-spawn, picking up the bomb, and Disco Dublin and Twist especially. Where is he holding right now?
Where is Mo? And is he going to have time to find a peek? So that smoke's going down. Zeus is actually in range. Gets the winning duel versus Disco. Twist still alive, however, trying to buy the time with the Incendiary. He's got the flash as well. It will stumble him, and he wins the duel versus Zeus. Back and forth, a 4-on-4 now in the bomb plant, happening immediately this time for Gambit. A good change up from them.
Oh, nice shot from Twist. He's on the bomb side. Still, he picks up Doja as well. The bomb is down, yes, but 2 versus 4. Hobbit and Adren, I don't see them winning this clutch. It's going to be nearly impossible. Nice Molotov, and the headshot straight onto Dennis. They're not defusing the bomb yet. Hobbit picks up one more kill. He's finally down and out, but Adren with a headshot. Suddenly, from a 2-on-4 into a 1-on-1. And Adren versus Crims, who's now in a lot of trouble. Gambit should not be stealing this round, but they are. They're not even asking for permission here. Crims going to be down. He taps the bomb once. He's got maybe a couple of more seconds, then he has to win the fight. Adren takes him out. A double kill, and that's Gambit resetting Fnatic right away and making it 6-1.
And it was Zeus with the 1v2 clutch. Now Adrian keeping his cool, winning the 1v1. That is so important for Gambit Gaming. Now this is really going to put Fnatic's economy in shambles. They can't go for a full buy in this scenario. It's really just a half buy sort of situation for Fnatic.
We've got to say Hobbit is really the player that saved them that round. He should not have got those kills coming out. They had all the time in the world, Fnatic, to just take it slow and wait and make sure everyone was in on it. He's now the top fragger in the game at 8-1-3. That's just very impressive, and he's going to continue. Again, the spray coming through, taking down Twist.
I love this.
Fantastic.
Man. It's such a brutal way to hold it as well, because you can get a Molotov down on a short. He's obviously comboing with an HE because he wants to get that spray, get that tag going to make his job easier. But if you're going to play aggro short Fnatic and he's spraying through, you're going to get tagged down. You're going to get hurt. So a 2-man advantage now for Gambit Gaming going into this anti-eco. Doja, does he spot him? Yes, he does. Peekaboo. Oh, no.
He lets his teammate die?
Dude, if I'm Zeus, I'm pissed. That's right, Doja.
Josia, what are you doing? Oh, my God.
If you lose this round because of that, Doja, Zeus is actually going to reach over and slap you upside the head.
That could very well happen. Somewhere out there, Config is watching right now thinking, yeah, maybe I should rethink that kind of approach in the future. Oh my God, the madness has definitely begun here. The Fox Theater. It's Mo and Adren versus Disco Dublin and Olafmeister. They've stolen the AKs, but they do not have any Kevlar vests and no defuse kits either. So it'll still be a very hard 2-on-2 to win. Although Mo running right in. Olafmeister, he does not get the shot. Mo to take him out. That should be the end of it here. I don't see Disco Dublin doing this one.
Yeah, he knows that, exactly. He knows that one more player has to be in mid because Mo was over at long when Olaf peeked him, and so this is all that Disco's going off of. Now that he figured out where Adren's playing from, he had something to work with, but he's not going to have enough time. No kit, no nades to make his life easier. Time to back off and save. And Doja breathes a sigh of relief because really, if you'd have lost versus this eco because you wanted to get greedy and go for a knife, there'd have been problems.
My God. In the quarterfinals of a major, you risk this. This one play has him confused enough that he goes down to Olaf as well, and then suddenly it's a 2-on-2. That could be ruinous, but it works out. It's 7-1, and we've got to give Gambit just a lot of credit right here. They're doing an amazing job in this first half. They're on the T side as well, and Fnatic honestly look completely lost at the moment.
And Fnatic haven't really found an answer. It's definitely not the Fnatic that we've seen on Cash. There's not that level of comfort. And so you're starting to see the home maps come into play, I think. Fnatic feeling very good on Cash. That's why they picked into it. Gambit, I mean, Overpass, like I said, they've played it twice. They've won it twice. They know they have a system that works. And right now they're going to work.
Dennis very low, that early grenade. and he doesn't really have any backup. If he's going to take that kind of a peek, I wish Crims could have flashed him, and he actually does have a flashbang all the way back there. Otherwise, that position does not make a lot of sense. I mean, even though Crims got pushed back a bit, I think, from some of the grenades that were coming in, still leaving his teammate hanging, not necessarily the best idea, and maybe a sign that Fnatic are a bit lost on this map.
Yeah, this is just details. Used to be that Fnatic were quite good, obviously. You guys saw the major moments where, I mean, this was obviously quite a long time ago, though. Back in 2014, early 2015 era, Fnatic were pretty solid, but definitely looks like they need to figure a few things out. Olofmeister going to get caught right on the edge of the smoke, trying to get clever. It's not going to work. Can't pull a fast one on Adrian. He's got the X-ray specs. And Crims and Twist are the last two alive now. That doesn't actually bleed through the wall, does it?
No, it doesn't. But you could tell for a moment Crims was wondering as well. Flashbang out. Pretty good, actually, but not good enough for Doja. He takes the kill, leaving Twist alone with the AWP, and he's been locked in here. I wonder if Zeus saw him. I'm not sure, but either way, it's hard for Twist to get out of this kind of scenario. If he misses a shot here, he's definitely down and out, and it's going to be Zeus to pick up, the captain for Gambit Gaming. Another round, 8-1 the scoreline. And everybody, if you look at the scoreboard when we get back in the game, everybody from Gambit is doing a great job right now.
It's as if you took the scoreline that Adrian had on Cash, right? And you spread it out across everybody now on the team. Because it isn't Adrian sitting with like 16 kills and the runners-up got 6.
Yeah.
Right? And now it's actually spread out nicely. Everybody's doing their job. They're all hitting their shots, and they're definitely in their comfort zone. 8-1. Gambit well in the lead now. They've got the economy now, that buffer as well to work with for the bye in the next round if something goes south in this one. And Doja with a nice HE there at the start, but this is going to be a long aggro push coming in here. Dennis is not going to get flashed. Instead, he's going to challenge Doja. No fear from him. He had the UMP, sure, but Doja does not care.
No, he's very comfortable at the moment. You can tell that all the confidence basically has been regained for Gambit after a loss on Cash. They just do not care. Interesting run up here for Olofmeister. He's actually way behind them and could maybe get the kill on Hobbit. Oh, he's turning around at the wrong time. That's dangerous, and he's going to get taken out. He actually had the timing, and I think he even halfway heard Hobbit there.
Yeah, but Hobbit spotted him, and Zeus started to come back immediately as soon as Hobbit did. So they were going to sandwich Olaf. Twist with the CZ. He's going to pick up one, takes down Hobbit, gets revenge for his mate, but Zeus is there to trade, and this is going to wind up on the B side here, it looks like, for Gambit Gaming. They've got the bomb, they've got the man advantage, they've got the gear advantage, they have everything they need to just clean and secure this round, get up to 9 rounds. It is looking very likely that we're going to see Dust 2 now get that third map, which is, I think, what everybody here wants to see, more CS.
Oh, definitely. Dust 2, I think, is going to be explosive as well. You can't imagine Fnatic being swept like this, or Gambit for that matter, on Dust 2. Such an open map, it's going to be an absolutely brutal fight.
Okay.
Zeus goes down, it's not bad, but it's not enough right now. We're getting the full counter-wreck in here, and then just brutalizing the Swedes.
2 very one-sided maps. If you're just tuning in now, Fnatic won 16-7 on Cash versus Gambit in the first map of this best of 3. We're now on Gambit's map, and, well, score is looking pretty good right now for the CIS team.
There's no denying it. Really impressive. I mean, we have talked a lot about Zeus as a leader and just this team in general, but if there is every reason why they could have lost a lot of the confidence that they had in the first map. It takes a good leader, and it takes someone like Zeus to sort of bring everyone back and rally the troops, and he just did. You know, not that long of a break between the 2 maps, so you can't just, you know, if you had like several hours before you had to play the next map, maybe it would be more reasonable, but it's just a fairly swift timeout, and then you're sort of back in playing here. It's looking great for them at the moment, moving into the 11th round. Oh man, and Fnatic, what are they going to do? Olofmeister has got 3 kills, Disco Doplin has got 4 kills, and Twist has got 6 kills. These guys were doing amazingly on Cash, and they're almost entirely disappearing.
Well, you can see, Jumpy, I mean, right now this is the 2nd tactical timeout that Fnatic have used. Last time they called 2 was versus Envy. in the 4th round of the groups on Cobble, and they won that map. They went on to win that map. And so these tactical timeouts, it allows for the man there, the coach, the manager, Jumpy, to get into this and actually communicate with his teammates. When you have technical timeouts, when there's an issue with sound or a PC or something, the players are not allowed to talk. It's only during freeze time, and it's only during these tactical timeouts where the coach, Jumpy in this case, can step in and say, right guys, this is what I'm noticing. Because he's getting the big picture. He sees all 5 monitors. He's noticing all sorts of details that are perhaps getting missed due to communication or teamwork or lack of for Fnatic right now.
No, it's true. He's going to be tuning and saying, look guys, we're getting wrecked. That's the input.
Olaf, go get headshots.
Move on. 11th round right now. They are over at long. They've got the setup. Trying to see if maybe they can spring the trap. Dennis walks right in. That is extremely careless. That feels like it wasn't really what they had going on. At least throw a flashbang or really anything. Kind of like what Gambit are doing here to take down Crims. At least Disco Doppler will get the refrag, but honestly, that seemed really careless coming out. Disco, he's in position. If he peeks out a bit further, maybe get the kill on Doja, who's waiting there. That's a nice shot. Disco Doppler taking out Doja and bringing his team back into a 3-on-3. And I love this position from Olaf Meister down to the sewers as well.
He's making up for the small errors made there at the beginning of that round. I saw a little bit of furious typing coming out of Crims there. It might have been a bit of a discussion between him and Dennis as to why Crims didn't try and refrag. But Disco definitely making up for it. Hobbit is going to have the AWP, and it's a man advantage now for Fnatic. 40 seconds left on the clock here to make the play. Zeus and Hobbit are the last 2 alive. And well, Hobbit actually not even going to commit the bomb. He goes for the flash. He misses the shot. There was a golden opportunity.
Oh, he actually gets the wallbang in on Disco Doppler, but he still goes down. That's a quad kill for the young Swedish player. Zeus will take down one. There's an opportunity for an ace here. It's a 1-on-2 with just 20 seconds left. Zeus is going to put it up the smoke. That's smart play. He's got the bomb as well. He's going to try and make a run for it. Puts up a Molotov behind him, and he has to put the bomb down here. Very risky. Maybe with 22 seconds, he could have actually made it into B, but not quite worth it. So now they're going to have to go for the retake. They do have two Molotovs here. No defuse kit. Still think there's a very good chance they can do it. Zeus trying for it and gets the kill on Disco Doppler. Now the grenade comes out. Zeus. It'd be heartless to take this round away from them. They fought so hard. The quad kill, and it may not even be enough.
Was he close enough? There is no kit here in the play for Olafmeister, so Zeus, he does have some time. And Olaf, this was just a fake. And the spray. Olaf gonna win the duel. But what a difficult situation for Fnatic to move in, and that takes just nerves of steel because Fnatic had no idea where Zeus planted. They had no info. They fell so far back in the mid that Zeus could have been anywhere on the site. He could have planted anywhere on the site.
Yeah, but let's be honest. How much are you going to be celebrating after you start the round with a quad kill and you still almost lose it? That's not exactly confidence building, is it? Still, it's this guy, 4 kills, beating everyone with the AWP. It's clearly a very good sign. They need much more of that. They need to win. If they make it 9-6 here, we still definitely got a game on our hands. That's winnable if you're Fnatic.
They're so low on kills right now that Disco Doppler in just 1 round doubled his KDA, right? So, right, the rest of Fnatic, right? If the guy in the lead has got 8 kills, where's Crims? Where are Dennis? Where are the veterans who you're counting on to give you that star performance? We're not seeing it right now from Fnatic. So it's time. I mean, obviously the full buy coming in from Gambit. They have the money. And Fnatic trying to get the best they can out of this. That's smoke. Doja wants to make sure that nobody's holding close, but he has no idea that Crims is still here.
This is really nice. Dennis is going to be drawing away all the attention from anyone walking in. Oh, Dren with an exceptional read, taking down Crims. That is some next level stuff. Zeus is going to get the refrag there on, or get the frag as well on Olafmeister. And Twist getting flashed through, but the flash goes right behind Hobbit's face. If we see that from a third person, we'll see it lands just far enough behind him that he doesn't get flashed. Fnatic have got some good ideas here, but they are not working out.
Those are the kinds of plays that Gambit are waiting for, right? If you're waiting outside a monster, that's like the taco spot. Dennis with 2. Not going to get the third. Mo with the wallbang shot, point blank with the op. But Disco, we saw what he was capable with the op in the last round. 1v3, 35 seconds. The smoke isn't perfect either, but it doesn't matter because the bomb is rotated down to that B site, and Hobbit's already cleared it. So Zeus, a free plant for him, and Disco's going to find himself in the wrong place. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, but again, why leave it to chance, you know? You could probably win the round if you go and fight him, but you might as well be 100%. And he's obviously going to be saving the AWP. So even worse. This is unreal.
this is almost exactly how it played out in the first half, where Fnatic were just stomping Gambit into the ground on Cash. And they'd pick up one round, but then Fnatic would immediately chain another 3-4 together before Gambit could break the streak again. We're just seeing a complete flip. Mo will not let Disco save the op. He finds him in the end. And so this is just, perfect play coming in from Gambit. 10-2 and a double eco scenario now for Fnatic because they're flat broke. So they're going to throw everything. I mean, you got to swing for the fences at this point. You're going to just invest everything in this round. You're not going to eco twice when you're going into the 13th round.
Yeah, they know they need some kind of baseline foundation going into the second half, so they're just trying for it. 2 Deagles, 2 C75, and that 1 UMP. Some grenades, I mean, those flashbangs on Twist and Olofmeister, they could do something with them, and I think it's worth it. We sort of were criticizing a lot of the force spikes that were happening on Cash, but now you're so far behind, something's got to work, but it won't be Twist. He goes down, you see the setup here. Dennis waiting for it, in fact. He really wanted to pop that flash.
Does this actually work? I highly doubt it. That flash angle is pretty hard to make actually work for you. The HE is there, but he has no idea that there's a full stack as well. 3 players about to charge him down. Olofmeister holding the angle, and Crims is going to help him out. So they have an AK to pick up now and play with here. Olofmeister still has Kevlar as well. Wish that Disco Doppelin was actually close enough for him to drop it too, considering Disco has still got 100 HP here on Fnatic. But Olof's going to run into his death. Easy peasy. Hobbit looking for a second. Not going to find it. Cribs.
That's interesting. That's the shot, but he's going to be going down to Mo. Throws out a grenade. Dennis, he does have body armor, so he's not going to take that much damage from it. Runs in with the Tech 9. Mo will pick up the second kill there. And now Disco Doppelin, the bomb is down, and he's just miles away. So, try as he might, he's not going to make it anywhere near that bomb site in time. That will give an 11th round to Gambit. I mean, Fnatic actually had like a fairly good setup and connector there. It's just that Gambit decided we're just going to sneak into B bomb site and put the bomb down while you're doing all of that. So yes, you stole the AK, but you can't get it anywhere in position.
Yeah, you're not really going to do anything with it. These are still the rounds where Fnatic, you need to see something magical come from it, right? You need to have Disco Doppelin banging heads off with a Deagle. You need to have Olofmeister going crazy with that AK that he picks up. With how careful Gambit were with the AKs that got dropped in the past, right? Now that you actually got your hands on one, you needed to actually do some work with it. 11-2 now on T side for Gambit. Still a CT-sided map overpass, and so just to outline, how crazy the scoreline is. You're double digits T side. And you're not even done with the first half yet. So Gambit just total swing back. And we're actually kind of seeing a little bit of what we saw earlier today, or at least in the first map. Very one-sided. Obviously the second map was a whole lot closer between Navi and Astralis. But we did get a third map, and it looks like we're going to go to the third map. We're going to go to the distance here and get Dust 2.
Yeah, I don't see any way around it, and we can't rule anything out, but the Swedes, they might just have written this off at this point. Such a convincing sort of game coming out here of the Gambit team. So it's not that often that we see that today. It does happen when teams don't have that much of a deep map pool that you end up having the first 2 maps in the best of 3 be like this, and then usually that actually does mean the third one is more interesting. So Dust 2. You could sort of tell what would happen if you put Adren versus Twist on that map, or versus Crims or Olof for that matter. It'd be very interesting. This first half is just completely gone. Gambit Gaming. Bit of a Cinderella story, I would say. I think most people didn't think they were going to go this far, and certainly not maybe to a third map against Fnatic. Good shot from Doja to take down Dennis, and Crims just shuffling about the map, looking for anyone on low health, anything he can steal. They're actually all over the map as well, and that will be the 14th round over and done with. Wow. Yeah, Doja doesn't look that impressed, but he should be.
I think this is like business as usual, because you're not done yet, right? You need to get this map out of the way before you can really focus on the work. So it's going to be Dust 2. And well, Fnatic, they aren't too shabby on that map either. So it's not like your work is going to be easy when you make it to the third map. Right, okay, good, everything is great. No, it's going to be an all-out battle on Dust 2. That's what I'm expecting to see. So 12-2 right now. And yeah, this is looking like a very solid map for Gambit. No problems at all. And so what can you really hope if you're Fnatic at this point? You got the M4s across the board, you have a handful of nades, and you need to go aggro somewhere, but you just can't seem to make up your mind. Disco Doppelin kind of holding short. But then, yeah, exactly. What can he really hope to do? They don't have enough utility, and this is what's going through Fnatic's mind. It seems they don't have enough utility to commit to early pushes with flashes or anything of the sort. Because they're just holding right now.
Orbit very nearly walking in. There's a gap in the smoke he's going to be very careful about. And you're right. I think before Fnatic run entirely out of grenades, maybe they should try for another push. The problem is they've been shot down every time they've tried it, so I think they're being a bit discouraged just by that fact. And now they're just being very defensive. They're all the way passive. No one's trying to hold the restrooms or anything. They're giving essentially the whole map right now to Gambit and just saying, this is yours, play with it, and I feel like there's not going to be a problem, is it? They've shown up until this point that they could do that.
Yeah, this is really playing into Zeus's hands because you've given him all of the map control. So now he gets to decide, okay, what is going to work? Where do I think we're going to have the highest impact? And more A site, it's not exactly a bad decision. It's been fairly even between A and B site so far in this half for Gambit. So it really is up to whatever Zeus's whim is at the moment when he makes the call. Let's go A. Sounds good. Sounds like a good letter.
He's feeling it. Look at the clock here. No one's died. We're down to 20 seconds. Classic Zeus round coming out again. But this time, Crims will pick up Mo. That's a big start now. 4 versus 5 and only 15 seconds. This shouldn't be working out. Very dangerous to play the clock this low. Dren gets a kill. Crims picks up 2 big sprays. And Hobbit, 6 seconds, in a 1-on-3. Not happening. He's out of time. Disco Doppler going to take him down. 3-12, ladies and gentlemen, in the first half in favor of Gambit Gaming. They got wrecked on the first map, but they did not give up, and now they're just inches away from doing it here. This is just very impressive.
This is the mark of a team with some depth that you can put your hope in right now. However, you're going into your second map and you haven't given up. Instead, you're acting like this is a fresh best of 3 and the first map never even happened. These guys aren't playing tilted. These guys are looking like they're here to get a job done. Like, they are going to take it to Dust 2, kicking and screaming. Twist with 6 kills right now versus Hobbit, who's leading the way with 16. But Hobbit, it's more of the same here from Gambit. 16 kills for Hobbit, Zeus with 15, 13 on Mo, 12 on Doja, 10 on Adrian. Very even across the board.
Yeah, all of Gambit is in double digits on the kill department. Only Crims is on the other team. He's at 13, so he's done a fairly reasonable job. But they've needed all of the rest. And honestly, it just feels like Fnatic had some ideas about what they wanted to do, but a big indication of sort of one of the rounds, at least, that went really wrong was when they had that double push over a long.
Yeah.
And you can very clearly tell that they were supposed to wait, because one guy had his back turned to the corner and the other guy was facing it. So they were expecting for there to be a pop flash in, and then the guy who's got his back turned turns around, and they try and win the round like that. And then Crims just says, I'm just going to push up. I'm just going to try and see if I can make my way and take the fight. And I think that's when they started typing to each other, and sort of you can tell that there was some frustration there. So I don't know, it just feels like it's not a map that they've got a lot of practice on going into this one. Maybe some of these things should have been working out.
It's just surprising when it comes to a team of this pedigree.
Wow,
of course it's the X-God. Fitting.
Excellent stuff.
But it's, when it comes to, what you're seeing here, it's just surprising to see this from Fnatic because they have so much experience. You're looking at 3 of the best players of all time in CSGO. And so to see them struggle this much versus a team like Gambit, that's a shocker. It's showing us just what Gambit is capable of here. Pistol round now going into the second half, and we'll see if Gambit can make it 4 pistol rounds in a row versus Fnatic. They've won 3 so far. So why not just lock it down, get that CT pistol, close this second map, and take us to Dust 2.
I do believe that is the plan. Our bomb is down outside of the B bomb site. Twist running to pick it up right here. Dennis is actually very close. If they go B right now, what on earth is Doja going to do? They're all coming for him. All he has is P2000. It's not going to be easy. He's now out of the open as well. He gets a headshot on Olofmeister. He should have been dead already. They could have all peeked him. Disco Dublin taking down one, but Zeus with the refrag. Hobbit taking down Disco, and now it's looking really grim. Doja finds one more headshot. Only one defender on that bomb site, and apparently that was enough. Dennis is going to be taking the kill, but how is he going to get back in and stop the defuse? I think the answer is that he cannot. 5 bullets here. They're already defusing. The round is done. Dennis trying his best at the end, but it will be Gambit Gaming winning the pistol round. But Doja with a really, really big round there.
Staying alive, that's the key here. He gets 2 kills and he's still alive. They still have to worry about this guy. And you can see Olofmeister's frustrated. And Olafmeister, it was more of the same. What we saw from him in the first half, Pistol, definitely disappointing from Olaf. You expect for him to at least get you one headshot in a pistol round. We haven't seen any of that on this map from him. Instead, it's 4 pistol rounds now picked up across 2 maps here for Gambit Gaming. They have everything they need now to close it out. In the first half, they even survived the second round, unlike on Cash. So now, can they do more of the same? And yes, they can. 2 peak in connector. Mo and Adrian working together as a team.
Was that Crims wiggling his way up the ladder? I wonder what that's about. Some really good shots coming out. All of it will be going down, and so take Zeus with him beforehand with the Deagles. 4 versus 3 right now. No reason why Gambit Gaming have to really do anything at this point, but Adren will still go and take the fight, and he does not win it against Crims.
Guess because he had that MP9 and he was hoping to pick up whatever Disco had over there, or Olaf rather had over there. No, Disco. Still, that is a little bit worrisome. You don't really want to be dropping players like that when you're CT side. You want to maintain the man advantage, because now Fnatic have a bit of an edge going into this next one.
Look at the smart grenade from Crims. This is normally something you do at the beginning of the round if you want to take control of birthday party, but they're obviously hoping that there's someone over there who will see or notice that grenade and think, okay, they're probably coming A. I'm not sure if anyone was near enough by from Gambit, but they are rotating that way regardless, and Doja is the one who's going to be the forward guard here. Can he see them quick enough for the rotation to come in? He's just going to catch a glimpse here. Oh, but Crims sees it coming. He still goes down. Doja winning the fight. He's out of bullets. He makes it a 2-on-2, and now the rotation is he bought the time.
This is good enough. He's been spotted as well. Mo now knows that there's a man on the site. Now it's a matter of figuring out where Twist is coming from, and Twist has got the AK as well. Both Hobbit and Mo have given away their positions, but Mo's going to drop Dennis, so that doesn't matter anymore. It's all on Twist in a 1v2.
How does he do this? They have a flashbang, so set it up nicely. Looks like Mo's going to try and put it on a bit early. They can't really easily peek the tunnel behind him. That's a shame, but it's not going to matter. Hobbit will run in with the UMP, save his team, give them the 14th round. He's also now at 18 kills overall and is doing a fantastic job right now. Young player, and again, inexperienced at this level. It's so difficult. Many of the top teams that have gone, to semifinals and even finals in the major structure, they've had to build their way up. The first time around they make it to the quarters, then the semis next time, then it takes a while, because every level you go up is a new challenge. Your mentality is going to be different. The teams are going to be different. It's just it gets rougher every step you move forward.
Well, the main gripe here that I'm thinking is Fnatic in the first half, yes, they were going for some aggro. When it came down to bomb plants, however, they were just not winning clutch rounds. They just weren't able to get any of those clutches to go their way, and it continues to be that way here in the second half. Nice shot, the flick on a Twist, but Mo does take a lot of damage in the exchange. So almost a fair trade here between both of the teams. 14-3 though. Gambit only need 2 rounds to take us to that third map. And so they went for the early aggro. They are going to need to at least have a little bit of a presence still here in mid. They don't want to give it up too much too early. Because now they're actually just falling super back. This is kind of what we saw from them on Cash CT, where they held super passively. And so they aren't going to have much of an early warning here. Fnatic are going to go cascading onto this B site, and really it's going to be down to Doja. Doja and Zeus need to just shred them. Otherwise, Fnatic have got a chance in this round.
Yeah, they do. It's not the most impressive weaponry they have for this crossfire. I mean, the UMP and the M4A1, but it can work, especially if they get one good grenade, and they're already creeping through. Doja looking the wrong way, and now Zeus in a lot of trouble, but he still somehow picks up 2 kills. It's almost unreal now. Oh no! He swaps out for the grenade just as Olafmeister's there, and Olafmeister's just going to be happy about that one, but not about the follow-up. Disco dot one going down to Adren. And also Crims is lost. Olafmeister, sure, he's surfing away, but it's not going to help him win the round right now. 1 versus 3, and he gets tagged. Adren will take him out 15-3. What a grotesque beating Gambit are dishing out to Fnatic right now. I don't know how much longer they can stand this, Semler. This seems done.
I'm just wondering, what is prompting Doja to look at Zeus like that? Is that just, are they not communicating? Is he not sure? Is he asking Zeus to do something for him? Is he asking if Zeus has a flash?
I mean, some of the time...
Zeus like, nah, bro, I don't have a flash, sorry. Oh, great, got the kills.
Some of the time in that position, you are also just wondering if someone's going to sneak in through the L-bend on the other side, so
But that's Zeus's job.
Yeah, but he was looking down the tunnel, so maybe Doja was just a little bit paranoid. But you're right, he shouldn't have been. Obviously, there should have been a slightly different setup there. Dennis charging in with the UMP, shuts down Zeus. Obviously, now Fnatic are fighting for their lives here on this map. Hard to be a believer in any kind of a comeback, isn't it? You would have to be a die-hard Fnatic fan to believe that this can work out.
Ooh. Doja being forced to dance. This is almost a spaghetti western. He's hopping all over the place. He's got that scout. But it's a man advantage still for Fnatic. And Mo still got full grenades plus the AWP. Would like to see some style here from Mo. Have you not boosted enough, Olafmeister, on this map?
I was gonna say, playing with fire, aren't we? Anyway, it can work. There are sort of different positions you can especially you can look into the sniper spot in the B-bomb side, but people don't very often stay there, so it's kind of a moot point. But still, anything goes at this point, I assume. Doja now on the ramp, 40 seconds left. Will take down Olafmeister. Not a bad way to get back into the round. It's a 4-on-4. Mo going to pick up the kill on Twist as well. It is not looking good. 30 seconds left for Fnatic. They might get completely swept here on this map. Krim's out in the open. He sprays right through and takes down Olafmeister. That's not bad, but it's not enough, I think. 20 seconds, and right behind him is Hobbit waiting, trying to see if he can get the last kill of this map, and it's looking likely at the moment. I think Twist can actually make it, or Krims can make it out of here. Almost impossible. He's going to go and try and pick up the bomb. He's no idea that Hobbit is in that corner, and this should be it. 16-3 in favor of Gambit Gaming as they push us on to a third map in this quarterfinals. Third and final map is going to be coming up. Hobbit with 20 kills against a team like Fnatic. You've got to say that's incredibly impressive from a young, talented player coming out of the CIS region.
Yeah, definitely. There we go. We saw it. What we were lacking from Gambit on Cash on the first map. It's clearly just a home map sort of situation where Gambit didn't want to have anything to do with Cash. That was Fnatic's stomping ground. Going into